Good morning and welcome back to the Cloud County Ground for our last LV County Championship game. Of course, the penultimate one for Essex before they go to Wantage Road next week. Today we have our visitors Lancashire. Behind me, the two skippers, Dane Villas and Tom Wesley, having a chat with our umpires for this game, David Milnes and Richard Kettlebell Wayne, also there, our match referee. So, about to have the coin toss. They're just finishing up. I think Tom's got the coin. Dane calls heads. And he's won, and he's going to have a bat, so we'll have a chat with the two skippers. Dane, if I could just have...
Yes. Thank you, man.
Welcome back, mate. It's been a tough few days in the white ball. You're glad to get back to the red ball, aren't you?
Yeah, I think we've done really well with the white ball stuff. Obviously, get to the final and all of that, but disappointing loss the other day. But hopefully we can avenge that today when we can play. Yeah, it's good to be here and play, and looking forward to a good game between third and fourth for this vital game.
Yeah, it's nice to have that competition. Maybe Surrey are out and away. Hampshire may have something to say, but it's good to have third and fourth competing here at the Cloud County Ground this week.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely, and it's always a good game between us. You know, we need to. They had a good game last time at Emirates Old Trafford, which Essex managed to win, and then won quite convincingly. So we feel like we want to come here and play well, and hopefully give them one back.
And team news for you?
We have got the same team we did last time. I skipped Matthew Parkinson's back in, Tommy Hartley with the spinners, and just a normal 4-day team.
Okay, well, go well. Good to see you back here. Tom, you're going to have a bowl. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we were gonna bat also, but we know sort of 10:30 start September, and Chelmsford there's always plenty in the wicket, so it's not too bad a toss to lose.
And you'll be pleased that you've got a certain off spinner back in the ranks?
Yeah, it's always a privilege to have Harmy back in the team, which unfortunately means that Ben Allison misses out, who's been outstanding the last couple of games. But that's where we want to be as a squad, where those tough decisions, they're hard to make. So if we play well, then hopefully we'll come out on top.
We talk about momentum in sport, don't we, an awful lot. Essex seem to have some momentum with those wins on the road at Canterbury and at Headingley. So the group in a good place right now?
Definitely. We spoke at the start of September. We've got a 4-match period. If we can win every single game, finish as high as we can in the league, then we'll take that momentum into next year, which we did in 2018. So, spirits are high. So it's just always good. Team
news then? Any other change apart from Harmy's return?
Just that change. Harmy comes in for Benny Allison.
Right, well, go well. Good to see you, mate. Thank you. Right, so Lancashire have won the toss and they are going to bat. Join us again in a couple of minutes and we'll bring you all the team news and the team sheet on the big screen. So let's run through the two team lineups for you today. Lancashire having won the toss and will bat, so they open with number 3 Luke Wells and number 1 Keaton Jennings. Then batting at 3 will be number 20 Josh Bohannon. Wearing 15, batting at 4 Stephen Croft. The captain Dane Villas wears 33, bats at 5. Wicket keeper batting at 6 number 17 George Bell. Wearing 10 George Balderson will be next. Tom Hartley bats at 8 and wears 2. Tom Bailey wears number 8 and bats at 9. Will Williams bats at 10, he'll be wearing number 30. And Matt Parkinson wears 28 and bats at number 11. The Essex line-up for this game. Wearing 10, Nick Brown bats at 1. Wearing 26, Alistair Cook will bat with him. The captain, Tom Wesley, of course, wears 21, bats at 3. Dan Lawrence bats at 4, wears number 28. Batting 5 will be Matt Critchley, wears number 20. Batting at 6, wearing 23, Feroz Kushi. Wearing at 7, wearing 17, will be our wicketkeeper, of course, Adam Rossington. Wearing 11, batting at 8, it's welcome back to Simon Harmer. Wearing 29, batting at 9, Shane Snater. Wearing 16, batting at 10, Sam Cook. And last but definitely not least, number 44, batting at 11, Jamie Porter.
Snater 50 seals Essex winning nervy finish at Headingley. Day 2 saw the only half-century of the match so far. Dan Lawrence patient and cautious to help Essex earn a slender lead. Yorkshire had dragged that advantage down to 4 at the start of their second innings, but they'd already lost Lythe and Hill. Bean unbeaten on 41, the score 87 for 2. Essex picked up another early wicket though, the 100 up for Yorkshire but for the loss of 3. Kola Cadmore out for 12, edging Sam Cook to Sir Alistair Cook. Bean joined Lawrence, a Yorkshire batter raising the bat for the first time in the match, and the first time in his first-class career. 50 up off 111 balls when he turned Snater down to fine leg for 4. But he couldn't get much further, concerned for Yorkshire when he was trapped in front by Porter, with the lead only 32. Johnny Tattersall and Will Frame would push that beyond 50 before the captain misjudged his shot and handed a simple catch to Cook in the slips. Essex with a stranglehold on the match now. A win in 3 days was coming into sharp focus when Frame was bowled by Critchley to leave Yorkshire down to their last 4 wickets. Thompson couldn't save his side either. Another for Critchley, the all-rounder holed out to Lawrence for 2. Revis and Code clung on through to lunch. Yorkshire in trouble, leading by 88 with just 3 wickets in hand. While plenty had surely started to write off Yorkshire's chances, Code didn't get the memo, leading the recovery for the home side as the score quickly increased and Essex struggled to rein them in. He moved to his 50 from just 51 balls with 2 off Critchley, a mark he then celebrated by effortlessly flicking the all-rounder over the leg side for 6. Revis had been more reticent, up to 14 from 58 when he was bowled by Porter. Yorkshire's lead, now a handy 147. Essex breathed a little easier when Code had his off-stump uprooted by Critchley. Yorkshire down to their final wicket now. And the magic number for the visitors would be 162. Patterson out caught behind for Porter's 4th. Yorkshire all out for 252. This one looked set to be done and dusted inside 3 days, but there was no guarantee it would go Essex's way. Batting had been tricky at Headingley over the past few days, which made Bean's maiden 50 all the more impressive. It wasn't going to be straightforward for Essex. Brown's early departure for 3 a timely reminder of that for the visitors. But Cook and Wesley recovered, 27 added by the second wicket pair to take them into tea, needing 132 more. There were nervy moments after tea for Essex. Wesley had batted with caution but was punished after the break. A catch for Revis at backward point. Still hope for Yorkshire. Dan Lawrence, first innings hero, could only muster 12 before he had his stumps rearranged by Patterson. And suddenly the visitors were under real pressure. Critchley out 3 balls later, courtesy of a fine one-handed grab from Patterson. And 6 balls later, Essex slumped to 60 for 5. Cushy, the second consecutive batter to go without scoring, left in a heap. LBW to Code. While wickets had tumbled, Sir Alistair Cook had managed to stick around, grinding his way into the 30s, having been there from the start. But on 35, Patterson did it for a 4th time. Kola Cadmore with the catch in the slips. Snater fought back as he so often does. Patterson whipped for 6 over the leg side. He and Rossington counter-attacked, and Tattersall responded. Patterson replaced by Hill, who struck 2 balls into his spell. Rossington caught by Frayne for 7. Yorkshire were 3 wickets away now. With 40 to win, Hill thought he had another. Allison's stump uprooted, but a no ball signalled by the umpire. Snater then took the innings by the scruff of the neck, pushing them closer to the target with 13 off a Thompson over. With a single off Code, he went to a 50, scored off 38 balls. Essex were now 20 away from the win. The target was 6 runs away when Allison feathered Code through to Tattersall. After starting with the ball for Essex, Cook had the chance to win it, but with the scores level...
Good morning to you, and welcome to Chelmsford. This is Nick Leadhill, Paul Newton and Scott Reed for coverage.
When at times it looked like they'd fall at the last. It had been a wonderful 3 days of cricket, a low-scoring affair marred by weather disruptions, but both sides had given their all and produced a tight, tense and dramatic match that could have gone...
Morning. Well, the forecast basically for the duration of the game is largely okay. It's largely looking to be pretty dry, so that's encouraging. And we wait to see what sort of pitch. Certainly the first 3 days. A little bit of a question mark about the last day. We'll come on to that nearer the time and to see how the forecast is shaping up then. But certainly the first 3 days look okay. But cloudy and sort of indicative a little bit the weather of mid-September. It's very much a sweater morning, I think, for quite a few of the crowd here. as they wait to see whether, as the sun comes through, it might warm things up as the day goes on. They'll certainly be hoping so. But as I say, there's a little bit of weather around on Friday. It's not at the moment scheduled to be affecting Chelmsford, but that is the one day of the game where we might get an interruption. That's, of course, assuming that the game goes that far, because Chelmsford games, of course, have a habit of not particularly going that far if the pitch suits the spinners, and there are two very good ones in this side. The news is that in this really what is a battle for third place in the championship, that Lancashire have won the toss and they've chosen to bat first. Essex, coming off the back of a couple of wins away from home, welcome back Simon Harmer, so Ben Allison misses out. It's a sort of balance of a side you'd expect at Chelmsford. Brown, Cook, Wesley, Lawrence, Cushy, Critchley, Rossington, Harmer, Snater, Cook, Porter. And Lancashire have Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, Stephen Croft, Dane Villas, a pretty familiar looking top five. And then George Bell, a debutant in the championship. He's played he's played a 50 over game and a T20 game. He'll be 20 in a few days' time, and he's making his championship debut as a keeper. George Balderson, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Matt Parkinson. And with me, good morning to Scott Reed.
Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. Great to be here, and looking forward to, well, hopefully an interesting 4 days. We'll see how the morning and the day progresses. The team news, I think, is quite intriguing, isn't it? Certainly when you look at Lancashire's side, they don't often play both Hartley and Parkinson. So
yes, they've obviously heard about Chelmsford.
Yes,
but of course, the Chelmsford pitches have been in two categories this year. There have been quite a few very dull ones that have only produced roughly about 20 or 21 wickets in an entire game, and that's one of the reasons, Scott, why Essex aren't higher in the championship, because of lack of wins at Chelmsford in the early part of the season, and then in mid-season against Somerset when we had another pitch like that. And we've had a couple of what I call out-and-out result pitches, more of the sort that you'd expect to see at Chelmsford, one of which resulted in a very tight tussle, which Essex won against Hampshire by 12 runs. A game that could yet be very crucial in terms of the overall outcome of the championship. So it's going to be the start of the match from the Hayes Close end, and Porter's bowling, and that's to Wells, and he gets a delivery first up here, which it's just has a little bit of momentary interest, but it's guided down by Wells into the gully with no problem. So Wells and Keaton Jennings, who's been in pretty good form, and say pretty strong looking Lancashire top five. It's going to be interesting to see, you might think, taking a bit of a gamble, batting first under cloud, but they're sensing, I think, that obviously if it's going to turn, then they want to be batting first, so that Essex are batting last. And here's Porter bowling, and that's got quite good carrying, goes through outside the off stump too. Rossington, yeah, I mean, sometimes Chelmsford early season, late season, Scott, there's a bit of reluctance to bat first, so it could be quite tough in this first hour, particularly under cloud cover.
Yeah, I think if I've not been out to the middle, but you look at the team selection on both sides, I think maybe it has been a brave move, but you potentially don't want to be batting last.
Yeah.
On the pitch.
Two slips, and I'd almost say two gullies, because there's a real sharp stagger, as here is Wells again getting a ball which is placed slightly involuntarily, but in the end quite safely. Just a check shot into the offside, just a hint of movement there for Porter, but there's really quite a sharp stagger in the slip cordon. Not a flat cordon at all, as I say, not a vertical one either, but sort of somewhere in between. And so it's quite an unusual shape to it. So we're going to have, I think we'll definitely say that Lawrence there and the fourth man there is in a gully position. But as I say, it's an interesting cordon, as that is played away for the first runs, I think. No, just the one for Wells, just played down towards fine leg, and gathered in by Sam Cook. And more good things spoken about Cook in recent times, Scott, and this Lancashire batting lineup, of course, familiar with the strength of the Essex seamers from the Old Trafford game earlier this season.
Yeah, it was in the end it was a good game, wasn't it? It was a terrific result. Disappointing clearly for the home side, but No, it's a good match. Unfortunately, I missed the last 2 days of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations. It's hard to win when you've been brought out for 100,
Yeah.
isn't it? As has happened for Lancashire there. But always a good delivery from Porter. Just a hint of movement for him early on here. And Keaton Jennings, who's been in fine form, in the end did well not to play at that. But yeah, he has been certainly one of the stars in recent times for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings. And you sort of, whenever you sort of look up and see who's getting runs for Lancashire, his name's often been there recently.
Yeah, he's had a great year. I mean, actually, their top 3 or 4 have all had runs this year.
Yeah, here's Porter again, bowls to Jennings, gets a full length delivery and plays up towards mid-on. Just a hint of movement there, but Lancashire will feel that they'll just want to try and get through this early period, and then hope maybe the pitch is at its best for batting in these first couple of days. But yeah, certainly lots of spin options there later on in the game. There were more, of course, for Essex apart from just Harmer. There's Dan Lawrence, who's increasingly coming into his own as an unorthodox spinner. So it'll be interesting to see if he has a bowl here. But yeah, the pitches have been in 2 categories here. Okay. Lifeless ones and then more sort of typical result ones that you'd expect at Chelmsford. 1 for no wicket, the 1 run to Wells.
And does that reflect whereabouts pitches are on the square, or has it been a mixture?
It's been a bit of a mixture, but I think that the groundsman definitely didn't want a flat pitch for the Somerset game, and I know that the Essex captain was disappointed with the wicket that they got, but a lot of early season games here. This is the only game in September at Chelmsford, and that was perhaps a factor. Over to you.
Yeah, here's Cook with, again, those 4 slips in place, comes around the wicket and bowls. That's defended away by Wells, just smothering the ball away into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, been a good recent record for Essex against Lancashire. They're looking for a double this year. Of course, we're not too far back in the distant past for the 20 all out. Lancashire will just be reminding themselves of that, given the fact they haven't done so well against Essex in the Championship in recent years.
Yeah, the only defeat this season Lancashire have had is that match. Beats Wells. Nice little nip and carry through to the keeper. Just pushing forward, the ball moves away from Wells into the gloves of Rossington. There's no run.
Yeah, see, midway through the season, I made a comparison to of Cook to Jimmy Anderson, not because of a swing, but because of a sort of metronomic bowler that he is. And somebody else made that about a week ago. Thought he could be the replacement for Jimmy Anderson. So it's not really to do with parts of what Jimmy does. It's the relentless accuracy, particularly bowling in English conditions.
Backing around the wicket to the left-hander. Again, another terrific ball that just snakes away past the edge of the bat, angled in, just moves a fraction away, has to play at it. Wells pushing forward, good ball from Cook, good start from him,
and you feel he's doing he's caused no harm with his performance over the last couple of seasons, Sam Cook. And there are various reasons why Essex aren't higher in the table, but none of them are anything to do with Sam Cook.
Past the umpire again to Wells. Gets on top of the bounce and eases it safely away to the offside, and there's no run. Well, he's been consistent now for a number of years, hasn't he?
Yes, he's really been an outstanding performer. And to say the one thing that counts against him, particularly in terms of potentially playing tests in Australia, is his lack of out-and-out pace. But you do feel that he's got international quality, potentially. To play in England and potentially other venues.
In again to Wells. Another ball that just jags away into the gloves of Rossington, who skips away to his left-hand side and takes the catch, and there's no run. He's put that on the same mark 3 times now.
Yeah, so it's that relentless accuracy, isn't it? And I expect that's why the sort of comparison to an Anderson might come in. Not so much for the swing bowling, just for the way he puts it on the spot and can sort of bowl, the same ball if it's, the one to bowl time after time.
He's beaten Wells a few times in the opening over. Oh, that wraps him on the pad. There's a big appeal from Cook and backed up by the slips. A shake of the head by the umpire says not out. That's a terrific opening over from Sam Cook. He starts with the maiden really testing over that. Wraps him on the pad, beating Wells a few times, making him play. Cook, and backed up by the ceiling one to wrap him on the pad. Maybe angling potentially down the leg side. Awkward, slightly awkward angle that we're commentating from, but excellent first over from Cook. Really challenging stuff with that with a new ball to Luke Wells. 2 overs gone, Lancashire 1 without loss.
So Surrey top of the table, 225 after that draw against Northants. A really valiant effort by Northants in that game at Northampton. They're 8 points clear of Hampshire, both in action today. As Porter bowls, and that's driven just wide of mid-on for a single by Jennings. Surrey playing Yorkshire, and it's a much stronger looking Surrey side. Basically, you just look at that lineup. They've got to join Hashim Amla, who got 100 in the last game, Ollie Pope, Ben Folkes, and Jamie Overton. So they're looking pretty strong. Looked a little bit unbalanced in the last game, not being able to play a spinner, or not feeling that they could play a spinner because it would unbalance the team. But they're playing Yorkshire. They've been sent in, and they're 4 without loss, Surrey. So they go in 8 points clear at the start of this round. That's played defensively up to mid-on by Wells, left-hander, and there's no run. Porter continuing his second over. Meanwhile, Hampshire are playing the recent champions of the One Day Cup, Kent. And Keith Barker, after Kent was sent in, has got Toowoomba Moyeye in the first over, so it's 1 for 1 there, and Kent sent in by Hampshire. And of course the interesting twist in all this, particularly if Hampshire win, as Porter bowls, that's outside the off stump and on its way through to Rossington, is that Lancashire plays Surrey in the last game. So if Hampshire do win this game, you might have a rather nervous Mark Church to sort of keep calm over 4 days. But it'll be a cracking occasion. And the disappointment will be, of course, that Lancashire aren't just that little bit closer to the business end of things, and of course have that recent points deduction, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's kind of finished it all off, hasn't it? I mean, they were probably out of it anyway, really. Failing to beat Yorkshire in the previous game. Just the gap was too big, really, to try and make up.
And Surrey, by not losing and with 8 points for a draw all the time, so even when they don't win, they're getting these draw points. And of course, I think Hampshire have beaten literally everybody apart from Essex and Lancashire. They drew against, I think, because that's played to pushed it up into the onside, up towards a mid wicket for a single, and they lost to Surrey. So, but I think they've literally beaten everybody else. So the two sides at the top have really been setting a ferocious pace, and maybe Lancashire and Essex, it's probably fair to say, have had decent seasons but haven't quite been able to live with the top two.
No, I think that's certainly a fair assessment. Yeah, Lancashire have been certainly kind of hanging on to the coattails of Hampshire and Surrey, just about staying in with a chance. I think their best hope was to try and get to that final round with a chance of trying to match them.
Porter bowls, and that's a good delivery, just holding its line, but has Jennings just thinking about whether he needs to play at that. It's just about seeing themselves through this first hour, Lancashire. At the moment the pitch seems to have reasonable pace, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays. We've had to say a lot of pitches that have tended to produce sort of 20 odd wickets in the whole game. I think at one point there was a stat saying sort of 69 wickets have fallen in the first 3 games at Chelmsford. As that's Jennings just on the walk playing that defensively, suggesting slight lack of pace in the pitch on that occasion, but he's able to just walk into the defensive shot, play it back to Porter. It was an outstanding first over from Cook, and Porter's bowled pretty tightly as well, giving nothing away. 3 for no wickets. Nicola Hill here with Scott Reed and Paul Newton on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire, and it's 3 for no wicket, with 2 for Wells and 1 for Keaton Jennings. Lancashire having chosen to bat here at Chelmsford on this opening morning.
Yeah, George Bell on the scorecard, making his first-class debut there as well for Lancashire. He's played a T20 match this season, but his first-class debut, cap number 702 for Lancashire. So congratulations to George Bell. I think he'll keep wicket as well in this match. Here's Cook, running in to start his second over. That's smothered away down backward of point by Luke Wells. He gets a run. The first conceded off the bowling of Sam Cook, who started with an outstanding opening over for Essex. Testing Luke Wells, but he gets a run. Just eased away, backward of square on the offside, and Lancashire move on to 4 without loss.
Yeah, so Surrey 225, Hampshire 217 minutes, Lancashire 182 and Essex 178. So a 4-point gap. This feels like effectively a battle for supremacy in the race for third. And those two sides well clear of Northampton 147. They're probably the only side with nothing much to play for.
Cook around the wicket to Jennings for the first time. That's left by Keaton Jennings, and through to Rossington. There's no run. And
then as we start to get into potential relegation issues, Yorkshire should be okay, but of course they're playing Surrey in this game and look a rather weaker side than Surrey. 132 for Yorkshire, and then we've also got Somerset 123, Kent and Warwickshire 115, and Gloucestershire tailed off on 74. And I think Gloucestershire could well be, well, they're going to have to win their game to have any chance, but I think they're more or less certain to go down.
4 slips weight, and Cook bowls again, left by Jennings, just playing inside the line of that, the ball that was wide of off stump and moved away from the left-hander.
So the beauty of it is, Scott, that virtually every game has got, if you say the battle for third is exciting, but I think an Essex-Lancashire game, is always an interesting one with two relatively well matched sides. But the games around the country certainly got generally quite a lot riding on them.
Jennings, little tap of the bat, and then plays forward, just working the ball away towards the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket, with just a half step towards the bowler. And there's no run without loss.
Contact us during the day, BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on social media.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear as we come towards the back end of the season now, just 2 games left, what both sets of fans think of their seasons. It's a fuller ball from Cook, which Jennings drives away into the offside for no run.
Yes, something we'll talk about in the next couple of days. I think there's various reasons why Essex aren't a little bit higher in the table. I think they've certainly shown the last couple of games away from home, albeit quite marginally against Yorkshire, where they might have let Yorkshire get maybe too many runs in Yorkshire's second innings, and it made it a little bit more difficult for themselves. But they have just won 2 on the bounce away from home.
Cook again, bowling around the wicket to Jennings. Nips through into the gloves of Rossington again. Another really good delivery from Cook, just angling in. Bit of extra bounce there as well. It was taken by Rossington about chest height. The smart looking over again, bowling around the wicket. Really have started well here to Jennings for Essex with a new ball, testing these 2 left-handers. We've had 4 overs, Lancashire 4 without loss.
And good contest, overcast, and likely to be that way for most of the game. Sort of September type temperatures, really. We're not going to have any sizzling heat. I think we've probably had enough of that, and so it's I think it's going to be fairly pleasant conditions for spectators and players over the course of the 4 days. But so certainly one of the issues for Essex has been the nature of the pitches here at Chelmsford. Probably too many pitches where there was no realistic chance of a result. As Porter comes in to bowl, it's a good delivery, just leaving the left-handed Wells outside the off stump, makes a judgment not to play at it. So far, the judgment of both players has been pretty good, with those marginal calls as to whether to attempt a shot or not. So, to say the real disappointment where Essex were just getting themselves into contention. They ended up with another, having had a series of these flat pitches with a number of home games early in the season. To get another one in July against Somerset was a real disappointment. As here, this is driven just past the left-hander, Port. You can actually think maybe just gets a hand to it, but goes up towards mid-on. Be interesting to see a replay of that.
I think he did get something on it. Maybe a fingertip to that.
So it was very much hit pretty hard, sort of waist, sort of shoulder height, if you like, just to his left. Got a hand to it, parried it to mid-on, no run attempted. But it would have been some dismissal if he managed to get that of his own bowling. Now the slip cordon's gone maybe a little bit flatter. Still got its arc of 4. This is driven away and quite firmly hit this time, but straight up towards cover, and there's no run. Snater there, who's been certainly one of the standout players for Essex in recent times. I think just for a moment there, Wells was hoping that he was going to get his first shot in anger away to the boundary, but didn't quite time it, and he went straight to cover. 4 for no wicket.
I think a yard either side, he probably will get his first boundary. Hit firmly to Snater, wasn't he? He's just wringing his right hand there as he stopped the ball.
So 4 for no wicket. A little bit brighter, just a hint of bits of blue sky above now. It's high cloud. This is what he was looking for. This is slightly straighter through sort of wide mid-off and along the ground all the way to the rope at the Hayes close end. That was a nice stroke, just slightly over pitching Porter, and a beautiful shot, just leading into the drive and hitting it through a vacant mid-off area with basically just sort of cover and point, covering the one saving positions there. So basically gave the opportunity, and a beautiful shot.
It was. They say I was looking for the previous delivery, but managed to get that one a little straighter, timed it nicely.
So Wells goes to 7. Porter goes round the wicket, and it's driven firmly back at him, and that's very interesting. An attempted run out, Porter flicking the ball onto the stumps, but the umpire says no. There's an interest from Porter as he fielded that on his follow through, flicked it onto the stumps as to whether Jennings was out of his ground, but no interest from the umpire. Goes to 7. Just had a little bit of momentary interest from the crowd, and from Porter just firmly back at him, and that's very interesting. An attempted run out, Porter flicking the ball onto the stumps, but the same season. Oh, interesting. He had his arms outstretched there, Porter, for a moment. That'll be just the right way for Essex to get rid of Keaton Jennings, the form he's been in. As you say, it's already happened to Jennings once, so he wouldn't want that twice in the same season. 4 slips waiting and 4 saving 1, and this is a pull shot and away past square leg for 4. A little bit short, and Porter just over-correcting there, having just over-pitched. He's now put one in slightly short to Wells, and hit away fairly comfortably. And just the early signs that it's looking reasonably comfortable for the batsman. Obviously we wait to see what happens when the lacquer comes off the ball, but certainly when the bowlers have got the sort of line and length correctly, obviously the batsmen have been cautious, but they've felt the freedom to, certainly Wells there, to play his shots with balls that were there to be hit, and over-pitch one and a short one. He's hit 2 boundaries, he's gone to 11, Jennings has 1, it's 12 without loss after 5. Lancashire choosing to bat.
Yeah, but typical positive start from Luke Wells. These two have batted beautifully all season together, but they actually contrast each other, I think, quite nicely. I mean, they're physically the same. Obviously 2 tall left-handers. It's left by Jennings as Cook starts a fresh over, bowling a ball that's of fullish length but wide of off stump and through to Rossington. But I think of the two, Wells is the more attacking player. I think Jennings goes at his own pace. Wells tends to score a little bit quicker, but I think that kind of balances each other out nicely. I think they enjoy batting with each other and have a lot of success together.
Well, they're 2 stunning averages. I mean, Jennings averaging 72.5 and Wells just short of 60. Is terrific, really, at this stage of the season.
Cook to Jennings. Well, that comes off the inner half of the bat. The ball deflects actually down to backward square leg. Kind of jabbing at the ball there, Keaton Jennings gets a single for it, doubles his total, he moves to 2. Lancashire 13 without loss.
And Bohannon and Croft averaging in the mid-40s, and Villas just tucked in there on 37. So, in terms of your key players, that's a pretty good success rate for the season. To say when they were bowled out, I think they just played 6 games in a row, Lancashire, going into that game at Chelmsford. I was just reading a stat at Old Trafford, and that was where they got bowled out cheaply. Maybe a little bit of fatigue just creeping in. But Essex bowled mighty well there.
They did. Cook to Wells. That's left as he brings his bat up and across his body. The ball through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, quite a contrast. Those stunning stats for Lancashire, particularly the openers. A little bit more mundane for Essex, but respectable. I mean, Cook still leading the averages with just short of 46. Paul Walter averaging 41.5 from 7 games, and of course very much made a name for himself in the 100. And then Brown and Cushy, of course, of late, averaging in the 30s.
Cook to Wells. Gets bat and ball this time, leans into it, just nudges the ball away to the leg side. No run.
But I would think that if you stack up the Essex batting averages and compare them to the Lancashire ones over the course of the season, and bearing in mind Essex have been playing on some pretty flat pitches most of the time at Chelmsford, possibly, although they've sort of rectified it a little bit a couple of games back at Canterbury, but lack of consistent weight of runs has perhaps been a bit of a problem.
Cook turns again. 2 balls left of the over to Wells, who's onto the front foot and smothers the ball away into the offside, and there's no run.
Certainly very, very impressive stats from Lancashire's point of view, and as I say, it just shows Lancashire with their strong bowling attack. Obviously, the Mahmood injury, which I think happened round about the time of the Essex game, didn't it? Trying to think of when it was.
Yeah, it happened
that was a pivotal moment, I think.
It was in the Yorkshire Championship match, which I think may well have been the round before Essex. He's not played since. Cook to Wells. That's hammered down the ground, past the bowler, past the umpire, down towards the boundary for 4 runs. So there's a slightly frantic turn from Jennings, fearing that the ball would clatter onto the stumps and perhaps off a deflection from the bowler. But Wells, that's hammered down the ground, straight past the bowler, past the umpire. First boundary towards the boundary for Sam Cook. Wells moves on to 15. That completes the 6th over, and Lancashire is 17 without loss.
Rory Burns out for a duck to Ben Code, and Surrey are 5 for 1, having been sent in at the Oval. It probably gives Yorkshire their best chance, I think. A September morning under cloud cover at the Oval, with their seam attack to try and make some inroads against a pretty strong-looking Surrey side. But that's an interesting start there. Surrey starting 8 points clear. Nottinghamshire can seal their promotion in this round of games. I certainly expect them to in Division 2. We'll keep an eye on that later. Here is Porter, still under cloud cover on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire, and via the BBC Sport app. He bowls and on the move, just showing he's got time to play there. Jennings almost walking into a shot, just playing it up towards Snater at mid-off. And early on we saw some decent carry, but just indications, Scott, particularly the way Jennings is playing Porter, there's time to play there.
Yeah, a couple of times already we've seen Jennings take a half a step towards the bowler, trying to at least maybe convince himself, but Akidelogy could be involved, that he's got time and to play it, and the pace of the pitch is quite nice. It felt like it'd been more testing when Cook's been bowling.
As this next delivery outside the off stump, and Rossington is happy just to take that with no shot being offered. And it's testing first half hour, but these two haven't looked in a great deal of trouble. The judgment has been good, and I think they'll be pretty pleased with the start here. Lancashire. Essex going in with 3 seamers. There's no Paul Walter, so it's very much a question of the 3 seamers plus Harmer plus Lawrence, maybe, as that's a delivery which just holds it line, goes through to Rossington, but not much movement there for Porter.
Do you know the reason why there's no Paul Walter?
I think Paul Walter's had an injury problem which kept him out of the last. I think he missed the last couple of games, hasn't he, Paul Walter? Yeah, shoulder injury. He did so well in that 100. You see, he was having articles written about him. He was going, saying he was a last-minute replacement.
Yeah.
They put him in just when we were at Sebra, weren't we? We noticed that he wasn't in the Essex squad, but all credit to him. He's really made a name for himself. Interestingly, with the ball as well.
Yeah.
And he hasn't bowled much in the championship for Essex, of course, as this is driven, good-looking shot away, wide of cover for at least 2, being chased back to the extra cover boundary, and it's got enough weight to just get to the line. Yes, good shot, nice cover drive. Some nice cover drives being played here by both batsmen. Another Porter's over pitched. First we saw Wells, and now Jennings leading into the shot.
And he hasn't bowled much in the championship for Essex, of course.
It was worth a chase, good-looking shot away, wide of cover for at least 2, being chased back to the extra cover field quick enough. And it's looking actually in a little bit better shape now with Chelmsford outfield, I have to say, than it was looking a month or so back. It's starting to recover with the championship for Essex, of course. This is driven, good-looking shot away, wide of cover for at least 2, being chased back to the extra cover boundary, and it's got enough. Yeah, certainly playing nicely so far, as this time Jennings again walks and finds that one just getting a bit more bounce, and is possibly going to be in no man's land. In the end decides, right, don't want to have anything to do with that, is clearly missing the stumps, stay well out of the way of it. Neil in Brentwood, good morning on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. A fairly middling season for Essex by their recent high standards, but as long as Cook and Harmer are playing, both Cooks I would say, we'll still be contenders for the championship in the seasons ahead. As mentioned, an unusually flat early season Chelmsford wicket meant we lost too much ground, and this is driven, nice shot, past cover, and that will go for 4, and there's no point chasing that one. Second one in the over, and Snater got across with his hand, but actually sort of went underneath him almost there. Never quite got to it, and away for 4, and some fine strokes being played through the offside by both these two when Porter has overpitched, and just some signs here that this is. I had to sort of take a pick as to sort of what type of wicket this is at Chelmsford, and the sort of 2 types we've had this season so far. It's looking reasonably comfortable for batting. Obviously, we've yet to see any spin bowling. It'll be interesting to see what happens when that comes around. 25 for no wicket, but these two looking comfortable. Wells 15 and Jennings 10 after Lancashire won the toss and chose to bat.
Yeah, bright start by Wells and by Jennings. You've gone through the records this season. They both have had outstanding years with the bat. Across actually all 3, they've opened the batting together in the One Day Cup as well as the County Championship. They both played a lot of T20 cricket as well, so they both had really good years. A nice bright start. There's not much from this end though, is there? When Cook's bowling, there hasn't been much, but waiting for an early change. Yeah, well, maybe Cook might switch ends.
Yes,
perhaps.
I think that might be the case, as Porter obviously bowled badly, but whenever he's overpitched, he has been punished, and that's most of the runs that have come off him. 19 from 4 overs, and Cook 3 overs for 6, giving very little away by comparison. So Shane Snater, who's increasingly sort of embellishing his credentials with the bat as well as with the ball. And later on in the game, I'll be talking to Paul about our Essex players of the season, and I have to say, Snater's making an increasing case for himself to be certainly in the final field for that. I would say there's no obvious standout candidate this season. Some others might disagree, but Snater there gets one through the defences and has bowled him. What a start. His first ball, beautiful delivery, nicely pitched, and that is the end of Luke Wells. Just playing at it and just playing down the wrong line, and the off bail is all that's been removed. Well, what a start for Snater. We're just talking him up, saying he's played sort of well enough to sort of be in the sort of in the field, if you like. You're looking at the outstanding Essex players of the season, and as if to just underline that point, he's just produced a beauty there. I'm not sure. I'd like to see a replay as to sort of what sort of movement there was, but that one got through Wells' defence. He just seemed to play down the wrong line. There must have been a little bit of movement, and he's bowled him for 15, and Wells was looking very good. So 25 for 1. Jennings has 10, and what a start for Shane Snater. We say he's sort of more and more established himself as a regular in the Essex side. Whether they're going to play 3 seamers at Chelmsford or possibly 4 away from home, he's likely to be in the frame. He's sort of there by right now, and say what a season he has had, and obviously played a very vital role with the bat to make sure that Essex got over the line in that recent game at Headingley, and here he's made a cracking start with the ball as Josh Bohannon comes out. Just took the off bail. That first thought was it might just been a play and a miss, and then everyone realised that the off bail wasn't there anymore, and he therefore had made the breakthrough with his first delivery. So that's not a bad way to start for Shane Snater, and that's going to give him some confidence. So yeah, Snater, as I say, has had a pretty good season, and you know, I've no doubt that he's capable of. He can play that Graham Napier role with a bat at number 8, and anyone like me who thinks that Essex are better served by playing, even if whether Harmer's in the side or not, playing 4 seamers, particularly away from home, Snater is good enough at 8 to be relied upon to be able to get 50s. Here's the first ball, and this could be trouble. It's a very good shot for LBW. Wow, he was half forward there. Was the new batsman Bohannon, and well, that was a pretty good shout. I'd like to see a replay of that. He certainly didn't get particularly far forward, but Bohannon must have been nervous momentarily there. Wow, what a start for Snater. So he's taken the off bail of Wells, and then that one, Bohannon half forward. We're not seeing a replay, but that was a pretty good shout. And he was very close to getting wickets with his first 2 deliveries. Well, what a start for him. What's going to happen now? He's only got 3 slips. We had 4 earlier. As well, this one, he is getting movement because that's come off an inside edge and gone away up towards Cushy at mid-wicket. And he's had to run back to field it, and they've got a run. It brings Jennings on strike. So Bohannon off the mark slightly sketchily. But wow, this is some start by Snater, who must be full of confidence after his recent exploits. And what a great over this is to start with. Well, this is very much a battle for 3rd place, with Lancashire starting just 4 points ahead. Lancashire here choosing to bat, got to 25 with their openers with really very few alarms. And then Shane Snater has just come on at the river end. With his first ball, he's dismissed Luke Wells, bowled, just taking the off bail for 15. And then there's a very good shout, first ball against Josh Bohannon, who was half forward for LBW, but given not out. So a great start by Snater, which has lifted Essex here, with Lancashire hitherto looking pretty comfortable. They're 26 for 1 in the 8th over, having won the toss and chosen to bat. And that last ball just played by Jennings up into the offside, and there's no run. So yeah, Snater averaging just under 28.5 now, which is sort of what you might hope for from a number 8, as that one is another useful delivery which has Jennings pushing forward, and it just goes over the stumps and goes through to Rossington. And then we've got, looking at his bowling, he's now got sort of 26 wickets at an average. Funnily enough, his batting and his bowling average are more or less identical, 28.43 with the bat, and you look at his bowling and it's 28.92. Yeah, so he's got a pretty good economy rate, and so he's done very well. Again, that little bit of movement again from Snater, and it's glided down off an open face down towards 3rd man, and Brown will cut it off, and they've got a couple of runs, but a little bit of movement again, just causing a little bit of consternation there for Jennings, but he squeezed it away for 2. But what a fantastic first over. That really was outstanding, and it's just changed the momentum of things, because Lancashire had been very comfortable, Scott, and now 28 for 1 with a single on the board to Bohannon, who had survived a very close LBW shout first ball. 12 to Jennings with Wells out for 15. It's 28 for 1, and welcome to Paul Newton after a few words from you.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I mean, but brilliant bowling change from Tom Wesley. I mean, might well have been forced into it, because Porter was just a wee bit expensive from that ace close end, so maybe wanted to switch Cook to that end, which is what he has done. Cook being reintroduced from that far end. So because perhaps Porter was just a wee bit expensive, he's forced to change, and Snater's first over was outstanding. Here comes Cook. Oh, that's hit Bohannon on the pad. He's given it, LBW. Well, the change has worked an absolute treat for Essex. The bowling change to get Cook on that far end, get Snater into this end, has kind of transformed the feeling of the first half an hour, 40 minutes, and Bohannon's gone, and LBW victim off the bowling. Here comes Cook. Sam Cook. Cook's been hit Bohannon on the pad. He's given it, LBW. And the first delivery from the far end of the ground, and Cook celebrates the wicket, and Lancashire lose 2 inside successive overs. Luke Wells, after a positive start, looked in good touch, and then quickly following him, Josh Bohannon, LBW, and Lancashire 28 for 2. Bohannon making just 1 from the 3 deliveries he's faced, but this last 10 minutes so has been terrific for Essex, but the bowling change has worked an absolute treat. They maybe forced into it because of the way that Porter was bowling, wanting to get Cook on there. Snater and Cook in combination now as Paul comes in for the first time this morning. Good morning to you, Paul. It's been a lively kind of 10 minutes or so.
It has indeed, Scott. Great to be with you, and good morning, everyone. And we could have an unusual hat trick here, which would be if we get 3 consecutive bowling changes that get to wicket with the first ball of that bowling change. Snater's done it, Cook's done it. We must eagerly await and see what the next bowling change is, and look very closely at the first ball. Terrific bowling, and these 2 lads are on fire at the moment. Porter's bowling well without too much luck, but Snater and Cook are Essex's 2 on-fire men, and not just with the ball.
4 slips in place. Here's Cook to the new batter, which is Stephen Croft. And that's flicked away off the hip down towards fine leg. He might get 4 for it. The chase on down towards us. Yeah, it is 4 runs. It'll glance away off the pads down to the fine leg boundary. The ball rattles its way
4
past,
slips in place.
Here's Cook to the new batter, which is Stephen
so
Croft.
he's off the mark straight away.
That's flicked away off the hip down towards fine leg. He might get 4 for it. The chase on down towards just eased away off the pad. 4 slips in place. Here's Cook. It's the only loose ball he's sent down all morning. He really has bowled beautifully. First up here for Essex. 32 for 2 then, Lancashire. Croft on 4. It's Cook who's in to Croft, who drives, and the ball deflects up to mid-on, and there is no run. Still with the 4 slips in place. Cook, Harmer, Lawrence and Critchley, I think. Yeah, Matt Critchley is at 3rd slip and Lawrence at 4th slip. So the 4 slips to the point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Stephen Croft on strike. High back lift. He's bowling, so he's Cook bowling to Croft, who just defends safely up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Stephen Croft, a very good record against Essex, and of course played that superb innings that really turned the match, I think, in the quarter-final of the T20 at Old Trafford. He came in and immediately set about the bowling after, I think that was a game where Keaton Jennings was out with one of those deflections into the stumps, right, wasn't it?
Yep.
But then Essex, having got that early breakthrough when Sam Cook was bowling, Lancashire just took them apart.
Cook comes over the wicket to Croft, and that loops away back towards the bowler, bouncing in front of Sam Cook, just away to his right-hand side. Ball landing safe, and there's no run.
Yeah, lots of people have been praising Sam Cook, not least the Essex captain, Tom Wesley. I interviewed recently. He said, look, in my book, this guy is undoubtedly world class. He said, we're so lucky to have him. He takes wickets at home, he takes wickets away, he takes first innings wickets, he takes second innings wickets. And as has been said, it's not just his wickets, he's so darned hard to get runs off.
Final ball of the over. Cook to Croft, up onto his toes, and just pushes the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. And it's another standing over from Sam Cook. He's only bowled 1 poor ball all morning so far. Really has been a terrific start with the ball on the wicket with the first delivery, as Paul identified that bowling change. Second time the bowling change has produced a wicket with the first ball sent down. 32 for 2, 9 overs gone. Keaton Jennings 12 and Stephen Croft on 4.
Well, we've got umpiring royalty here at Chelmsford today. Richard Kettleborough, standing at the River End, has umpired in many of the test matches this summer, and I'll tell you what, if I were a captain, I would say, look lads, we don't refer anything. If that man says it was either out or not out, we just accept it. Any referrals are going to come from whoever's standing at the other end. No offence to that person, but Kettleborough hardly ever proves to be wrong. And here is Snater in, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Keaton Jennings, plays it a few yards into the offside. Fielded by Dan Lawrence, there's no run. And it looked to all the world as if Snater had got Bohannon LBW with just his second ball of the morning, having already got a wicket with his first. But bearing in mind it was Kettleborough making the not out decision, I'm inclined to think it probably was not out. Because, so often things have gone upstairs, and so often it comes back that the umpire knew best. Well, it's great to be able to say that. Snater's in. Bowls to Jennings, beautifully taken by the wicket-keeper there, because that, Adam Rossington being the wicket-keeper, of course, he's standing right up to the stumps to try and cramp Keaton Jennings' tactic of coming a little bit out of his crease to the quicker bowlers. Shane Snater, meanwhile, exchanging a word or two with his captain. And what a season Shane Snater is having, as I'll describe in a moment or two. And here he comes now. 3 slips now. Bowls, it's a very good delivery again. It's nicely taken. There's some real bounce in this pitch. If Essex could have carried this pitch with them for all 7 matches this season, it'd be at least a 3-horse race for the county championship, not 2, because first over, Scott, of the game against Somerset here, I'm with Anthony Gibson, and third ball, Nick Brown edges it. It doesn't carry to slip. And I said, Anthony, I'm afraid we're in for 4 days of utter tedium. And we were. 1 innings match. So the appeal for LBW here now. For me, correct decision from Kettleborough again, because that was clearly right arm round to left-hand batsman. It was going down leg side, and I'd have been amazed if the finger had gone up. It might also have been discounted for height. 32 for 2 though. Good start for Essex, Lancashire having won the toss.
Yes, I remember watching the scores of that game, and felt for you and for Anthony, and indeed the players, and indeed the supporters. It wasn't a thriller, was it? Watching on from a distance.
Nobody was more cheesed off than the players. You make such a good point. Snater's in and bowls, and again, a good wicket keeping this over from Adam Rossington, because the ball is moving around quite a bit, and the bounce is more than it would have been at any other match here at Chelmsford this season. He's done very well. That was, you'll gather, left by the batsman, and Rossington continues to stand up, continues to do some very good takes, because Snater is a slightly unpredictable bowler. He's not like Cook, you know, sort of always on the same spot all the time. You're not quite sure where he's going to bowl it. And very effective, I hasten to add. He's not so effective here, because Keaton Jennings, a lovely straight drive. In spite of the keeper standing up, he moved onto the front foot, got the weight exactly right, and hit it back past the bowler. Beautiful shot. Fine bit of batting.
You're not
he
quite
mentioned
sure where he's going to bowl it.
For the moment, very effective, I hasten to add. In this
not so
early
effective
stages
here,
of a game,
because
in which
Keaton
Jennings, a lovely straight drive.
And
In Lancashire, 36 for 2 in 10 overs.
Yeah, interesting 10 overs of the match. Interesting first 45 minutes or so of cricket.
You're not quite sure where he's going to bowl it. And very effective, I hasten to add.
Gentle,
not so effective here,
Cook was
because Keaton
outstanding,
Jennings, a lovely straight drive. In spite of the keeper
loose at times, and Lancashire made the most of that. It's a different challenge now. We've got a short leg in place as well. I quite like this.
Yeah, I think it's a good tactic. I remember... now, I'm just trying to think who I was commentating with. Yes, it was up at Yorkshire, and come back to that after this point, after this ball.
Yeah, 3 slips in the short leg. Cook comes over the wicket to Croft, who's off the back foot and just eases the ball away into the offside. Pick up and throw towards the bowler's end. It's Dan Lawrence with a pick up and right arm throw.
If that hits, I think he's out.
I think he is, yeah. It was just a little push and go from Croft, but...
Great bit of fielding, because he was running at full tilt to his right, ball rolling along the ground. He stoops down, picks it up and shies. Croft, I don't think, realised quite what the situation was, didn't really apply the afterburners, and it was just a case, I think partly it was just he knew that if it hit, he was gone.
Jennings back on strike. Cook comes around the wicket. It's a lovely ball to the left-hander, angled in, just holds its line and through to the keeper. There's no run. He's bowled beautifully to both left-handers today as Cook. 37 for 2.
Yeah, he's such a terrific bowler, and as Nick was mentioning, I'm one of those who advocates that when the great Jimmy Anderson does finally call it a day in 6 years' time, he, for me, would be the ideal replacement. You look at a Jimmy Anderson bowling analysis, he's always dead economical, and so's this guy, and both of them take lots of wickets.
Into Jennings, little shuffle forward, and ball goes past the outside edge, taken by Ross. There's no run. Into Jennings, little shuffle forward, and 37 for 2. Past the outside. Inside the first 45 minutes of play, the opening day of the penultimate round of County Championship fixtures.
Luke Wells was bowled by Snater's first delivery of the day, first bowling change for 15, and when Cook was switched to the top end, he, with the first bowl of the second bowling change, had Josh Bohannon LBW for 1.
And it's Cook to Jennings, just deflects into the offside as the ball angles into his thigh pad and balloons away to backward point. And Again, there's no run.
We hear from the Grumbler, contacting us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi Nick," who was on at the time, "hope all is well. My take is that Essex have been 7 out of 10 in the Blasts and the Royal London, 8 out of 10 in the Championship, but Surrey and Hants have been 9 out of 10. Come back to the rest of his email after the next Cook delivery."
Yeah, he's back to the top of his mark. He's Cook, gliding his way back in again with that short leg in place. It's crunched away into the offside, one bounce and picked up at point, and there's no run.
And he continues, "Early draws on flat pitches cost Essex at home. Away from home counties are preparing their pitches to negate harm. See last 2 games where we did not miss him. No, in fact, it was part of why Essex won, because they played Ben Allison, who was tremendous both at Canterbury and at Headingley, and not just with the ball either, with the bat on both occasions. And there was just nothing for the spinner. It wouldn't have been any help at all on those 2 pitches to have included Simon Harmer."
Final ball of the over, Cook to Jennings. Just a little walk towards the bowler. Deflects the ball calmly and coolly away to mid-wicket for no run. It's the end of the over, just the 1 run off it, that single that Croft took, the first ball of the over. Slightly frantic single it was. For 11 overs of the Lancashire first innings, 37 for 2.
And he signs off, "Regards the Grumbler, PLS plug newsletter if you can." There we are, I plugged it. Not quite sure exactly which newsletter you're referring to there, but by all means amplify. And while we're on the subject of the Grumbler alias Richard Grant, he is going to be one of the guests at the Cricket Society, which is resuming this year after a gap from 2019, where we just got our final meeting of the year in before COVID struck. And just looking to find the various dates there. Graham Gooch is going to be the first guest, 8 o'clock in the Pavilion, Tuesday the 11th of October. Snater's in, up from the River End, bowls well wide of off stump, and a lead by Stephen Croft. And in the November meeting, John Stevenson is the guest, and I think I'm right in remembering that Richard Grant, alias the Grumbler, is the guest in January, and Richard Clark, I do beg the Grumbler's opinion there, my mistake. Richard Clark, not Grant. I don't know why I said Grant, but I always get names mixed up these days. And in between, in December, it's Sue Redfern, the distinguished lady umpire. Appeal for LBW, but the batsman well forward, playing a shot outside off stump. Among the many reasons why that one was never going to be upheld. 37 for 2 on the board. Lancashire winning the toss and choosing to bat. So just to amplify, Cricket Society, which is every second Tuesday of the winter months in the Chelmsford Pavilion. Paul Hiscock has taken over from me after my 21 years in the chair. Good luck to Paul, and he will be chairing. Graham Gooch on October the 11th. John Stevenson, the current Essex Chief Executive and Acting Chairman, on November the 8th. Here's Snater in bowls, and that's on leg stump, single down to Sam Cook at long leg, score to 38 for 2. Croft moves up to 6. Then we have Sue Redfern on December the 13th, the first female umpire to be elevated to the first class list. Many congratulations to Sue, she'll be a great guest. And Richard Clark, the Grumbler, will be the guest on Tuesday, January the 10th, 2023. So Shane Snater is going to continue bowling round the wicket from the River End with a bat pad in, and he bowls now, and this ball a little bit off an outside edge has gone for 2 runs through extra cover. Dan Lawrence is ambling after it because he knows there'll be an easy 2, but they won't go for a third. 39 for 2, and that takes Keaton Jennings up to 18. Just finishing a point I was starting to make a couple of minutes ago. Roland Butcher was our distinguished guest up at Headingley, third commentator last week, and he made the point that he felt Essex were missing a trick by not having a bat pad, and I think he had a very good point there, and I think it's right they've got one. Nick Brown under the helmet there now. 3 slips and the bat pad as Snater bowls around the wicket to Keaton Jennings, and he plays this ball without timing into the point area where it's fielded by Jamie Porter. No run, choosing to bat. Lancashire are 40 for 2 in the 12th.
Yeah, quite enjoyed having a company of Roland Butcher this season. He's been with us for a few games.
Yeah, he's a good man.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
Very good man indeed. Reads the game well. And I was very interested. The batsman he really applauded for Essex in their sort of very nearly failed run chase of 162 was none other than the guy coming in at number 9, Ben Allison. As Snater is in, bowls, and this ball is just dabbed by Keaton Jennings. That's the last ball of the over. No run out to Porter at point. 40 for 2, choosing to bat Lancashire in 12 overs with 18 to Keaton Jennings and 6 to Stephen Croft. And he just admired the way that Ben Allison did all the right things. He was trying to hold his end up to keep Shane Snater company, and the two of them put on 63 for the 8th wicket after Essex had slumped to 64 for 6 and 93 for 7. And he really did it. All his shots were straight out of the MCC coaching manual, which couldn't be said of some of his predecessors. We both felt he should go up the order, but Snater was absolutely magnificent. A brilliant 65 not out he was credited with, because he was only given 1 run for a ball he hit for 4 off the final delivery when Essex needed just the 1 for victory. The way he kept his head but kept hitting boundaries, to the indifferent balls, was first class.
Is it Cook over the wicket and bowling, and that's defended by Stephen Croft up off his toes, pushing it away into the offside for no run.
The hardest thing in cricket, Scott, having taken a lot of junior cricket, is being able to keep your head in a run chase. It's one thing to score runs batting first, but in a run chase you need to sort of be hitting a few boundaries, but it's no good just trying to clout every ball for 4, and very few people can manage that trick, and Snater can. His choice of the ball to hit was almost faultless.
Cook to Croft, just leans into it and defends to mid-off, no run.
And what I should have said, or added, is just as important is knowing which ball not to go after. Because that's the one that's going to get you out if you do. And it really was just a magnificent example of how to approach a run chase when all those around him had completely either lost their heads or become so utterly strokeless that their demise could never be far round the next corner.
3 slips, short leg, mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off point. And it's Cook to Croft. Again, that's just eased away into the offside. Previously, Croft took a single in a not too dissimilar situation, which I think would have been his undoing had Lawrence hit. This occasion he turns down the chance of a sharp one.
It's interesting, both Essex's away wins in the last 2 games at Canterbury, beginning of the month, and then at Headingley last week, were hair's breadth wins, but for totally different reasons, which I'll explain after the next delivery.
Cook turns and starts his approach again. He's halfway through his latest overs. Bowled beautifully here for Essex. That's a good ball that beats Croft. That comes back in and taken by Rossington away to the leg, so that beats him on the inside edge. Blimey, that's a sharp ball that's come jagged back in.
Yes, terrific delivery. At Canterbury,
gliding his way back in
was
again
not
with
that
that
Essex
short
nearly lost.
Crunched away to the offside. One
failed
bounce
to get
picked
to
up
the last
point
2 wickets in the gloaming on the evening of the 3rd day, and the forecast for the 4th was diabolical. But somehow, ironically, because of brilliant work by the Kent ground staff, there was just enough time for them in the end to take the last 2 wickets.
Cook to Croft. Again, that's just pushed out into the offside. There's no run.
And if Kent do get relegated, and I hope they don't, but if they do, they'll curse their ground staff, because they were so brilliant in getting the game going when they did. About 40 minutes after the final wicket was taken, it absolutely cats and dogs it down. So they would have got 8 points for the draw. They only took 1 point from the match because Essex won. And then, of course, Essex 9 down. The last ball started with Essex needing 1 run to win and Kent 1 wicket to tie. Great finish.
It comes back into Croft again, who defends away into the offside, and there is no run. Another really good testing over that from Cook. He's got a couple to move away, and then he gets 1 or 2 to come back in. And he's bowled beautifully here. Maiden for Cook, 13 overs gone, 40 for 2.
Yep, nothing to do with bias, but anybody who knows anything about cricket watching Cook would have to admire his economy, the difficulty he confronts the batsman with, because every ball you're thinking, what's he going to do next? And You know, there was one, that last delivery kept a bit low,
Yeah,
came
good,
back
yeah.
at the batsman, but he's just as capable of getting one to leave a batsman. He's got a pretty good Yorker that he bowls, particularly in white ball cricket. We saw him in the 100, you know, 4 for 18. Different ball game, but he's still bowled quite brilliantly. Snater's in and bowls, and that ball goes off the edge and is caught at point, and that is the end of Keaton Jennings, and that stopped in the pitch, took the outside edge, and the simplest of catches, it just not ballooned but looped up in the air, and Jamie Porter will not take a much easier catch than that one. 40 for 3.
Yeah, that was my first opinion too, Paul, as well, that maybe it just held up in the pitch. He certainly seemed to take Keaton Jennings a little bit by surprise. In the end, the ball just looped nicely to point. Be interesting to watch that back on the replay. Jennings was a little startled, I think, wasn't he, when he was given out, when he saw that ball loop up and was taken at point, kind of looking back down the pitch. Just seemed just to perhaps stick a little bit in the surface. I mean, the way that Snater's bowling, with the keeper standing up, the short leg in place as well. I mean, it's a really good ploy, that, isn't it, with Snater. It just doesn't give the batsman any kind of degree of freedom or movement. And if that one did just hold a little bit on the surface, a great deal that Jennings could do about it.
Bit of pedantry here from John Bush, who points out to me, Sue Redfern is not a lady umpire. She's a woman or female umpire. Thank you, Josh. And he has contacted us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. You're almost welcome. Particularly if you like a bit of pedantry to seize upon my every word. But Snater at the moment is unstoppable. Doesn't matter if he's bowling or batting. He's absolutely on fire. And I have to... my good friend, the car park attendant, John, this morning, he said when he first came, I thought he was useless. And now he's just a match winner. And I have to say, I shared his sentiments. I think he came on the recommendation of Ryan Tenduscarter.
Right.
And about 5 years ago, we all thought, well, what's he doing over here? You know? And now I have to you've heard me take my hat off to him, his innings at Headingley to win the match. I mean, Essex were to all intents and purposes absolutely beaten pointless at the time he came to the crease. And the bowler, Steve Patterson, nobody could get a run off him, and Snater wasn't having it from the word go. You know, the ball was singing off the middle of his bat. You know, I mean, he's a genuine all-rounder. You know, he's got 7 wicket hauls for Essex in his time. As he comes in and bowls, and this ball is defended into the offside. There's no run there, as Dane Villas, I think, has come in. He has indeed, and he too had a terrific innings in the quarter-final of the T20. He and Stephen Croft settled Essex's hash big time. It wasn't that Essex made that bad a score. I think it was about 168, but Lancashire could have made over 200 the way they batted there. Thanks, Scott. To look forward to seeing you in another half hour. Nick Gledhill is about to join me. And Snater, towards the end of this over, comes in, bowls, and that ball is nicely guided down to fine leg, and the best efforts of Sam Cook are unavailing. It's gone for 4. Sam is really more of a deep backward square leg than a long leg. Early draws on this ball went cost Essex 45 degrees. Away from home counties are preparing their pitch. No chance of cutting that off. All we can see last 3 games where 44 for 3 Essex. No, in fact, it was for their morning's work, so he continues. And 4 runs to Villas to get off the mark there. We have 3 slips and a back pad, and a point who was pretty relevant in the most recent dismissal. Snater bowls. Oh, and that's not taken cleanly by Adam Brossington, who I think has hurt his hand trying to take that ball. He's standing up. I don't envy him his task, because there is a bit of variable bounce, and that one bounced more than he might have anticipated. And we know that Brossington at times has been in agony with his hand. I think it was at Canterbury where he was in a bit of trouble. Nick, welcome back.
Yeah, morning, Paul. It's interesting that the pitch, since Snater's come on, seems to have done a lot more. I think the lacquer and everything was an issue, because there wasn't a lot of deviation. The openers played that first half very well, but there's been much more since.
Yeah, good point. As Snater's in and bowls, and beautifully taken in spite of a sore hand by Rossington, who's really being challenged here to do some excellent keeping by standing up. And Snater is quick and he's unpredictable, Nick, so it wouldn't be easy to stand up to him.
Well, very, very good indeed from Essex, and we were something I was going to talk about during the course of the game, but we were just talking in the press box next door about Player of the Season candidates, and we sort of agreed there was no outstanding candidate, but this man had as good a case as anybody, really, Shane Snater.
Another ball goes by outside off stump, rebounds off the wicketkeeper's pads. End of the Snater over. 44 for 3 and 14 over. Successful over for Snater. Email from Ron Clark, who says, could you please repeat the name of the chairperson that you mentioned related to the Grumblers' recent email? I just wanted to get his name right and do some research on said gentleman. It's Paul Hiscock, who for many years now has been a very distinguished member of the Essex written press. Top class man, and he's just the man to take over, and wish him all the very best, and he'll have a great start with Graham Gooch, the first guest of the Cricket Society in the Chelmsford Pavilion, Tuesday, October the 11th, and you can pay on the gate, and it's not an exorbitant fee to get in and listen to Essex's all-time great.
Oh, well, I might try and come along to that and pay on the gate, Paul. So
yeah, please do.
What time does it start?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, right. Interesting stuff. So anyway, here's Cook bowling, and that's just played defensively, but with some caution, just by Croft up into the offside, and there's no run. So the Lancashire batting lineup, which has basically been pretty strong against most opponents this season, did struggle, of course, at Old Trafford against the Essex seam attack, and certainly not having its own way here today so far. 44 for 3. Essex will feel if they can get a couple more wickets before lunch, then they're really going to put themselves in a strong position in this battle for third place. 3 slips and a short leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a cover and a backward point, and there'll be a fine leg on the boundary. Just a little bit of bounce, push into the offside, quick single, pick up by Lawrence, almost collides with Cook, but thankfully not, and they scamper through for the 1 run. So Croft to 7 and Villas on 4. Big partnership this for Lancashire. If these two can get established, they can turn this innings around, but if Essex can make another breakthrough or two quickly, that's going to be quite significant, with a debutant wicketkeeper who'll be 20 in a few days' time, due to come in next.
John Bush is not done with me. He says, he comes back and says, using the correct word is not pedantry.
So that's going to be a running argument for the 2 days. So we'll score it on points, I think. John will get a knockdown in the afternoon, and but thank you, John. As his Cook with 3 slips. Oh, that's popped up into the air just wide of short leg, up towards mid-wicket. And again, a little bit of bat and pad there, and not far away from Nick Brown. And,
no, he's very good there, Nick Brown. I've seen him take some blinders, so if he couldn't quite get there, probably nobody would. He's inherited the mantle, really, Nick, of Ryan Tenduscarter, who always used to don the helmet.
Yes, it's an important position, and particularly this sort of pitch where there has been some bounce, and if it becomes variable, you're going to be in line potentially for those bad pad chances. As here is Cook again, bowls, and stoically forward here Villas, playing that up into the offside. Dean Villas, who can very much play to the match situation. He can be obdurate and defensive, but he gets on top. He's as destructive as anybody, but the match situation is a long way from that.
Yes,
for Lancashire at the moment.
Everything you say is right, and ditto Stephen Croft. I mean,
yes.
If Essex serve up any loose deliveries, they're going to disappear to the boundary, so you're quite right to say that this is a very dangerous partnership for Essex to try and break.
And here is Cook again, bowls, and this time again just negotiated really with a little bit of caution, just going forward. That's playing it up towards mid-on and no run. Disappointment, of course, for Lancashire. Losing 2 finals is always quite tough, isn't it, Paul? And they've been there and thereabouts in the Championship, but like Essex, have not been able to live with Surrey and Hampshire. But losing 2 finals is tough, and I think they probably should have won the first of those in the T20. Hampshire didn't actually play that well on that occasion, and they still won the game. This is played just past the bowler, up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But all credit to Kent. You wouldn't have put a price on Kent when they were thumped here in a group match. I think you saw that one. You might have seen that one, Paul, the
Yes,
Essex
I did.
Kent game. I don't think you'd have put much credence on Kent as potential winners of the competition on that occasion. But it just shows one of the ironies about both the 50 overs and the 20 overs this season is that a side that looked to be absolutely nowhere midway, well, not quite midway in Hampshire's case, but early stages of the group stage, went on and won it.
Yes,
45 for 3.
I've clouted at least the first 2 fences this morning. Not content with dealing with Josh, the grumbler comes back and quite rightly says, "Dear Peter Newton, I having got Richard's real name, of course, Richard Clark, but I refer to him as Richard Grant." He says, "No problem getting my name wrong. Just Google County Cricket Newsletter, and my weekly newsletter is the first entry. It's weekly during the season, fortnightly outside, news, interviews, and very strong views." Thank you, Grumbler. And there you are. You've now had every chance to publicise your newsletter. Snater's in up from the river end, bowls and a play and a miss here. Quite an expansive drive from Stephen Croft. Fails to connect with the ball. Probably just as well for him, actually. 7 to him, 4 to Villas. And Lancashire having chosen to bat, and 2 wickets for Snater and 1 for Cook, as Lancashire have lost Luke Wells for 15, Josh Bohannon for 1, and Keaton Jennings for 18.
Yes, and some very passionate views in that newsletter, which I subscribe to, and certainly well worth a read.
Snater's in. Bowls, and Croft has hit this ball, and bad misfield there by Cushy. Maybe it took a little bit of a divot on its way to him, but he seemed to have everything under control, and what should have been a dot ball is going to end up being 3 runs. Snater won't grumble if he now gets the wicket of Villas next ball, who wouldn't otherwise have been on strike, but 3 to Croft takes him up to 10 and scored a 48 for 3.
Let's go back to Saturday. The 50 over final, pretty decent pitch for a final. It was a bat first pitch because it got slow as it went on, but so it was nice to have, obviously a bit odd not having it at Lord's, but it was nice to have the one-day final back on a Saturday, wasn't it, Paul? Compared to that Thursday afternoon last time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that ball is way down leg side and has been flicked away to Cook on the deep backward square leg boundary, and a typical bit of good fielding. He's a good fieldsman on top of his other virtues. Sam Cook, 49 for 3 with Villas along to 5, and yes, I mean, it's great to get to a final, but you really have to win them. And I don't mean this nastily to Lancashire in the least, but you feel so desolate when you lose a final, and to lose 2 in one season is particularly hurtful. Snater is on his way and bowls this time to Croft. Croft plays it this time. Cushy picks it up cleanly. There's no run. 49 for 3. And I did feel actually that Lancashire would kick themselves for not winning the most recent final, because they bowled so well at Kent in those closing overs.
Yes.
But what had looked as if it would be at least 350 to chase was only just over 300. And I think it was a situation where Kent had virtually to bowl Lancashire out to win the game. Of course, that's pretty much what happened. It always felt as if Lancashire had just lost 1 wicket, maybe 2 too many. As this ball is driven firmly into the covers, nicely fielded by Cushy, with a good bit of fielding and a good throw to follow up. And score remaining at 49 for 3.
Yes, the importance, of course, of major contributions at the top of the order, which of course benefited Kent, but it was a nice throwback to the classic games of the 70s, when of course Lancashire and Kent were just about the 2 strongest one-day sides there were about 50 years ago. They had a final in 71. Of course, there was also one in 95 where David Fulton famously batted in the sun hat against Waitemacra.
Snater bowls and Peel for stumping, but batsman had not left home, and David Milnes, the umpire at the Hayes close end, but good end to the over from Snater. But Lancashire moved on to 49 for 3, 10 and to Croft, 5 to Villas, and Jacob Heisman comes in and says, "Thanks for your commentary. I was wondering what your opinions were on Andrew Strauss's report findings, particularly on the increase of Lions and North v South games. Does it decrease the relevance of county cricket or increase the standard and competitiveness?" Don't know what.
Has the Strauss findings actually been reported yet, or is that still?
Well, it sounds as they have. I know they were meant to be, but I haven't personally seen them.
Right. Let's see if I can get more information about that, because I'm actually quite a fan of, Lions games can be appropriate. I think the tour matches are a bit of a thing of the past, and they can be appropriate games as Cook bowls. Well, that's a useful slower bouncer, which certainly has Villas just thinking about playing the hook shot, but in the end he's probably better off not playing at it, and it goes through to Rossington. But a nicely disguised change up there from Cook, with 1 for 12 in 7 overs and 1 ball, and Snater 2 for 18 in 5 overs, including a wicket with his first ball, and some thought quite close to a wicket with his second ball as well. But these two has been an outstanding combination of the two of them. 49 for 3 Lancashire, who won the toss and chose to bat. But this is, I think, possibly what's going to happen during the 100. As this is all delivery, which just outside the off stump, and just cuts back in, and just looking at it, he was leaving it alone, and almost then Villas thinking, actually that could go into my off stump. That was a nice delivery from Cook, and Villas in the end was quite pleased to see it not hit the stump and go through to Rossington.
Yes, well described. At the moment, Cook typically is just posing a different problem with every new delivery.
Yes, and been in outstanding form again this season, Cook, and played up into the onside, just off the pitch actually in the end as Brown picks it up, and obviously Cook playing in the 100 and getting some games as time went on, which is almost a relief, because you don't want one of the county's players just sitting on the sidelines all the time.
No, I mean the man's brilliant, because I mean he got 4 for 18 in that final, and again they couldn't get any runs off him, let alone stop him taking wickets. That's tremendous performance.
3 slips and a short leg. That's just pushed up into the offside. Villas calls Croft through for a quick run. That's well run. So that's the 50 up for Lancashire in the 17th over on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Lancashire, and online via the BBC Sport website and app. It's Nick Leadhill, Paul Newton with you at the moment, Scott Reed as well, and a cloudy Chelmsford on the opening morning of this penultimate round of championship matches. And hasn't it all gone quickly again, Paul?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it feels like the season started about a week ago.
Well, actually the second part of the season did.
Yeah.
As Cook bowls, and this is a clubbed drive without timing by Croft to mid-on, and there is no run. But I just felt like, the gap before the resumption on the 5th of September was just too long.
Oh, it is. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the trouble is, we talk about the 100, but whatever its merits, there's one too many competitions as a result of it. How much better would it have been to, just make a few modifications to the blast, a few upgrades?
Yes, you just have you're right. As this is played just from the crease by Croft towards mid-on. I mean, I was always a fan of your best idea would have been a 2-division blast, and if you did have Lancashire and Yorkshire in separate divisions, you would perhaps have a local derby round where you played your nearest regional rival from the other group for points in your own group, or that would have been an idea, and I always thought that was the best answer. The problem with 100, of course, that delay until September the 5th, it'll probably rain next week. It's a dodgy looking forecast for next week, and we've seen before, Paul, that remember that T20 finals day at Edgbaston in glorious conditions. The weather then fell apart for Taunton, didn't it?
Just let me interrupt, because I just want to flag up the potential for a very unusual hat trick here. We've got the third bowling change. Now, wicket has fallen off the first 2 balls of the first 2 bowling changes, bowled by Snater, wicket first ball, and Cook when he was switched to the Hayes close end first ball. Simon Harmer, in his inevitable dark glasses, is returning to the fray. It's lovely to see his enthusiasm to play for Essex highlighted when he played Test cricket in South Africa on a Monday and was at Taunton on the Thursday to play for Essex in what was another hair's breadth victory down there. Harmer and Westley are in conversation, but we are particularly interested to see whether for the 3rd time the first ball of a bowling change, 3rd time running this would be, can bring a wicket.
50 for 3 at the end of that over, with 10 to Croft and 6 to Villas as Lancashire look to rebuild, and Harmer, of course, the first chance we've had to see him bowl. He's been on the sidelines most of the last month or so, played in that game at Old Trafford where South Africa foolishly thought, oh, we'll do what Essex do, we'll play 3 seamers. Didn't work.
No, it
disastrously didn't work.
No, he didn't have a good game.
No.
Here he is now. Hold your breath, folks. This unusual hat-trick as he comes in and bowls to Dame Villas, tosses it up. Oh, and I think that's almost produced a wicket 2 ways. Technically, I think that comes in and bowls to Dame Villas.
I think it was just hitting the ground as they got to Brownie, but it was very close.
Yep, it would have been a terrific catch if he could have got his hand under it, but there was definitely a bit of bat there, and it was off the ground briefly. So no hat-trick, but boy, it could easily have been. And here, a rather wild drive from Villas at the next delivery, and comes off the pad and goes slowly up to the back pad. Nick Brown. We've also got Alistair Cook at slip, and 50 for 3. Intriguing stuff. We're in the 18th over. Harmer already into the attack, and lovely loop to his bowling this time. More authentic shot from Villas is returned to the bowler.
Well, early signs, Paul. So I wasn't quite sure in the first half hour, but you summed it up well in the second half hour. This looks like a result pitch, more a Gloucestershire and Hampshire pitch than the other ones.
Yep, exactly right. As this next ball, thickish inside edge, and fielded by Matt Critchley at mid-wicket, and no run. Harmer already straight into his groove. As we say, he won't have particularly enjoyed the South African tour for, I suspect, a host of reasons, but here he is back on home ground, as it were, as this ball is played to extra cover and they can take 2. Villas will move up to 8, the score to 52 for 3, but each new bowler in turn is posing a host of problems for the Lancashire batsmen in what clearly is a challenging pitch, and good to see such a pitch after a couple of one-innings matches here this season. The over ends with the ball returned to the bowler by Villas. 52 for 3 at the end of the 18th over. I just wanted to say, in response to Jacob Heasman's request for reactions to the Strauss report, which neither Nick nor myself had a chance to read yet. But what I would say, Nick, there are so many contradictions in the ECB's carry-on. Colin Graves, when he brought in the 100, we were going to see all the world's best players. There's hardly any of them there. And the irony is that the much undervalued county players came to the rescue with some terrific performances, not least Paul Walton.
Yes.
Then again, another contradiction. The way the county championship's going, 8 points for a draw, encouraging draws, encouraging batting for much longer periods, dead pitches perfectly permissible, nothing being done to actually encourage spinning pitches, and plenty to discourage them. Meanwhile, England make 2 inspired appointments of McCullum and Stokes. And what does Stokes say? We want to take the draw out of the equation. And they play at a breakneck pace, the most thrilling cricket we've seen in Test cricket for years. I mean, those are 2 exactly opposite policies.
Absolutely. Here's Porter back on. This is played defensively by Croft up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 52 for 3. Lancashire, if you're just joining us, they won the toss and chose to bat. Look very comfortable, actually. First half hour, no real problems at all. The 2 openers who've been very much in the runs this season, Wells and Jennings, going along nicely, but the turning point was the introduction of Shane Snater. Took a wicket with his first ball to remove Wells, and then almost got Bohannon, well, very close to getting Bohannon's second ball with a very confident LBW shout. As Porter bowls, and this is played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. In the end, Bohannon didn't last too long. He was LBW to Sam Cook for a single, just in fact in the next over, the first ball of the next over, when Cook came back on from the Hayes close end. So that was 28 for 2, Wells out at 25, and then Jennings out at 40. Was taken by Lawrence in the gully off Snater for 18. So Snater 2 for 18 from 5 overs, Cook 1 for 13 from 8, and Porter now in his 5th over, none for 19. 3 slips, no gully, 5 saving 1, and just played comfortably by Croft, getting right behind the ball and playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yes, I don't think there's been any official announcement of the Strauss. I'm just having a little look and see if it actually, if when he comes back on, Scott knows any more. But the key issues, I guess, is, are they going to, the reduction from 14 games, what they do with the counties during the 100. It's going to be interesting. I mean, I was starting to think they might just leave this 50 over competition as it is, because it was quite a big success, I think, this year.
Very much so.
3 slips waiting. That's played off the back foot nicely, and it's well stopped actually at cover. That saves 2 runs. Brown getting across, and nice athletic bit of fielding, because he would have had quite a long chase back. I think he probably would have stopped it, but it would have been, it was nicely timed, but he saved at least a couple of runs there. A crisp stroke through the offside. 52 for 3, 8 to Vilas and 10 to Croft. Lancashire won the toss and are batting.
Yeah, one thing I will say for Strauss, he has had the good sense to defer any radical changes until the season after next, and that at least is a good idea.
Yeah, because we just not enough notice about changes for next year. As here Croft plays a nice stroke, just wide of mid on, sharp the stumps, misses, and good anticipation and backing up at second slip to ensure that that one doesn't get through for potential overthrows. Critchley is just hobbling a little bit after getting across to that. I think he's landed awkwardly on the ground with his knee as he had to anticipate doing the backing up there, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, that's a great bit of fielding by Snater, and if that had hit, I don't think Croft would necessarily have been in there, because he was very, very quick off the mark, Snater. He's having such a good time out there. Everything he's doing is bearing fruit.
It's interesting. He's in a bit of trouble here, Critchley. He's having to wander off. So 53 for 3, just making a few signals towards the captain of the dressing room, but he's obviously landed awkwardly on his knee when he acted as the fielder backing up, moving across from second slip, and just got to it, but looked like he might have just jarred his knee perhaps on the turf as he got there.
I think he'll come back. I don't think it's something, he's walking a little more easily, although still limping, but I think it's something that he feels needs immediate attention and needs to be seen to perhaps upstairs rather than merely the physio coming in from the pavilion. We wish him all the best. There was nothing obvious there, apart from the fact that he did land on his knee just as the ball may have even hit it a bit. But I think he will eventually be able to come back. Hope so from his and Essex's point of view. 53 for 3 up on the board.
Yes, to be honest, I think the 50 over competition, I know Somerset have got concerns about it, but I thought it worked pretty well this year, and I'd almost be inclined to leave it where it is. The only alternative is these sort of regional 4-day games, as that one is outside the off stump, and just in the end, I think it just comes down. I think it must have got a little bit of bat on that Vilas. I'd like to see a replay of that. It looked like he was leaving it alone, but then it's just gone down towards short leg. But 53 for 3, 8 to Vilas and 11 to Croft, and Lancashire looking to rebuild. This is a very important partnership. Surrey 51 for 1. They lost Rory Burns for a duck, having been put in against Yorkshire. But Ryan Patel is 33 not out. Hashim Amla got 100 last time out, is with him. So they are, you feel now, settling down at the Oval. Unlike Kent at the Aegeus Bowl, who sent in a 28 for 3. And Carl Abbott, who had an injury problem in Hampshire's last game, is playing, and that's rather important. And Barker, Abbas and Abbott with a wicket each for Hampshire, starting 8 points behind Surrey. And I say, if Hampshire win this game, going to make the last game between Lancashire and Surrey very interesting.
Harmer begins his second over from the River End, the 20th of the innings, and first ball is just dropped down at the feet of Nick Brown at bat pad. Croft the man on strike. Essex with the 2 close fielders slip in a bat pad, and Harmer bowls, and this is a leave outside off stump from Croft. It was well outside off stump, so he was on safe ground there, and 2 wickets have gone to Shane Snater this morning, one with his very first ball of the day, and Sam Cook got his wicket from the very first ball when he was switched to the Hayes close end from the River End. Harmer bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, 4 runs, beautifully reverse swept, and Croft nonchalantly, rather like somebody quite accomplished at fly swatting, duly landing a victim with a casual stroke of the newspaper, and he picks up 4 runs there, and the score to 57 for 3, and Croft moves to the number he's wearing on his back, 15.
Yeah, nicely executed. So these 2 could turn it round for Lancashire if they can stay in into the afternoon.
Harmer bowls. That ball goes with just a little bit of a suspicion it might have been off the ground. There is a bat pad lurking there, but it went straighter than him towards mid-wicket, and they get an easy single. 58 for 3, 16 to Croft, and Villas into strike on 8. Harmer to Villas, taken on the pad, but playing a shot, stretching right forward and a long way outside off stump, so Harmer doesn't even bother with an appeal, and rightly not. And Harmer is in again. Bowls to Villas, plays it back to the bowler. The batting to come, 2 Georges, Bell and Balderson, 2 Toms, Hartley and Bailey, 2 for the price of 1, Will Williams and Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at basically articles on what we heard of 3 or 4 weeks ago about the Strauss review. Obviously, we know a smaller top division of the Championship, a revamped 50-over competition to be played early season. North versus South games to be played in the UAE. That presumably be in March, and more England Lions cricket. Not particularly against that, because I say they could be effectively replacements for county tour games. But yes, it's what whether we're going to see a reduction from 14 to 12 or even 10. I think that's what the Strauss review wants, is to drop it down to 10, which of course is going to make quite a substantial difference. Whether the blast gets reduced will be interesting as well, as Porter bowls, and this is played by Croft up into the offside. But thankfully whatever changes there are not going to be, as you say, Paul, until 2024, because it would have been ridiculous trying to cram, Nottinghamshire, for example, wondering whether they're going to be stranded yet again outside the top division.
I think it's ridiculous wanting to reduce it from 14 to 12, let alone 10. Yeah. And I was very pleased to see Ben Stokes lend his weight to saying there shouldn't be any further reduction. That is not the way you're going to get a better test side. Simple as that. And break in. Porter's on his way.
Yeah, Porter bowls, and this time Croft just gets nicely forward and plays it defensively, head over the ball, up into the onside, settling in well here. He's on 16 from 35 balls, Villas 8 from 23. Lancashire looking to rebuild, 58 for 3 is the score.
One of the problems you've got, Nick, is that the ECB are trying to run it from the point of view of the 5% who may ever play Test cricket. The other 95%, they don't want to play less and less cricket. Bring it down to 10, they're not going to be paid as much.
As Porter bowls, again just defensively played very correctly by Croft. Back down the pitch and no run. Porter certainly getting a slightly better length here and cutting out the 4 balls he was bowling in his first spell. Another good support for the maintenance of 14 games coming from Keaton Jennings, who did a piece on the structure of county cricket, and he was arguing against the reduction of championship matches. So
good for him.
It's also a shame from an Essex. He's out, but
he soars even higher.
Yes, absolutely. This is another defensive shot from Croft up into the offside, and there's no run.
The interesting thing there as well, Keaton Jennings is a Test match player.
Absolutely.
So he's not one of the many very good county professionals who are not going to play Test cricket. He knows what it's like to do it. Hopefully he will get his place back with an average like 70 odd. He's got to be on the short list for a return, and well done to him, because if I were lucky enough to be good enough to play county cricket, I wouldn't want some of my games taken away.
As Porter bowls, and this time Croft does what he's done most of the rest of the over. He just gets into line and plays defensively as the sun comes out, forcing its way through for the first time today. 58 for 3 in the 21st over, and Keaton Jennings says, in my opinion, you can keep the 14 county championship games. That's only what Ben Stokes said on social media a few weeks ago. You can factor in breaks, so you can play 3 4-day games, have a break from the championship. I think my view is representative, and it clearly echoes what the England captain said. So well said there, Keaton Jennings. I think 14 games is a good amount, and the cricket we play is of good quality.
3 cheers for Keaton Jennings.
And this is again played defensively by Croft, head over the ball. He says the problem comes for Lancashire this season. They had a week off at the start of April, and then basically another one at the start of September, and it can become uneven. But the end of that over, 16 Croft and 8 on the board to Villas, 58 for 3. I still think, Paul, when you look at the schedule closely, that you've still got more avenues to play or to fit the games in. Obviously, if they do move the 50 over competition early season, it probably means the blast has to be reduced as well in order to accommodate 14 games. But I'll give you a good example. Perhaps at the end of this next over, one I was just chatting to the guys next door about, and got their approval. So I'll see if I get yours as well. But up to the end of the over.
Harmer up from the river end begins a new one. Peel for LBW, going to be close, and it's closer than that. And that is the end of Dane Villas. It kept low, everything seemed to be right about the appeal, and more to the point, if anybody was listening to what I was saying about Richard Kettleborough earlier, that man has stood in test matches this summer, and he hardly had a single referral overturned. The river end begins a new one. It looked very out, and Villas departs. Harmer up from the river end begins a new one. Peel for LBW, going to be close, and it's closer than that. And that is the end of Dane Villas. It kept low, everything seemed to be right about the appeal, and more to the thing would be as well that some of the test team are away playing in the IPL anyway. New appeal for LBW, going to be close, and it's closer than that. And that is the end of Dane Villas. Very often, it kept low, everything seemed to be right about the appeal, and more to the point, if anybody was listening to what. And let me say this as well, Strauss says he wants England to be the best side in the world in all three forms of the game. Now, if you take Test cricket, this means if you're going to be the best in the world, you have to be able to win Test series in India. You have to be able to win Test series in Australia. How do you propose to do that when none of our pitches remotely resemble the pitches in India for their spinners, and none of our pitches, which tend to be puddingy, at all resemble the fast bouncy pitches in Australia, which is one of the reasons why I advocate every county playing a week of outground cricket, which tend to be quicker, bouncier pitches, 3-day games, so that you're getting rid of a couple of extra days here and there. You'd end up playing 4 games on outgrounds, but you do need your full 14 games to facilitate that.
Yeah, and that's what you could do in July. I mean, it would be nice for Cheltenham, for example.
Absolutely.
You could do that, but yeah, that would certainly help. And the funny thing is, with the new Brendan McCullum approach, come back to that.
Harmer bowls, and that one was uppish as well. It's gone down to backward square leg for a single, 59 for 4, and that is George Bell, who's just come in, going to wicket keep in this game as well, and 59 for 4 with that single.
Test cricket in this country, and I stress in this country, with good drainage, climate change, the Duke's ball, I know it's still, most people are very sentimental about 5-day tests, but the argument starts to build up against it.
Harmer bowls, it's well invitingly tossed up, but Croft can only meet it with an inside edge. He was aiming through the covers, and the ball ends up in the bowler's hands. 59 for 4. Going to bring Scott Reed back in at the end of this over. So this ball is beautifully swept. That's a fine shot. It's gone to the mid-wicket boundary. 63 for 4, and Stephen Croft moves along to 20.
Yeah, I mean, not least with insurers saying, well, these games never go 5 days.
Beautifully swept.
Not going to insure you on the 5th day anymore. That's just a thought. But I'm in the minority, I know. I'm by all means email against it, but I think eventually we might go to Thursday to Sunday test matches with 2-hour 10-minute sessions, and you have to bowl the overs. You have to bowl the 90 overs.
Harman tosses this up, and it's just played to Nick Brown under the helmet.
And if we ever did that, Paul, obviously you will get still some rain, but climate change is a factor.
Yeah.
Then 3-day county matches for part of a season becomes more logical.
Yes, no, it's true. As this one is padded away, it was a long way outside off stump, so padded away with impunity. The ball ricochets to third man, short third man. There's no run there. The over ends with Lancashire choosing to bat 63 for 4 after 22 overs, and Nick Leadhill is about to be joined by Scott Reed.
Yeah, I know I'm still in the minority on that, and whenever you suggest it, or you see it suggested, there's a tirade on Twitter saying, oh, we can't touch 5-day tests, but there is a certain logic about Thursday to Sunday. Remember, Ben Stokes at Headingley was on a 4th day, and the other thing about it is it gives more chance for some of the lesser nations to tour, because you can look long and hard at the future tours programme to see when Afghanistan are coming to England. Afghanistan have been competing pretty well, of course, against the other Asian sides recently in the Asia Cup. Had a great win at the start of the competition against Sri Lanka, who went on to win it. And of course you can look long and hard and you won't see Afghanistan coming at all, and that's the story these days, with obviously India having 5 tests, and that's basically going to be an entire summer in a couple of years' time. Very hard for some of the other sides to have room to come and tour. Maybe if you had 4-day tests you'd have room for an extra test match, but anyway, this is a good delivery first up from Porter, which is left alone outside the off stump by Bell. So welcome to George Bell, and his championship debut. He's going to get plenty of encouragement from Stephen Croft, I'm sure. Just a few days short of his 20th birthday. Looked it up early, played 1 50-over game and 1 T20. So very much new to the Lancashire team. We wish him well. 3 slips waiting. He's got Jamie Porter to bowl to him at Chelmsford. That's always a difficult proposition. Actually, there aren't many easy options for whoever's bowling this morning. There's Porter bowls, and gets nicely into line and plays up into the covers, and there's no run. And welcome back to Scott.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good luck to George on his debut. So he has played a bit of white ball stuff this season for Lancashire. A couple of games, played very nicely actually in a match at Blackpool. Got some runs and helped Lancashire win a T20 game there. But a great opportunity for him. I think he's going to keep wicket as well. I don't think Vilas is quite ready yet to take the gloves, so he'll be keeping wicket a little bit later on in the match.
Here is Porter bowls. That's a nice delivery, which Bell just comes forward to head over the ball, but just fortunate that it doesn't cut back in and threaten his outside edge, but he in the end was safely able to leave that one alone. So yes, Michael, your questions about the things like the north-south and what will happen during the 100, I guess it remains to be seen, but I was thinking there might be a case, Scott, for keeping the 50-over competition as it is, but I still think they're minded to move it into an early summer slot, and on the basis that they'd have stronger sides available, but fewer group games. That one outside the off stump, and Bell here just pushing forward in the end, just about keeping the bat out of harm's way, but being tested by Porter. 63 for 4 after Lancashire won the toss and chose to bat, and Harmer and Snater very much to the fore this morning, and Sam Cook has chipped in as well, and Porter looking to get in on the act.
Yeah, looking to come back here, isn't he, really, Porter? It was his high standards perhaps just not quite on it first thing, and he was
overpitched a bit, didn't he?
The attack.
I think that was always a plan, probably just to switch Cook, and of course he got a wicket with his first ball, Cook, from the Hayes close end. That's played nicely off the back foot. That's a good shot by Bell. That'll give him some encouragement. That's a splendid way to get your first boundary in Championship cricket for Lancashire. Lovely stroke off the back foot. He saw it was short, just went onto the back foot and just glided it away. Lovely orthodox stroke from the Hayes close end. That'll give him played nicely off the back foot. That's a good shot by Bell. That'll give him some encouragement. That's a splendid way to get your first boundary in Championship cricket for Lancashire. Lovely strike
ball. Get the innings up and running. Great chance for him.
Porter again. Overcast. The sun briefly came through a little while ago, but it's retreated. Yes, as this one. Oh, that's a slightly more iffy stroke, because Porter was sort of encouraging him to play a similar shot, but it wasn't quite there for it, and he rather hung the bat out at that one and was fortunate not to get an edge through. So, yeah, that's. Anyway, an interesting start for Bell. He's got one away, but certainly tested in other parts of the over by Porter. He's gone to 5, 20 to Croft. Lancashire 67 for 4, and the batting to come. Obviously they've got Balderson. Hartley with the batting number 8. I haven't seen too much of him. Is he a genuine number 8? You would think someone that's capable of making the odd 50.
I'll be honest with you, Nick. He's played so little first-class cricket. I don't really know.
No, fair. Yeah, absolutely. So it could be an unknown quantity, but we shall see.
I mean, he's batted a little bit in white ball cricket, and he's chipped in quite a decent amount actually in the blast for Lancashire this year with the bat. A couple of little cameo knocks at the back end of the innings, but I wouldn't be able to tell you too much about his.
You'll know once he's been at the crease for half an hour. You'll be able to give an assessment.
Yeah.
And I guess Bell's, but anyway, Bell, interesting to see how he goes, but he's got a big part to play here with Lancashire 4 down.
Yeah, he's got Harmer about to send down the 24th over of the Lancashire first innings. Croft on 20. He's had to work hard for these 20 runs. Short leg and a slip in place. Around the wicket to Croft, just trying to work the ball away down to the leg side. Taken by Rossington. There's no run. There's a short third and a short fine. Deep square leg, deep point. Mid off and mid wicket for Harmer from the river end of the ground under cloudy skies, twirling in and bowling to Croft, who plays forward, and the ball bounces back down the pitch and scooped up by Harmer off his own bowling with his sunglasses on as ever for Harmer. Quickly back to his mark. He'll brush in past the umpire. Croft goes back and then leaves this ball, nestles into the gloves of Adam Rossington. Takes it and loops it back up towards Harmer. Bell at the non-striker's end goes for a little bit of a walk and then settles back, ready for Harmer to come in and bowl to Croft, who nudges the ball into the onside, just to the left of short leg, and there's no run. 67 for 4 with around about 20 minutes remaining of the morning session on the opening day. Switch to over the wicket this time. Harmer to Croft, and Croft looks to try and reverse it. There's a half an appeal, and not massively convincing one neither from either the bowler or the keeper.
I thought he'd hit that into his pad, but if it didn't, and there was no bat involved, then it was certainly worth a shout.
Croft waits as Harmer bowls, and that's deflected away into the offside, bouncing down towards Cook at short third. It's the end of the over, and Lancashire 67 for 4.
Yeah, Michael, talking about the fact that in the past there were players maybe coasting in county cricket, but central contracts have changed that as England has effectively created a squad. England isn't short of test match talent at the moment, whatever one might think of the debacle in Australia, and more than the Ashes for me, but I'm very much in the minority on that. Yeah, basically the Ashes, I guess, is still the be-all and end-all, isn't it? Everyone measures how well England are doing against the in the context of the Ashes, and it'll be interesting to see whether the McCullum approach works when we get to next year. It's going to be fascinating, isn't it, Scott? So you think that central contracts has strengthened county cricket despite all the losses to more gimmicky competitions. 67 for 4. As here is a nice stroke by Bell. The second nice one he's played actually off Porter, just wide of Snater at mid wicket, and it gets him a run. And it was Jacob, you were the one talking about the Lions and North v South games, and does it decrease the relevance of county cricket or increase the standard and competitiveness? See, that's what we might end up with, I think, during the 100 regional 4-day games. I think is the only real alternative, Scott, to the current 50 over competition.
Yeah, if they move the 50 over to the start of the season, you've got to find. Well, obviously something has to be played in August, and I suspect maybe the championship wouldn't be played.
No, it's Porter bowls, and this is just glided down past square leg out towards wide mid wicket for a single. Certainly, we know that Somerset were particularly unhappy with the lack of cricket at Taunton, and obviously the unavailability of a lot of their players. The one thought I had, which I didn't quite get around to talking to Paul about, was that I just feel that the gap until September the 5th, obviously Lancashire were playing in the latter rounds of the 50 over competition, but some counties didn't have a game for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I was going to just put a thought to you and see what you think as Porter comes in to bowl. 3 slips waiting and 5 saving 1, and Bell gets nicely into line and plays up towards mid on. There's no run. At the point when the 100 is reduced to just 3 franchises, because you have the eliminator and the final. And there's also talk about separating those 2 out, because I think there was a thought that they were too close together, one in Southampton and one in London the following day.
Yeah.
When you get to that point, I think the championship can resume, because you might still have a team that's unluckily hit by call-ups, but there's a big difference in 8 franchises and 3, isn't it, in terms of the likely impact it's going to have on the championship, as this is a delivery which Bell was beaten by outside the off stump. Nice one from Porter, played at that, I think, and 69 for 4. That just might help reduce the gap a little bit, and you've always got, if you are really hard hit, you can always get a loan signing from the other division of cyber team that doesn't require somebody. But there are little ways that you can just tinker with the schedule, I think, and just get county cricket back on stream a little bit earlier. But some counties will be unlucky, but I just think that's something that might be worth looking at. As Porter bowls, this is played by Bell, just getting onto the back foot and playing it nicely up towards Lawrence at backward point, going in ahead of Nick Brown to field that one. And there's no run. Essex this morning, after Lancashire won the toss and chose to bat, 69 for 4. Snaton making the breakthrough and Cook following up straight afterwards. 2 more wickets since. But here is Porter again from the haze close end on the cloud cover. And that's that one does get a bit of bounce, and Bell comes stoically forward and it beats him. Does get a bit of lift and goes by quite nicely, actually. Quite good carry through to Rossington. So yeah, it's been an interesting morning where Lancashire haven't quite been able to put the partnership together that they've been looking for, having lost at Wells for 15, Hannon for 1, Jennings for 18 and Vilas for 8. But Croft is 21 from 50 deliveries, and Bell, the championship debutant, has 6 from 12 with a wicket to Cook, 2 for Snater and 1 for Harmer, and it's 69 for 4 Lancashire.
Yeah, and Croft on 21 from 50 deliveries, kind of offering a bit of resistance here for Lancashire. Bell's played a couple of nice shots, nice square drive, nice clip through mid-wicket, making his first class debut, but a fascinating couple of hours this morning. Looks like, unless we're going to get some weather around, which I don't think we are, then we should be in for a result this week. This is swept by Croft, a really exaggerated sweep. You might get 4 for it. No, it's picked up on the fine leg boundary. Excellent work, I think, by Snater in the distance there. Croft has come back for 2. But he went shuffling across his stumps, a very dramatic looking sweep, which saw the ball disappear down towards fine leg. And he comes back and moves his total into 23. Not out. Lancashire to 71 for 4. Harmer bowling over the wicket to the right hand of Croft. It's defender back along the pitch and gathered by Harmer off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So one very interesting suggestion: you start the season with the 50 overs. You even play the final of the 50 overs before you do anything else.
Harmer to Croft. Nudged into the offside, no run.
Wasn't too sure about that, because it means cramming the knockout stages together like was done a year ago, not particularly successfully. And then you have 12 weeks of championship cricket starting on a Sunday and blast on Friday nights, going back to how it was a few years ago, which I think would be very tiring for the players.
Harmer to Croft. Oh, it's edged! Taken by Cook. Got himself into a really awkward looking position there, Stephen Croft, almost kind of crab-like a little bit down the pitch. The edge taken by Cook at slip. Croft's gone for 23. Lancashire lose their 5th wicket. Harmer picks up his 2nd. Lancashire 71 for 5.
Strange thing in the end was he almost played that with a straight bat in the end. He was
taken by
assuming
Cook,
the ball was going to
got himself into
looking for a sweep.
Really awkward looking.
In the end, played it with a defensive bat, and it was almost like a catching practice for slip in the way it happened. And Cook has taken it, and that's a big wicket, because you look at the Lancashire lineup and you would say now that Essex have got rid of the big guns during the morning session, so they'll be very pleased indeed about that. But it was strange because he made a late adjustment. In the end, played it with a pretty straight bat, and it was almost as if it was one of those sort of catching practice situations, and Cook wasn't going to drop that one. And it was just a sort of momentary, because of the late adjustment, a momentary bit of hesitation as to what had happened, but quite an interesting replay on that. But yeah, this is looking like a more conventional Chelmsford pitch, in the sense that we've had this series of flat ones over particularly the early part of the campaign, and indeed for the Somerset game. But this very firmly now is in the category of the Hampshire match, the Gloucestershire game, and this match now, which I think even if there is a bit of weather around on Friday, which is possible, maybe we don't get that far. Because Lancashire have got some ammunition to throw back at Essex, and this is what will be interesting if Lancashire can get a reasonable score from here. Yes, and by that I'm meaning something close to 200 might keep me competitive, keep me in the game.
Yeah, I think they'd be quite happy to take that. 71 for 5. But they've kind of brought in their heavyweights, haven't they, in the spinners, Lancashire. There's Bobbleson Bobbleson on strike as Harmer comes in and bowls to him. Beats his forward press and through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, both Matt Parkinson and Tom Hartley. With Luke Wells, kind of 3 spinning options Lancashire have got in their team. Fizzed him flatter and quicker to Bobbleson. And taken by Rossington. End of the over. Just 2 runs off it and the wicket as well. Harmer's bowling nicely. 2 for 14 from 5 overs. Lancashire 71 for 5.
Always thought that Harmer, there was a chance that he might play at Old Trafford. Clearly he's had success. They were taken in by the fact that he's had a lot of success there. A pitch that certainly suits him. He got his sort of first decent wicket haul of the season at Old Trafford this year, having made a very quiet start. But in the end, of course, the 3-seamer strategy for South Africa didn't work. It was a pitch that sort of wasn't really offering enough, and of course up against top-class batsman as well, and Harmer had a fairly unhappy time of it. But very nice to see him play a Test match in England. And but back now, Chelmsford, it looks a different ball game, doesn't it?
It's a bit.
71 for 5. Porter number 26. He bowls, and that just is edged, but lands short of the aforementioned Harmer, moving across in front of Cook at second slip. I don't think that got to him at catching height.
I think so.
But
I think he played it quite softly.
Oh yeah, it's interesting. He's wringing his hand because it was just about controlled that. It came off an edge, but it was soft hands, so it went down. And Harmer just took it rather awkwardly, just wringing his hands, but he's okay. So he's back in at second slip with Critchley at third and Cook at first. It's a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket and a fine leg out of our sight. And here is Bell just coming forward and driving up towards mid-off. I suspect Harmer would like to have a bowl at Bell, the debutant. That will be quite a fascinating battle. 71 for 5. We've got about 10 minutes to go before lunch, with all the intervals, of course, half an hour earlier. But at least there aren't going to be any changes next year, which at least is one thing. There's Porter bowls. This is again just played defensively, playing pretty well here. Bell settling in, playing it defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. So bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us.
That's definite, is it? That the changes won't be until 2020?
Yeah, I've announced it. There won't be. They won't. There was this thought that they might sort of make changes for next year, but they've said that it's certainly definitely going to be 14 games. Okay. Whether they said they won't tinker with anything else, I'm not certain, but it's definitely going to be 14 championship games next year. As this is played, steered away off the back foot for at least 2. It's running down towards the third man boundary. Lawrence has given it chase. They've got the second, and they decide there's no chance of a third one as a good throw comes in from Lawrence into the gloves of Rossington. So 73 for 5. But I'd like them to see if they can find a way of resuming the championship a little bit earlier than September the 5th. And I know many members are concerned about a lack of weekend cricket in September. Well, if the 50 over competition does become an early season competition, you don't have to worry about trying to fit in that Saturday final, and that makes it easier to play games starting on a Thursday or Friday in September. So that's something that might be an advantage in the next few seasons. 73 for 5, 27th over, 8 to Bell, and we have Balderson at the crease with 2 balls to his name. He's a non-striker. It's a nice stroke from Bell here. That's played wide of into a big gap, actually, wide of mid-on, and a couple of runs as Snater moves across at deep mid-wicket. So quitting himself pretty well here. Found the gap there very nicely. Mid-on, the only man saving the single on the leg side. The deep mid-wicket bat, which is slightly unexpected, unless obviously they won't know much about Bell's ability to play the short ball, but slightly surprised to see a man at deep mid-wicket at 73 for 5, unless it's a definite ploy on. But there's been no short balls so far. Here is Porter bowls. So that gets good carry, and that one, it did surprise Bell. He was pushing at it, but it really did get a bit of extra bounce at and jagged away, and nicely taken by Rossington in front of first slip. So the end of it. It's an interesting over that because Porter there will be encouraged by that bit of movement he found. The end of his 9th over, number 30. Balderson no score, Bell 10, and Lancashire 75 for 5 after 27.
Yeah, I could bounce and carry through to the keeper, wasn't he? Had a bit of a nibble at that, did George Bell. It was a lovely ball from Porter to end his 9th over of the morning. Great test this for 2 young Lancashire batters. I mean, it's exceptional bowling on a pitch that's offering some assistance for the bowlers. Certainly is. This loops away off a leading edge out towards the offside for no run. You've got a young lad on debut for Lancashire, George Bell, who's played for England's under-19s through the course of the winter just gone, and regard him very highly. You've got George Balderson, who's only at the start of his first-class career as well. Great challenge. This is a sweep from Balderson, and he sweeps nicely out towards mid-wicket and gets 4 runs, and gets his first runs with that as well.
Yeah, very nice stroke, and
his career as well.
Try and be positive against Harmer, just not let him bowl
from
to
Balderson,
you.
and he
We've
sweeps
seen 1 or 2
nicely
batsmen try and counter-attack.
Out towards mid-wicket and
Notably
gets
in the
4
Hampshire
runs
game.
and gets his first runs with that.
But that was a nice stroke, front of square sweep.
2 slips in the short leg. Backward square leg, backward point, cover, short extra cover. Down the leg side by Harmer. Not taken by Rossington. The ball is skidding out towards the boundary, and it's gone actually for 4 byes. Nothing on it. 4 byes, single by the umpire, takes the total on to 83 for 5.
Well, that's a better over already for Lancashire, thanks to the boundary and the helping of byes.
Harmer around the wicket to Balderson. Doesn't offer a shot. He's gone. LBW. Balderson out, not offering a shot. Ball hits the pad. Harmer asks the question. The umpire says out. And Balderson has to go. He's gone for 4, and Lancashire is 6 down. 83 for 6.
Balderson
doesn't offer a shot. He's gone. LBW.
Pads up, and that's very dangerous indeed against
Balderson
Harmer.
out.
I mean, just
not
really getting forward and just padding up. Must have been thinking it was going to turn
offer a
past
shot.
the pad.
He's gone. LBW.
That will be lunch with that dismissal.
Balderson
83
out.
for 6, but certainly quite ambitious there. It really just held its line, and unfortunately, once it did that, he was in all sorts of trouble there, Balderson. So big breakthrough on the stroke of lunch, and 3 wickets to Harmer. 3 for 18 in 5 overs and 4 balls, and Lancashire have gone to lunch here at 83 for 6, and in quite a parlous position now. And excellent morning by Essex, and the odd thing was that the first half hour gave little indication about what was to come, but it was Snater's introduction into the attack which broke the hitherto undisturbed opening partnership between Wells and Jennings, when Wells was bowled, and it just clipped the off stump from Snater for 15. Bohannon was precious close to being LBW first ball, but he was out to the first ball of the next over when Cook was switched to the Hayes close end. He was LBW then for 1 from 3 balls. Jennings got to 18 from 36 balls before he was caught in the gully by Lawrence off Snater, and that was 40 for 3. Big wicket of Dane Villas, who was just bedding in really. But LBW to Harmer for 8, 58 for 4, and then 2 wickets shortly before lunch. Croft, who batted well for 23 from 54 balls, got himself into a bit of a tangle in the end, just playing the ball with a sort of defensive straight bat, and it just popped up off the outer half of the bat and went straight to Cook at first slip. He was out for 23, and then Balderson padding up to Harmer. And unfortunately for him, the ball not turning as he anticipated, going straight on. LBW for 4, 83 for 6, and it is looking very much like one of those Chelmsford result pitches. The question now is, can Lancashire get some sort of score to keep themselves in with a realistic chance in the game, given that they've got 2 frontline spinners in their side? But 83 for 6, they've got an awful lot of work to do from here. Porter number 30 in 9, Sam Cook 1 for 13 in 8, Snater 2 for 18 in 5, and Harmer 3 for 18 in 5 overs and 4 balls. Just say John John, thanks for your email about the replays on the streaming. We can't do much about that, but I understand that you're getting sort of a clash between the replays and the live sound, but hopefully they'll be able to sort that out on the technical side. But thanks very much for being with us this morning. It's been a lively morning's cricket, and we'll be back with you at 1:10 for the resumption on this opening day at Chelmsford.
Lively morning session.
the Tees Rivergate. It's great. It looks like Essex are really keen to look at all of the honours we've been racking up over the last few years and to celebrate those.
Really good to be back in the ground, you know, after a long 21 months.
Nice to be in a ground and a group full of people cheering on Essex.
We love the people coming here. They've been coming here for years and years to see the Essex Eagles and Essex cricket in general and see the success. They've been a big part of our success. They've been great supporters of the club, of the players, and they do make a difference when this place is full. They used to call it the Fortress, but helped us win the T20 in 2019. So it is a very important factor for all sport, but especially cricket.
It's surreal but amazing to be back. Nice to see that everybody's ready for us and lots of organisation.
Coming here is like, it's just not about the cricket, it's the social side of it, walking around the ground at lunchtime, chatting to people who sit in different places, everything that goes with it.
We were delighted to get involved with Essex Cricket because we're an Essex business. We've got 3 offices, one in Saffron Walden, one in Brentwood and one just over the way here in Chelmsford. And we're very proud of our deep local roots that we have, and to be able to partner with Essex County Cricket and all the success that they're bringing to the region, the focus that they're bringing on the region, it's a great opportunity for us to help and support in that great endeavour. We're delighted to be given the opportunity to sponsor one of the main gates here at the Cloud FM ground. You know, to have thousands of fans flooding through the Tees gate is going to be a real opportunity for us to get our brand across and just show how committed we are to supporting Essex County Cricket.
first of all, it's fantastic to have Nasser Hussain at Leighton Hub today. It's a facility that was built in line with the World Cup in 2019 for the community in collaboration with both the local council, London Borough of Waltham Forest, and the ECB as part of the South Asian Action Plan.
I think it's absolutely vital to have something in the community like this. You know, I know we were lucky. We went down my dad's cricket school at the Ilford Cricket School, and we were fortunate to have that, and we lived down there. But just around here, to have this, you know, brand spanking new, the facilities are in there are magnificent.
The hub itself offers cricket for the local community for everybody. So we've got walking cricket, we've got mums and toddlers, we've got all-stars and dynamos, we've got women's only, MCC Foundation, Wickets programme, college indoor tape ball league, as well as community private bookings, and we also run ECB coach education courses.
I think it's vital you have diversity in your coaches, both male and female. Because, you know, if you've been there, done it, and you understand what that young girl's going through, or that young British Asian or British West Indian or whatever, you've been there, done it, you understand that a little bit more. So education for me, absolutely vital. Education in all directions. Education of what's needed from this community if they want to grow and become professional cricketers, and education in other communities to realise what this community goes through and the specific aspects of their lives that you have to understand that you need to incorporate in your team.
Hugely grateful for Nasser taking time out to pop down to the facility and trying to learn a bit about it as much as we have over the time. So it's been a great experience.
My name's Harry McQueen. I'm the lead strength and conditioning coach.
So my name's Chris Clark-Hines. I'm head of athletic development at Essex County Cricket Club.
My name's Aaron Beard. I'm a cricket player at Essex County Cricket Club.
When a player gets injured, we're looking to explore all the avenues to make sure it's a speedy and safe recovery from injury. And nutrition forms a big part of that. And it doesn't matter if it's a muscle injury, tendon injury, a joint injury, a bone injury. All these type of injuries need good nutrition. And what we can find is that by using Wow Hydrate and the collagen protein, that it's really going to give all the basic foundation of nutrition there. So when the players are following their individual daily programs, we'll at least know that they're getting some good form of collagen protein into their daily diet.
When a club cricketer comes off the field, the first thing they do is run to the bar. Whereas now, with the Wow Hydrates, they can use these drinks so easily for the ingredients in the cap. So they can replace all the stuff they've lost like any athlete would do, and it'll replace all their energy, and they won't be tired for the work that they do in the following days and the start of the week.
Hydration is a super important consideration for the players. So we know that scoring 100 is around about 10 Ks worth of distance. So that alongside obviously being in the middle of the summer. So Wow Hydrate allows us to replace fluid and electrolytes that are lost during these periods of time to try and avoid any performance decrements that may happen through dehydration.
So I've got two flavours for very different reasons. My favourite protein flavour is some fruits. It's the best flavour of the protein range that I get on with. And for electrolytes, when I've been sweating after a hard day in the field and bowling, is the orange one. It goes down the best and doesn't leave any aftertaste like other sports drinks do. It has to be one of the bowlers, I reckon. we get some sweaty bowlers on a hot day in the summer. So I'm going to put a name to Jamie Porter, because there's one drink in particular, he likes the lemon and lime one, and if he doesn't get that one, he's not a happy bunny. So, so if you're doing the substitute duties, you have to take him a nice cold lemon and lime electrolyte to replace all the sweat he does when he's bowling beautifully like he always does.
The leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, that was a good delivery that almost got through him, but he just came down in the nick of time. Good batting again, because he's facing one of the best bowlers in the country. And I like the way he's come in, and without going gung-ho, he's looked to take whatever runs are there straight away, showing that he's got confidence, and that's such an important quality.
Final ball of the over. And he's going back and up onto his toes and playing it with a nice straight bat and easing the ball away towards the leg side for no run. That's the end of the over. 6 runs off it. That nice punch for 4 through the covers, and then that little drop to point. We're able to come back and add 2 to his total. So Bell's on 16. Tom Hartley, the new batter, facing the couple of deliveries that were left from the previous over prior to lunch, and Lancashire now, after 29 overs, are 89 for 6.
These youngsters do tend to have the quality of confidence, and I watched a game at Headingley the other day where Essex's top order with some seriously good players in it just couldn't come to terms with Steve Patterson at all. He, despite being 38 years of age, here's a good ball that turns and bounces from Harmer, and the batsman didn't know a great deal about that, but Tom Hartley it is who's come in after lunch, not having faced before, because they went off for lunch when a wicket fell to the 4th ball of the over being bowled. Peel for LBW, but I'd be surprised if Richard Kettleborough, who's got such a wonderful record of getting his decisions right in Test cricket this summer, it seemed to me to pitch outside leg, and it just didn't look right at all, that. So inevitably Essex appealed, as everybody does. Harmer is in, bowls, and he wants to get after it, Tom Hartley, and we know he can clout the ball a long way, but he'd be well advised just to get his bearings a bit first, I would suggest, Scott.
Yeah, he's had a couple of decent cameos with in white ball cricket.
Yeah, that's what I refer to, yeah. He had a swipe and missed, but he survives, and this one he gets out of the middle of the bat, plays it to back pad, there's no run.
But he's come in ahead of Bailey, who's got probably 7 or 8 50%. I'll come back to it.
The next ball's played back to the bowler. Take 3.
Take 3. He's coming ahead of Bailey, who's probably got 7 or 8 first-class half centuries to his name. So I'll tell you that.
We knew what you meant.
Yes.
There were 2 slips and a back pad for Harmer. River End, quicker, shorter ball, smashed into the offside, but very well fielded on the tumble in the covers by Feroz Kushi. And I'm told that the Christian name Feroz means happy. So 89 for 6 up on the board, and he will be happy after that stop. There are 16 to Bell, who for me, I thought Keaton Jennings played well earlier on, but I would say Bell has looked as assured as any of the others that we've seen today, and better than most. And he's coming. He looks a nice prospect for Lancashire to have. 89 for 6.
Yeah, encouraging start. 16. That's out for George Bell. And then he'll wander down the pitch. A bit of gardening, settling himself into the crease for this next over from Cook. Oh, and that beats him, pushing away from his body there, and the ball through to the keeper Rossington, and there is no run. So 89 for 6 as we start the afternoon session. Still on the cloudy skies, but it's pleasant enough. A bit of a walk around the ground during the course of the lunch interval, and it's nice enough temperatures to be watching cricket.
Yeah, it's just warmed up from this morning.
Bend of the knees from Bell as he waits for Cook. Oh, that's bowled him. Bell going for a big drive, and the ball clatters into his off stump. And Bell looking pretty assured in this innings, has gone for 16. Cook picks up his second wicket. Lancashire lose their 7th at 89 for 7. And Bell's gone after an impressive start on his first class debut. Going for a big drive. Bell going for a big drive. Ricochets, and the ball back onto the off stump. Clatters into his off stump.
Yeah, shame, because he played as well as anyone in the Lancashire lineup and looked anything but someone on championship debut. Some very good shots in that 16.
Oh, that's bowled him.
And I think what happened was
Bell going for a big drive.
Gave this a little bit more length.
And the ball.
And he thought, I can drive this. And I think there was a little bit of swing there back in. And it's nicked off the inside edge into the stumps, much
Bell
to
going
his
for a big drive.
dismay. And to Lancashire, certainly, because 89 for 7 leaves Lancashire a lot of work to do to sort of get to a minimum total you'd think of around 150.
Yeah, I think that could even kind of keep them just about in the match, couldn't it?
Yes, it could do, yeah.
That does seem quite some way off.
And of some consolation to Lancashire listeners, I watched Essex's most recent innings at Headingley. It was only a few days ago, and needing 162 to win, they were 64 for 6, still needing 98 when Shane Snater strode to the middle, and then 93 for 7 when Adam Rossington was out. But Ben Allison played a terrific defensive innings at one end, and Shane Snater did the rest with a quite magnificent successful run chase as Cook's in.
Yeah, Bailey, the new batter. And this first ball is full and wide of off stump and left by Bailey, so there's no run.
Well, I think of it, Scott, just to register my great dismay at the news that John Gwynn, a great friend of mine down the years and a wonderful commentator on Lancashire Cricket Call back in the days, and of course famous for his darts commentaries, which were superb, as a great friend of mine. We got on very, very well, and very sad, and it wasn't a surprise. He'd been ill for some time, but very, very disappointed to hear the bad news that he died.
Here's Cook to Bailey, who defends the top of his off stump, pushed away into the offside for no run. Yeah, it was horrible news to hear. Gwynny was such a popular fella around Lancashire, around the northwest, cricket and football. You mentioned his darts commentaries as well. And
that is wonderful. He had such an enthusiasm for the game and described it with such vigour and enthusiasm. Very fine commentator.
3 slips wait as Bailey's in position. Oh, that's a good ball. That's Bailey prodding forward, and the ball sneaks away past the edge of the bat, through into the gloves of Rossington. There's no run. Blimey, he's bowled well today, hasn't he, Cook? I know you and Nick have both been relaying us with the details of just how good he's been consistently now for a number of years.
Well, his versatility as well, you know. This is red ball cricket, but I mean, he was virtually man of the match in the 100 final. Took a 3-wicket maiden at Lords in T20.
Final ball of the over. Bailey just pushes it out towards point, and there's no run. It's a wicket maiden for Sam Cook. He's now bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens. He's picked up 2 for 19. Lancashire 89 for 7.
Well, not the least of his virtues in my book. I know it's natural for a quick bowler to be a little bit quick of temper, but he's a dead calm fellow, is Sam Cook. If he ever does lose his rag, something really has unusually happened. And, you know, there are times you'll see him with an impassioned appeal for LBW, but once the umpire's said not out, he just quickly diffuses all that and walks back to his mark. He's a get-on-with-it cricketer, very businesslike, lovely fellow, and as his skipper Tom Wesley said, we're very lucky to have him. Straight out of the youth policy, Harmer's in, and bowls, and this ball did pitch outside leg, so although it hit the batsman on the pad, there was no interest from the bowler. But certainly Tom Hartley isn't going to die wondering here. He's going after Harmer, which can be the best policy, as he now tries to illustrate it. And a lovely bit of work from Adam Rossington, whipping off the bails as he tried to pull it over mid-wicket. Missed. It may well have gone for 6 if he connected, because he's a big, strong man. But it missed, and thankfully umpire David Milnes finds in the batsman's favour, ruling it he had not left his ground. Harmer's in. Bowls again, shorter, quicker, and that ball is cut down to the third-man boundary. You can say that it might possibly have been a chance to Cook at slip, but it went like the proverbial clappers off the edge, and it would have taken an amazing piece of anticipation, quite apart from anything else, for Cook to have his hands in the right place there. There was no time to react, and it may well not quite have carried on the full, but 4 runs to get Hartley off the mark. Harmazin bowls, and Clever waiting for that after initially set out to have a big hoik at it. 93 for 7 is the score on the board after that recent boundary. And Harmazin again, this ball beautifully driven back, but straight to the bowler, and there's no run there. Tom Bailey, the man at the non-striker's end.
Not sure how long this innings is going to last from Tom Hartley, but I suspect it'd be quite entertaining.
Yes, absolutely. 2 slips and a back pad, the close field. And suddenly, the last 3 deliveries, to be fair to him, he's played with the utmost correctness. Not necessarily solid defence, although that last ball just played up to back pad. But it was a lovely straight drive back to Harmer, the ball before. So 93 for 7. And one thing I think is fairly evident here, that now we've got 7 down, Lancashire are probably well advised to take what runs they can, just to sort of prod around at this stage. Probably isn't going to get them out of trouble. If a couple of guys could get a quick 20s and get that score up towards 150, then Lancashire would have something to defend.
Yes, it would seem like it's clearly an awful lot light than what they would prefer and would have liked, but it could just keep them in it. Fascinating first day. I'll see how Essex go about batting on this pitch as well. They certainly bowl beautifully. Pops a little bit at Bailey, and he takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends and into the offside, just snapping the ball away, but maybe just bounced a fraction more than he was expecting. Remains on naught, Tom Bailey, 93 for 7.
Nice email from Michael Biswell, humorous as ever, and we'll come to that between deliveries in this over, but great to hear from you, Michael.
It's the 11th over being sent down by Sam Cook today. 33rd of the Lancashire innings. No shot offered as he comes in and bowls to Bailey, and that wraps him on the pad, not out.
Yeah, worth an appeal, to say the least, because there was no shot played. Umpire Milnes appeared to be staring down at the ground at the time. I'm not taking his name in vain, he won't have been, but actually as Cook sort of turned round and appealed, he saw merely the umpire ignoring him totally and looking at the ground. I'm sure he was watching at the key moment when the ball struck the pads, and he will have his reasons for saying that's not out, but I wouldn't recommend Bailey to pursue that policy a second time.
Cook into to Bailey. That's left and bounces into the gloves of Rossington, and there's no run.
So Munker to email to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Good afternoon, enjoying the game, plenty of action, plus the commentators giving their views strongly. I hope the 50 over competition stays at the same time of year during the 100. This competition, the 100, has been a blessing for Essex, who had many players not available at the time, and showed the quality of the many young players that are available for Essex. Also, many grounds were full to capacity.
There's Cook bowls and Bailey drives and gets a run for it. Actually might get a couple more. No, just a single played up towards straight mid on.
Yeah, many grounds full to capacity, so the public was really interested in this competition regardless of who played. Cervantes, great Spanish writer, could have written a book about Paul Newton and Dick Davis tilting at the ECB's windmills. I wonder what he would have called it. Yes, I don't think my Spanish is good enough to maybe hasta la vista, if I can be incredibly corny. But, yeah, no, I take your point. Thank you very much, Michael. Always good to hear from you.
Hartley on strike. Cook comes around the wicket and bowls, and Hartley just steers a ball away beyond the reach of third slip, down towards third man. Gets himself 4 runs, Tom Hartley. Off the edge of the bat, but into the ground to the left of the third slip fielder.
Thanks, Michael. Always good to hear from you.
So Hartley moves on strike. Cook comes around the wicket and bowls, and Hartley just steers a ball away beyond the reach of third slip.
When we were last on
towards
together, Scott, Matt Critchley had to leave the field. I did say I thought he would be back, and that he just wanted to get immediate treatment on a knee. It's good to see that he was tried a tumbling stop there. It didn't come off, but it shows that he's feeling happy about life again.
Cook around the wicket, bowls again. A short ball, actually. I've seen too many of those. And Hartley just leans back and allows that one to go through to Rossington. It's the end of the over. 33 gone to the Lancashire first innings, 98 for 7. Hartley 8 and Bailey on 1.
Yeah, it was well avoided by Hartley, that, but also very well bowled by Cook, who, as you rightly say, that's probably the first one he's tried all day. And I think, you know, you don't want a bowler who overdoes a tactic, and it just has that element of surprise that could potentially bring about a wicket. Indeed, I think it was at Canterbury, just such a tactic. Indeed, I remember it now, got rid of the obdurate night watchman who'd forced the game to a fourth day, and it was eventually a Cook riser that did for him. Harmer, new over from the River End, bowls thick inside edge from Bailey's blade, and goes up to Nick Brown under the helmet, doing his usual good job in that position. 98 for 7, we're in the 34th over, Lancashire having chosen to bat. And Harmer over the wicket to the right-hander, bowls, and just there was so little way on that shot that it precisely made a single possible that wouldn't otherwise have been, and well judged single as well. Bailey will move up to 3, 1 short of the 100 now, Lancashire, and it will be Tom Hartley to renew his battle with Simon Harmer. 2 slips and a bat pad, and Hartley, well, that ball, not quite sure what that came off in the end. It's ended up in second slip's hands.
I think he came off his bat, but I think he was trying to leave it.
Yeah, that's what I thought he'd done, but not so. But here's Harmer again. Bowls, and this time not out again. There was a strong appeal from Rossington for a stumping, but he hadn't left his ground, and the score will remain 99 for 7. Can Lancashire's 8th wicket pair instigate a recovery here? I saw 2 8th wicket recoveries at Headingley last week. Harmer's in bowls, and this ball is back cut but without timing, and Snater's at backward point to field. Yes, Yorkshire's 8th wicket put on 80, and then Essex's 8th wicket put on 63, and both redeemed a rather parlous performance from the respective top orders. Harmer's in bowls, Hartley defends, back to the bowler, the over ends, and Lancashire 99 for 7. And for those of you who like a run through the scorecard, Luke Wells bowled by Snater's first ball of the game for 15. It's 25 for 1. Josh Bohannon, LBW to Sam Cook for 1, 28 for 2. Keaton Jennings was unlucky, got one that rather stopped in the pitch, looped up at him, and he just fended it off to Porter at point off Snater for 18, 40 for 3. Then we had Dane Villas, LBW to Harmer for 8 after a bit of a rally from the 4th wicket partnership, 58 for 4. Stephen Croft on the reverse sweep, caught it slip by Alistair Cook as the ball looped up the top edge of Harmer, and this ball is belted away. It's in the air, but it's not going to be a catch. It's going out towards the square leg boundary and over it, and that brings up the Lancashire 100, 103 for 8, and that is 4 runs to Tom Bailey to take him to 6. Continuing with the scorecard, Croft caught Cook, bowled Harmer for 23. We had George Balderson to the last ball before lunch, LBW to Harmer for 4, not playing a shot. And then George Bell, who batted as well as anyone until he drove at Sam Cook, got an inside edge into the stumps and was bowled for 16 at 89 for 7. And this next ball is edged. It's parried at third slip, or otherwise it would have gone for 4. Matt Critchley, the fieldsman. Harmer races after it and keeps it to a single. 104 for 7. Bailey moves up to 7. Scott Reed is just doing his update for BBC Radio Manchester, and we'll be back with us shortly. A couple more emails have come through. Thank you very much. Keep them coming to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Jonathan Taylor says, as always, I'm enjoying the commentary of the cricket, and I can't believe that you will be gone for another winter at the end of next week. Come back to that in a moment, but already Cook is in around the wicket. Bowls, and that again is edgy, and this time it will go down to the third man boundary, past third slip, 108 for 7, and Hartley moves up to 12. Already Bailey is in around the wicket, 108 bowls, for 7, and again is edgy, and this time it will go down to the third man boundary, past third slip.
Tom Hartley, I mean, he's and indeed Bailey have both tried to swing a little bit here. It's not the worst option, I don't think, with the team 7 down with 100 on the board.
Just waiting for Cook, having retrieved the ball, to come in again. I'll continue with Jonathan's email in just a trice. And he knows something I didn't know, but mind you, nearly everybody does when I come to think of it. Here is Cook from the Hayes close end. Bowls, Hartley, thick inside edge. His edges are doing him proud in this over. Goes down to Cushy, 1 run, 109 for 7 with 13 to Hartley. Yeah, Johnson says, I heard Dick Davis say last week that he may have just finished his final commentary ever for BBC Essex, which, if that is true, will be a tragedy. Well, he'll be delighted to hear you say that. He says, if that is his choice, then fair enough. None of us can go on forever. Well, actually, I think Dick can, but passing over that. But if not, then that will be a disgrace, and I, for one, will really miss hearing his always interesting views on the game. Here is Cook again, bowls to Bailey, defends into the covers, there's no run. Whatever happens, I wish you all a good winter and roll on next April. Best wishes, Jonathan. Very kind thoughts, which I will make sure Dick is aware of. Thank you very much indeed for that. And 109 for 7 up on the board at the moment, and this partnership's put on a useful 20.
It is a useful 20. In this situation, every run counts. But I'm blown away by the news that Dick's handing up the.
Well, I don't think he actually said.
Oh right, okay.
That's definite. This keeps low. It's played down to mid on. According to Jonathan, I didn't hear Dick at the time, but he said it may be his final ever commentary for BBC Essex. Let's profoundly hope it's not, because he needs the money. And 109 for 7 at the end of the over.
Indeed. Yeah, this is the little cameo partnership between these. It's been quite good fun watching them bat. Both had a bit of a swing. Can Lancashire get on the board in this first innings? Say something in the region of 150 might just keep them in the match. We'll see. It's Hartley on strike.
And Harmer to bowl to him, looking for his 4th wicket. 2 slips and a bat pad. And an expansive drive from Hartley fails to connect with the ball. That's happened quite often, but in fairness to him, he's making sure he keeps some part of his back foot behind the line, defying Rossington's attempts to stump him. Now here he goes for the reverse sweep, and it loops up in the air to provide the simplest of catches for Dan Lawrence under the helmet at second slip. And Lancashire, the party's over as far as the 8th wicket goes. 109 for 8. And Hartley stump him, who had flirted with danger. Here he goes for the reverse sweep, and it lifts up in the air to provide the simplest of catches for Dan Lawrence under the helmet at second slip. 4th wicket. And Lancashire, the party's over.
Like it would last too long, but as you say, he did his best to try and add a few runs at the back end of the Lancashire innings. Tom Hartley will have a part to play at some point in the not too distant future with the ball. Tall left arm spinner. Out comes Will Williams to join Tom Bailey in the middle. What's that now for Harmer? Is that wicket number 4? Yeah, 4 for 23.
So Essex, well, once the first wicket fell, which took quite a while, in that initial stage, it looked as though it was a sound decision to have batted first, albeit the ball did pass the bat every now and then. But it was really once the first wicket fell, hasn't really been any significant period of time. No. Probably the longest partnership was that between Croft and Villas, but even that only added 18. And so no Lancashire pair so far has been able to do any better than the 2 openers who put on 25.
Interesting thing as well with us talking about Harmer and we've not even seen Critchley ball yet, have we? But Lancashire have got Parkinson and Hartley. There's bounce in the pitch, which I think is obviously bringing both the seamers and the spinners into the match turn, but bounce in particular, a big threat that the pitch is offering the bowlers.
had an email from David Phipps, quite a lengthy one. He proudly admits that he's old school, so you'll know roughly where he's heading. But Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball is, would have quite possibly gone for 4. It was beautifully swept, but straight into the shin pads of Nick Brown at that pad, and so there is no run from that. Will Williams is the purveyor of that stroke, and he's now surveying the leg side field, looking to play with the spin. Harmer starts to come in and abort, something that's not uncommon for Harmer. Sometimes he feels he's just not quite got things right, and quite rightly, like a tennis player who isn't happy with his toss-up. Aborts it. Here's the next delivery, and Williams comes a long way forward and steers it to Feroz Kushi at a straightish mid-wicket. Harmer again, passes umpire Richard Kettleborough. Bowls, and that one a leading edge, but perfectly safe along the ground, aimed into the onside, but ends up at backward point. And Sam Cook again, there's no run. Harmer getting through his overs in next to no time. Gives us a bit more air and just looped up in the air and just evades the chasing back Dan Lawrence. And so they scoot through for a single. Another Harmer over ends almost before it began. And 110 for 8 in 36 overs.
Yeah, just one run off it, plus the wicket. Good stuff from Harmer. That's top edge just landing beyond the reach of the Essex fielder, bouncing safe. Was bat on it. Williams getting his first run with that. 110 for 8 after 36 overs.
And David Phipps says, reverting to the above topic, revision of cricket, which has been the subject of much conversation this morning during the commentary. As an Essex supporter now living on the Durham coast at Seaham, I have to say at the outset that where cricket is concerned, I may be called a purist, and consequently you will no doubt not be surprised on my views on this subject. And he says it is generally acknowledged county cricket is the testing proving ground for players who might be considered for inclusion in the teams at test level. So why in heaven's name are there moves to change the current format? My choice would entail getting rid of the Mickey Mouse cricket, the 100, and come to that, the T20.
Here's Cook bowling to Williams. Deflects away off his pad down towards the keeper, no run.
Sadly, David, there are a lot of Walt Disney fans at large in the world, even of cricket. Whilst it is appreciated that the 100 and T20 may well be revenue earners, why interrupt the county championship, put them at the start or end of the season? One last point, I see nothing wrong with 5-day tests and 4-day county matches. Thanks, David.
There's Cook over the wicket, bowls, that turns Williams round. Ball deflects away off the edge of the bat, down into the offside. And there's no run.
What I would settle for, David, there's no way we are going to get rid of the 100 till 2028. That is, like it or not, it's written in law, effectively. So it's going to be there. The counties are never going to agree to get rid of the T20 blast either, because it's vital revenue earning. But what I would settle for, though, is not having fewer county championship matches.
Cook to Williams, it's angled into him. He just clips the ball out towards mid-wicket. And Snater Fields, no run.
What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I'm in the camp where I wouldn't want to see a reduction in first-class cricket, but it just needs to be better and more evenly spread.
Yeah, absolutely.
The start of the season, I think, is just too much. I think to play
absolutely.
6-7 games on the bounce is too much. It does need to be a better balance through the summer.
Cook is in the bowls, and that's well left because it didn't miss the stumps by very much at all. Score is 110 for 8. Yeah, I mean, I know full well from observing the effect it has on Essex. They had a season, either last year or a couple of years ago, where it fell to their lot to play 8 games consecutively, Thursday through to Monday, without any exception. It was never their turn to have a rest week until the 9th game, and people like Sam Cook were absolutely knackered. Here is Cook in, bowls, peeled for LBW and out. David Milnes finds the batsman guilty there, as Williams has played across a fairly straight one, and Cook gets his third wicket, and Lancashire are now 110 for 9.
Lancashire's director of cricket, Mark Chilton, I was in a members' meeting, I think.
Cook absolutely knackered. Here is Cook in.
Was outlining.
Bowls, peeled for LBW and out.
On
David Milnes finds the batsman guilty there.
The season.
As
I think maybe
Williams has
Nick mentioned
played
the Essex match that Lancashire lost at Old Trafford. It wasn't the reason why they lost that match, but it perhaps was a factor of it. That was their final game of a run of either 6 or 7 on the spin, which is a lot of cricket.
It is.
And the point that I thought Mark was making was that he's completely uneven balance to the season, and to have that stretch of games on the spin. I mean, Lancashire got to have a big squad, and they were able to rotate some of their bowlers. Bailey didn't play every match. They had Hassan Ali at the start of the season. He missed out a round, so he could be fresh for another round. And they had Mahmood, and they had Jimmy Anderson for a few as well. So they had a big squad where they could rotate players around, but still they found that quite an intense period of cricket.
Yeah, forgive me, I think I interrupted your commentary there.
Okay.
You must feel free to do the same back. I shan't. It's just that I'm busy taking the emails and lost a bit of concentration. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that Lancashire-Essex quarter-final T20 game saw you commentating with Mark Chilton. Is that right? Was he with you on that occasion?
No, Mark. Who was with us for that T20? I can't remember now, but it wasn't Mark. No.
Right. Whoever it was, I thought was absolutely excellent, but obviously it wasn't him.
Here comes Cook in, and that's it. Play by Parkinson off the front foot into the offside, no run. End of the over, a wicket maiden, another one chalked up for Sam Cook. So I think that's his second wicket maiden in this 13 over spell. 3 for 34 for Cook. Lancashire 9 down, 110 for 9.
And I'll tell you, that's expensive by Cook's standards. He's normally under 2 and over. Have to have a word with him, I'm afraid. But no, all joking apart, he's bowled thoroughly well as ever. And, maybe there's been an uncharacteristic couple of boundary deliveries he's bowled, but there's also been a couple of fortunate ones that flew off the edge and went down to the boundary. There was one, Hartley, I think it was, edge one down past third slip and over 2 ago. So Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball is pulled in the air and it's gone out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And certainly now any runs that Tom Bailey in particular can glean, and he's well came down past third, would be very welcome for Lancashire. 114 for 9. So Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball is pulled in the air and it's gone out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
With Parkinson at the other end, might see a little bit more of that from Bailey.
It was a good pick-up, wasn't that far off a full bunger as Harmer's in and bowls, and this ball is defended into the offside for no run. We've got what was forecast actually, a cloudy afternoon. Things may be a bit sunnier tomorrow, they say, and a bit warmer, although it has warmed up since this morning. And Harmer's in. Bowls to Bailey. Bailey flat bats this one through the covers, and that's going to disappear for the second boundary in the over. 118 for 9, and Bailey now has 15.
You won't be enjoying that, will you?
Harmer's in. No, but having said that, he can actually this one through the covers, and that's going to disappear for the second boundary in the over. For 46, 18 for 9, 7 for Bailey, wait for it, 161 in the second. And all the Hampshire batsmen said, we can't just wait for him to get us out, we'll hit him.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, it nearly won them the game. And this could be number 3 in a row. Lovely late cut, genuinely so, not an edge. Waited for it, rocked back and just beautifully deflected it past slip to the third man boundary. Yeah. And to a certain extent, it nearly won them the game. And this could be number 3 in a row. Lovely late cut, genuinely so, not an edge. Waited for it, man. 122 for 9, and he has 19.
That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? They played it so late. Working it down to third man.
Harmer again. Ooh, well, it's not 4 in a row, I can tell you. He stretched well forward. He wasn't trying to play anything extravagant, and the ball just ricochets off the pad to Cushy at mid-wicket. 122 for 9. Harmer again. Bowls, and again clipped this time off a slight inside edge to Cushy. The over ends, and Harmer has to endure the effrontery of 3 consecutive boundaries off him, and all genuine shots, very well played. 4 for 36 in 11 overs are the figures of Harmer. Cook 3 for 34 in 13 overs. 38 overs have been bowled, and Lancashire choosing to batter 122 for 9.
Yes, which on the face of it looks like perhaps a mistake, but I think it's probably the only option, really. Lancashire, well, at least the most obvious option. If you pick 2 frontline spinners in your team plus Luke Wells, you've got 3 spinners. You're not going to win the toss and bowl first, are you? You're going to do what Dame Villas elected to do. As Parkinson works his ball out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Can they scramble up to a score of some description?
Just coming back on the Dick Davis retirement in inverted commas.
Breaking news.
Michael Alexander says, I didn't get the impression that Dickie was in the least bit eager to go. He was just theorising, I thought. The thought of a long winter can do that to folk. Mike in North London, typically amusing. A lovely little email. Thank you very much, Michael. I think what you say is right.
Cook in, bowls to Parkinson. That's off the front foot and driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I see, so it's more Dickie thinking, well, if I survive the winter, I should be back next year. That type of...
Yeah.
And don't surprise me, that.
I think, he seems to be in decent shape to me, and he is actually here today. He's hiding from us, so we can talk freely behind his back. Yes, he's deaf in his right ear, so that won't...
Oh, that's handy.
There's no chance of his overhearing us.
No, he's too busy eating anyway. So
yeah.
Paying no attention to it whatsoever.
Horrible sight.
Cook bowls again. Oh, that bounces up towards Parkinson. He has to get right up onto his toes to fend the delivery off. A shortish ball from Cook. She's pushed about back down the pitch, and there is no run. 122 for 9. Matt Parkinson on 0, Tom Bailey on 19. And we're into the 39th over of the Lancashire first innings.
Cole emails us and says, if the county championship reverts to 3 days, one trusts there will be a minimum of 100 overs per day. Fair point. I don't see why that shouldn't be possible.
Cook to Parkinson. Played up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Just personally, I favour not a total return to 3 days, but having each county having a week of out-ground cricket, 2 3-day games and a 1-day game in the old-fashioned way. So that would mean that you'd have a 1 week at home of 2 3-day games and 1 week away. The rest for me at the headquarters grounds, I would personally stick at 4 days.
2 balls left for Cook in this over. Balls to Parkinson, looking for his first run there. He's working it off his hip. Away to the leg side, picked up at mid-on, and there's no run.
And clearly, Matt Parkinson has a very definite role to play here, and he clearly realises what it is. It doesn't matter if he's not out after 2 hours, as long as he's still keeping Tom Bailey while ever he survives. And Tom has shown, he, even against as good a bowler as Harmer, he took him for 12 in his last over.
3 slips in position. Cook to completely over bowls, and that's crashed away through the offside by Parkinson, who says, I've had enough of playing out for dots and supporting Tom Bailey. I'm going to crunch this one away through the covers. A little bit of width offered there. 3 great use of the wrist to snap the ball away through extra cover for 4 bowls, and that's crashed away through the offside by Parkinson, who says, I've had enough of playing out for dots.
He hasn't read my script for him in the least. He said, hang on, I'm not having that. Tell that bloke to shut up. And 126 for 9. Parkinson, it was a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. Flayed it through the covers for 4. And these are welcome runs for Lancashire already. This last wicket partnership it's lasted a lot longer than 4 balls, but from 4 particular deliveries, they've added 16. 3 boundaries to Bailey, who's just about to face Simon Harmer, beginning the 40th over, and 1 to Parkinson, and Harmer's in to bowl to Bailey. 1 slip and a bat pad, taken on the pad, no appeal. It would have it pitched middle and leg, and would have beaten leg stump. Might have been a height issue as well, but Harmer tends not to appeal purely for the sake of it. And here he is again. Gives us plenty of loop, 4 runs, beautifully played away by Bailey, reverse sweep, timed it perfectly, 4 from the moment it left the bat, 130 for 9, and this partnership perhaps they both have unseen injuries because they're not keen on running.
And here he is again.
20
Gives
runs,
us
plenty of
all in
ball
bounds.
runs, beautifully played away by Bailey,
Yes,
reverse sweep. Timed it
enterprising
perfectly.
cricket from
4
Tom
from the
Bailey.
moment it left the bat. 130
Manufacturing
for
shots
9.
with a reverse
and this
sweep.
partnership.
It's a good little knock, this, isn't it? Perhaps.
The partnership is now halfway to that figure we've been mooting of 150. Put on 20, another 20 would see them get there. And here, this ball has been hit a long way up in the air. I think it's just going to drop short of Tom Wesley, who picks it up on the first bounce at long on. And just the single, 131 for 9. And every time you say something as a commentator, the next ball confutes everything that you've said. And single is registered there. And Bailey has moved along to 25. 131 for 9. 24 to Bailey. Gave him one too many. And we have both slip, leg slip, and bat pad here. Harmer bowls. And Parkinson plays and misses outside off stump. And Rossington takes it, but Parkinson had not left his ground. Harmer. In again to bowl to Parkinson. And that's brilliantly caught at slip by Cook, and the partnership ends. 131 all out. It was a really sharp chance. Cook, who had a bit of a poor game in the slips at Canterbury and put a couple down, but he hasn't put that down, and that was a very good catch indeed. And Harmer has his 5 for and that's brilliantly caught at slip by Cook, and the partnership ends. 131 all out. It was a really sharp chance. Cook, who had a bit of a poor game in the slips at Canterbury, with Parkinson caught Cook, bowled Harmer for 4. That's Alistair Cook, of course. Tom Bailey, great sort of rearguard protest, you might say, and the way he batted, banged some very good boundaries. If only he could have found someone to stick around with him. 24 not out, and that, I think, makes it, yes it does, the highest scorer in the innings for Lancashire, coming in at number 9, and Lancashire all out in the 40th over. 39.5 bowled for 131. Scott, I don't know if you just wanted a quick summary before we leave the listener for 10 minutes or so?
Sure. Well, I thought, yeah, Essex were terrific, weren't they? Absolutely superb in the field, set up by Cook, and then Snater, that bowling change. Harmer doing what Harmer does. Lancashire have managed to stumble up to kind of 130. We'll see just how good a score that is.
So rejoin us again, synchronised watches at 2 minutes past 2.
They've got 3 slips and a gully and a short leg, and that first ball on a length and just played by Brown up into the onside, and there is no run. So the bowlers have done the job. Of course, they bowled Lancashire out cheaply at Old Trafford in the reverse fixture, having made almost 400 themselves. They'd like to have a repeat of that now, get a big first innings lead. But I think this is, although the Old Trafford pitch very much suited the Essex attack, it was a bit more batsman friendly than this pitch, I think, as Brown rather goes against that by playing a splendid stroke to a slightly over pitch delivery, and he's going to get 4 down the ground. Very nice stroke indeed. Got to the pitch of that and just played it away. And when he gets that straight drive and extra cover drive working, Nick Brown, it's always a very good sign. And Nick Brown played a very important innings actually in that game at Old Trafford. It was 71, I think, from memory, and that set the platform for Dan Lawrence's 100, which really gave Essex that very good first inning score. But a fine shot.
Was, and he's now equalled his aggregate score from 2 innings at Headingley last week. Nick got 1 and 3.
Oh, that's an improvement certainly, as Brown here could be in trouble for an LBW candidate, and he's gone. He was basically trapped on the crease there, trying to flick it away through the onside. Feet went nowhere, and that's exactly what Lancashire wanted. Bailey has struck. Wasn't worried at all about pitching the ball up again, having been hit for 4 down the ground. That time, just slightly playing across the crease, trapped really in the crease. Feet really didn't go anywhere, and it's 4 for 1, and Lancashire on the move. They need early wickets, and they've got Nick Brown very quickly.
Yep. A splendid breakthrough, and I don't think there's a lot of argument with the decision from Richard Kettleborough. It was pitched in the block hole, and he just played round it really. Possibly his weight was a little bit too much over towards off stump as the ball kind of got under him and trapped him LBW. Certainly wasn't going to have gone over the top, would have hit the stumps low, and Kettleborough's verdict was pretty instantaneous. So 4 for 1, a great start for Lancashire, and a poor end to the season so far. I mean, we haven't reached the very end yet, but Nick will have, assuming he plays in the final game at Northampton, which I feel sure he will, he'll have 3 more innings potentially to try and obliterate the memory of scores of 1, 3 and 4 in his last 3. I don't just remember what he scored.
45 at Canterbury in his only knock.
Ah, right. Thank you very much. You've just read my mind perfectly, and obviously that actually at Canterbury is a very useful contribution. But yeah, of course, that was when Essex actually got over 500, wasn't it, with the bat? Yeah, and that's a pretty rare thing this season, yeah. Fair to say. So they need more of that next year for me. I agree. Say it's one of the slight weaknesses. 3 slips and a gully and a short leg, and Wesley is on strike, and he'll get a ball which has great carry from Bailey. It pitches round about off stump and fizzes its way through to the keeper. And he has nothing to do with it, Wesley, but it'd be grateful that wasn't pitched a little bit further towards middle stump and doing the same thing, because it would have been a very difficult delivery to play. Yeah, I mean, there's every indication that there's still going to be plenty in this pitch to assist the Lancashire bowlers here.
Lancashire 131, 5 wickets to Harmer, 51 for the season, and this is driven pleasantly by Wesley. It was a confident looking shot for at least 2, going up towards the long on boundary. Might just be cut off with a bit of relay work, and indeed it is, but they can come back for the 3rd run. The throw is rather off balance and looping, and Bell has his first bit of work to do as a Lancashire keeper in the championship by just coming round to more or less where a forward short leg would have been to gather a slightly wayward throw, which meant that the batsmen were under no pressure, and Wesley has a 3 to his name, and it's 7 for 1 in this opening over, which is certainly proving quite interesting.
It is. We've got an email to follow from Duncan McDermott, who makes a lot of interesting points. He says, thanks for the commentary. I don't know why we have to revamp county cricket every time we lose an Ashes series. Indeed, you could say, Duncan, why we have to revamp county cricket every blasted year.
Bailey bowls. That's outside the off stump, and there's no run. 7 for 1. No shot offered. What a lively over that was. Couple of over pitch balls driven away. And the success for Tom Bailey getting rid of Nick Brown. So all told, I think he'll take 7 coming off that over, given that there's a wicket. And Lancashire 131, Essex a 7 for 1. And the game moving along at a pace sort of reminiscent certainly of the Hampshire game here. And the great thing about that game is it was two sides who were pretty evenly matched, and the opposition could counterpunch, which Gloucestershire couldn't really do, Paul, and that's what might make a difference here if Lancashire can get themselves into this innings.
Indeed. Duncan continues, county cricket must be the envy of followers of cricket in other countries. It is something special the hierarchy seem determined to undermine. Fewer games will mean less chance for more youngsters, and we won't need to worry about no games for a fortnight at the end of August start of September. If the ECB get their way, it's going to be Will Williams to open the attack from the Hayes close end. And Duncan continues, they can have their franchise cricket and the players and circus can move from one country to the next. It will soon lose appeal from saturating the market. Here comes Williams in. To bowl to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, 3 slips a gully and a bat pad, good attacking field. Lancashire know they've got to get wickets. Played back to the bowler. Duncan continues. And county cricket can be left to the real followers. Stuart Law said on commentary earlier in the season, the reverse fixture at Old Trafford, how much he loved playing for 4 county cricket tournaments in the season, as much as we enjoyed watching it. I think the ball that dismissed Villas turned so much it would have easily beaten leg stump. By the way, your replays are replaying the commentary over the live commentary, so it is difficult to hear. Otherwise, excellent commentary as Wesley again picks out mid-off with a firm off drive, and there is no run. Replying to to Lancashire's 131 all out. Essex with Brown already LBW to Bailey, 7 for 1 in the second over.
Interesting news from the Oval, where Surrey were going along quite nicely with Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes, but Steve Patterson's just got 2 in 3 balls. Ben Folkes for 19, Cameron Steele for a second ball duck. Pope is 53 and Surrey 136 for 5.
Interesting indeed, as this next ball provokes no response at all from Wesley. It pitches well outside off stump. There's no run, and we can once again see a little bit of extremely hazy sunshine.
2 T20 games going on this afternoon, by the way. Pakistan, England start at 3:30. India, Australia at 2:30. Both of those will probably be over. Well, certainly the India game probably will be over before we finish here. And Kent, a bit of a recovery for the 6th wicket. They were 32 for 5 and now 76 for 5.
Oh, and bowled without playing a shot. This ball is perfect from a Lancashire point of view. Essex are 7 for 2, and Wesley shoulders arms to a ball that is an off-cutter. It did come back, but I wouldn't have said by far enough to justify having played no shot.
6 for 5.
To that delivery from Will Williams. And bowled without playing a shot. Here, can Essex get anywhere near? Perfect from a Lancashire point of view. Essex are 7 for 2, and Wesley one score without shoulders arms how the other side reply. And Essex are not in the greatest form with the bat for all their 500 odd at Canterbury at the start of the month, and they are 7 for 2.
Wow, and this is reminiscent of the Hampshire game in the ability of the opposition to counterpunch. That was really irrelevant on those flat, placid pitches that we saw for 4 of the games this season, because you didn't really need to throw any punches yourself. The pitch did the work for you, and just the games were obviously going to be draws. Essex overpowered Gloucestershire, but this reminds me of the Hampshire game. I saw the first 2 days of that, in the sense that you had 2 fairly evenly matched sides, and the opposition could throw punches back. They had the ammunition to do that. That could make for a very fascinating contest. And in the end, of course, Essex won that one by 12 runs. And this is setting up to be something as similar in terms of being exciting for the crowd and tense as well.
Yeah. Well, there we see the value, I think, of a fine bit of fielding to prevent the boundary from Tom Wesley during the Tom Bailey over. It looked to all the world as if the ball was going to win the race, but Parkinson was one of those who hurled himself at the ball to knock it back. They got 3, and that meant Wesley was on strike rather than Cook. There, of course, you can argue maybe Cook would have been out as well, but Lancashire will be very happy with this start, as in comes Williams. Bowls to Dan Lawrence, and he could do with a few runs as well, although he did get a few the other day in the first innings at Headingley, 63 I think it was, and his first ball he plays firmly back. There's no run, and it's a fine sight, this board, from a Lancashire point of view, for all their 131 all out, because Essex, Brown's gone for 4, Wesley's gone for 3, neither Cook or Lawrence have a run to their name, or has a run to their name, and Next delivery is left by Lawrence, and the choreographed response of the slips is to put hands to heads and sort of, oh, you're lucky that didn't hit the stumps, but it was another good off-cutter, and Essex have already lost one man who's gone without playing a shot. 7 for 2 at the end of a very fine wicket maiden.
Well, we've got 2 England players, of course, past and, well, sometimes present and possibly in the future as well. I'm sure Dan Lawrence, 120 in the reverse fixture, as you say, 61 in the first innings against Yorkshire. Useful runs, those, on a pitch that was obviously not the easiest to bat on, and of course he does have a history, Dan Lawrence, of scoring runs at difficult times. We've seen that, I think, throughout his career, and this would be a very good occasion to do something similar. Here is Bailey up to the wicket, bowls, and Cook with a crouching shot, playing that defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yes, the Hampshire-Kent game, it's Ben Compton and Joey Everson, the hero of Trent Bridge on Saturday, who were digging them out of trouble. They were 32 for 5, now 81 for 5 after being sent in by Hampshire. Compton 37, Everson 25 in that one, but it's been slow going. Kyle Abbott's taken 3 for 27, but at least Kent getting some sort of toehold there. 3 slips of gully and a short leg. As here is a nice stroke into the offside from Cook, but doesn't time it as he would have wanted to. He likes to score in that area with a back foot force, but this time didn't quite time it, and it's rolled out into the covers, and there is no run as Balderson completes the fielding. Balderson will be relieved that he's not the only person to have made a misjudgment today after Wesley's wicket.
Yes, that's right. It's not a pitch actually to try and be too clever on, that's for sure. So we've got 3 slips in the gully here and a bat pad.
As Bailey up to the wicket, bowls, and this time Cook plays nicely away past the square leg umpire for 2. Being chased round the boundary, they'll come back for the second run. Slight misfield, not a clean pick-up. We've got a group of school children in today who are very vocal at times, and they were hoping that one was going to get through the fielder for 4, but it didn't, and Cook duly gets his 2 for a typical left-hander shot off the pad, just slightly straying in that line, and 2 to Cook, and belatedly that's his first 2, 9 for 2 in the third over.
Yes, certainly he's probably grateful for the chance he's had to see others what the pitfalls of the pitch may be.
Sun coming out as Cook this time goes for a leg glance to a ball that's straying down the leg side but makes no contact, and Bell just goes across to complete the take, and so okay. So yeah, sun just starting to force its way through the cloud which has been present through the day. As Paul was saying, forecast for tomorrow is slightly warmer. We'll see some more sunshine, but all very pleasant. No one's going to be worried about being too hot at Chelmsford, which hasn't been the case every time this season. As here is Bailey bowls. That again is on the pads of Cook. He's not got his line right to Cook in this over. That goes down to fine leg for single. Would be useful deliveries to a right-hander. At least he's got one now to bowl at in Dan Lawrence. It's 10 for 2 Essex. Lancashire made 131, having won the toss and chosen to bat. 5 wickets for Simon Harmer, who has 51 for the season.
Yes, I'm not sure that it suited Bailey to go round the wicket to Cook there. His line and length were much better bowling over the wicket, and I know it's a left-hander. I understand why he's going round, but because he's coming round, he's been slanting the ball toward leg side.
Here's Bailey now, bowling to the right-handed Lawrence, who goes across his crease in typical fashion and plays it past mid-wicket. That's going to be a long chase round the boundary, which might not be successful. No, it isn't. It goes to the boundary rope in front of the pavilion, and he sort of turned that into a half-volley launch. He got across his crease and got to the ball and just played it. Once it got past that man, sort of a forward square leg, that was very likely to go for 4, and that was well played. So actually, to both left-hander and right-hander, Bailey did not get his line right and be slightly disappointed with that over. 14 for 2. In fact, all the runs scored have come off Bailey. Yes, that's right. Yes, because Williams has bowled a wicket maiden at the other end. Cook has 3, Lawrence has 4, and Essex are 117 behind.
Yes, it was a splendid bit of timing from Lawrence, that, because there was no real backlift, but beautiful timing, and it looked odds on that the fielder shooting around the boundary would get to it, but he couldn't. And Williams is also going to come around the wicket to Cook.
Bailey, by the way, 44 wickets now for the season, an average of just over 24.
Good haul as Williams bowls to Cook and takes him on the pad. Painful blow on the thigh, no run. Gerard de Graaf comes through. Thank you, Gerard, from the Netherlands. He says, just catching up on YouTube, enjoying your broadcast a lot. Could you please try to keep the sound down on the replays? I'm afraid we've no control over replays. I know there is a problem with that, but that's nothing we can do about it. Very confusing, you say. Also very pleased with the exploits of Shane Snater. Remember getting a call from my eldest son. Just break in because... next delivery from Williams. Cook defends back to the bowler, and you continue, Gerard, who was at the Darren Lehman Academy in Adelaide early 2016, and he said there is a young man here from Zimbabwe with a Dutch passport looking for a club in Holland. Think you can do something for him? Shane ended up staying with our family and playing with our son for our local club, Rood en Wit, which means red and white, in Haarlem. Break in because here's the next delivery. Williams to Cook, and this is turns Cook round. It flies off the edge, didn't quite carry to gully, but another good delivery. 14 for 2 is the score in reply to Lancashire's 131 all out. And you continue, and before the summer was over, he was in the Dutch side playing first class cricket against Afghanistan. The next summer, after the Dutch had played Essex in the friendly, Shane was invited by Tendo to try for a place on the roster at the Fortress. The rest, as they say, is history. Fascinating email. Thanks ever so much for that, Gerard. As the next ball takes Cook on the pad, Peel, but half-hearted, it would have gone down leg side. 14 for 2. But what a season Shane is having. You'll be thrilled, Gerard, to have put him up and say that's our friend that we befriended and assisted with his career. He didn't make much of an impact for his first 2 or 3 years in Essex, but this season, coming in at number 8, he's got 3 70s, 2 60s, an absolute match winner the other day, 65 not out at Headingley, and he's got a very decent haul of wickets and is a brilliant fieldsman. As the next ball does come off Cook's bat and they get through for a single, it's 15 for 2, and Cook, who hasn't found this over a piece of cake in any way or shape or form, is 4 not out.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff from Williams. 11 balls, 1 wicket, 1 run, and from Christchurch in New Zealand. But I understand Scott will be able to confirm. I think he's sort of given up playing for New Zealand and is now sort of regarded as a local player for Lancashire, and certainly looks a really very useful acquisition. Nice action, and so he's got an excellent average this season, which I'll just come on to in a second.
And next delivery is bowled, I should say, to Dan Lawrence, who plays it to mid-off. No run, wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but it was all along the ground. And a good over from Will Williams there. 15 for 2 up on the board with 4 to each batsman, they being Cook and Dan Lawrence. Essex's number 4 was in at the crease as early as the second over here, as Lancashire made a terrific start, and Essex are still 116 behind.
Yeah, 28 wickets at average of 17.7. This being his 7th game. Now that really is very good indeed, and it's going to be quite a handful on this pitch. It's interesting, thinking about this pitch and Old Trafford as Bailey comes into bowl, goes around the wicket and outside the off stump. Tom Wesley more or less agreed with me at the end of the Old Trafford game. I said you'd like to take this pitch around with you, Tom, and I think because we'd have those flat surfaces at Chelmsford early season, he very much agreed. As in the case of 2018, a pitch that suited the Essex attack, suited Simon Harmer and the seamers, and certainly my thinking was that the way that Chelmsford was playing in the early part of the season, if they could play every game at Old Trafford, they'd win the championship, because it really was a surface. This is a bit like Old Trafford, just offering a bit less to the spinners at Old Trafford on the opening day, I would say. But as Cook plays this one into the onside, and there's no run, but there's that bounce there, and a sense that basically all bowlers are in the game, and very much this is the sort of surface that Essex would prefer here at Chelmsford rather than the one they had for those 4 games, and that's a really telling point of the season. 4 of the 7 games played on lifeless surfaces, Paul, and when you look back at the season, that's such a key point.
Indeed.
Bailey with 3 slips and a gully, 4 saving 1, a fine leg, and Cook is beaten outside the off stump by a nice delivery, just shaping away. And yeah, that one genuinely beat him. He played at that, no question at all. And was fortunate to not to edge that through. That would have been a great breakthrough for Lancashire at this point. 15 for 2. They know the importance of breaking this partnership.
Indeed, yes, the game is, we've really had our money's worth in terms of the eventfulness of the play so far today, and in sharp contrast to several earlier games at the county ground this season.
As Bailey bowls. And this is played by Cook up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Parkinson, looking forward to seeing him bowl on the surface. It's going to help him a little bit later on. Yes, there have been some games on this ground this season where you get the 12th wicket of the match falling, and it'll probably be sometime on the 3rd afternoon.
no
Maybe later.
Yeah, no, it's,
yes.
I always call them one innings match, because although the first side do technically start a second innings, but by then the game, you just know that it's purely academic. No way can a result for either side be achieved.
Bailey bowls to Cook, who this time just pops forward and pushes up into the onside, and Lawrence coming through for the single. It wasn't automatic that as a run, but they went for it. Lawrence going to the danger end, but in the end beat the throw. It could have been quite close. A sharp single, but looking to rotate the strike.
That's right. Lawrence was certainly flat out there to try and make his ground, and he's not slow, but it was, one of those where I think it was his call, he might just have been regretting making it about 3 steps short of getting into his ground, but he just got there, and in any case the throw missed, but would have been certainly tight had it hit.
Yes, and certainly I don't want to run out Essex at this point. Game moving along at a great pace though, as here's one. Again Bailey straying onto the pads of Lawrence. Has been the downside of his bowling so far, too much on leg stump to both batsmen, and that one just easily helped round the corner for a single down towards deep backward square leg. Could have been a bit more damage there actually than just the one run. 17 for 2, and 16 of those off Bailey. Lawrence 5 and Cook 5, with Brown and Wesley out to Bailey and Williams respectively.
Well, Dan Lawrence probably quite enjoys the thought of playing Lancashire, because he has a good record in these matches. He got 120 at Old Trafford after returning from a long layoff that cost him his test place with a hamstring injury incurred at Edgbaston in April in the field. And of course he played his never to be forgotten innings of 141 not out here to stop Lancashire winning the first game of the 2017 season, where Essex went on to win the title that year. As this goes through outside off stump, there's no run, and it was a real vigil. Jimmy Anderson was captaining Lancashire in that game, and Lancashire looked absolutely certain to give Essex a complete thrashing. But Lawrence, who at the time was only 18, 141 not out from 333 deliveries, and batted for 7 hours and 7 minutes. But for him, Essex would have been almost beaten in 3 days. But he batted throughout the 4th day. Here is Williams again. Hayes close end, bowls. Lawrence plays the ball to mid-on pleasantly, and there is no run there. And Michael Biswell comes back and says, it's my fault for suggesting Dick Davis was retiring. I was listening to Dick commentating from the Oval, and it sounded like he was being seduced by the dark side of luxury and rooftop gardens with bars, air-conditioned in the media box, and how nice the Surrey people were to him. And it sounded like he was dreaming of a better place to watch cricket from when he retired. So I asked the question, was he retiring? Clearly not. Live long and prosper. As here comes Williams in, bowls, and Lawrence plays the ball to mid-wicket. There's no run, and you end saying Surrey 16 points for a draw, Essex 20 points for a win, question mark.
Well, if that's an allusion to the draw, I agree that 8 points for a draw is far too much. That needs to go down to 5, I think. I was thinking 5 or 6, and I'm settled at 5. If Surrey were to win the championship, having won 2 fewer games than Hampshire, I think something will be done next season.
I couldn't agree more. Shocking having 8 for the draw. Williams is in, bowls to Lawrence, defends to mid-wicket, there's no run there. We've heard from Trevor Beaton to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. He says, hello, do we know if Paul Walter still has problems with his shoulder? I ask because he appears to me to be a hugely improved cricketer, and I fear the possibility of losing him to a county which also recognises his improvement. If this is not to happen, Essex really need to find him a place in the side if he's fit. Yes, I don't know the answer to your question, but it's a very good question you make. I had that very thought earlier today as Williams is in and bowls well outside off stump. No shot necessary from Lawrence. 17 for 2, 114 behind. Essex in reply to Lancashire's 131 all out. Harmer 5 for 41, Cook 3 for 38. It is a good question, and I know that he was still troubled by the shoulder when he didn't play at Canterbury. I thought he might have recovered by now. Take your point all day long, because when he was interviewed earlier in the season, just as he was finding his form, he did say that if he couldn't get a place here, he'd be quite happy to go out on loan. As Williams bowls, and that ball is edged down, it goes to ground before reaching Stephen Croft in the gully. The over ends. Dot ball that, 17 for 2 with both batsmen on 5, they being Cook and Lawrence, and a wicket in each of the first 2 overs of the innings with Nick Brown, yet another low score for him in a poor trot of form, his 3rd consecutive one. LBW to Bailey for 4, and then Tom Wesley, bowled by Williams, not offering a shot for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, the balance of the Essex. You know, my hobby horse of a season, Paul, has been the 3-seamer strategy away from home, which I think hasn't been proved to have worked. And the problem is, I've no problem with Snater at 8 and Harmer at 7. It's what comes above that, as this is played defensively up into the offside by Cook, and there's no run. I just think it's the positive move that Essex might need to consider, particularly if they're playing 7 or 8 games back to back, to protect the likes of Sam Cook by having 4-seamers away from home. The problem is what comes at 5 and 6, because both Critchley and Rossington, it's not massively under what they do as career averages, but Rossington 27 and Critchley 26 is averaging for this season. If you're going to just play 6 out and out batsmen, you probably you want them to have slightly better returns than that. As Bailey comes in to bowl, and this is played up into the offside, and there's no one. And clearly Feroz Kushi is going to be challenging for a place as of right in the top 6 next season.
I mean, I think the answer to your problem potentially is in the latest email, because Paul Walter bowls,
if he can bowl some more.
I mean, he bowled so well in the 100 that you're saying, well, why do Essex bowl him so rarely? And on the evidence of what we saw there, with his good slower balls, and people finding it difficult to time him, he could be that extra seam bowler.
Yes, is what certainly, because he didn't play at the start of this season, did he? As this is played up into the offside by Cook, and there's no run.
Didn't play in the first 3 games.
That's right, and I was trying to think that would include Edgbaston, wouldn't it? Where the lack of the 4-seamer was really crucial.
And he came in. Got away. He came in because Lawrence, of course, injured himself at Edgbaston. But I mean, he was a revelation with his bowling. I know he batted well as well, but he was a revelation with his bowling in the 100. And I know it's white ball cricket, but he bowled well enough for me to think actually he could be useful in any form.
And Bailey up to the wicket, bowls, and this is driven away wide of mid-off for at least 2, being chased back towards the extra cover boundary. Might just be cut off out of our sight. Cook is just waiting to see if it is. It is cut off, but they're going to get back for the 3rd run, so they'll be happy enough with that. And that was a nice stroke by Cook, just a slightly over-pitched ball, played away almost for 4, but just cut off short of the boundary, and Cook goes along to 8. Lawrence has a strike on 5, and just starting to recover a little bit after those 2 early wickets. 20 for 2, 111 behind. Yes, there's going to be some interesting things for next season. I think one question is Critchley an automatic pick if Harmer is in the side on a pitch that's not likely to offer turn? That's one potential thought. This is driven away up to slight misfield at mid-on by Villas, but they don't attempt a single. 20 for 2, because there's going to be pressure for places whatever happens with obviously Feroz Kushi really staking a claim now, and and Paul Walter to come back into the side. Something's going to have to give somewhere. Very interesting to see what Essex's strategy is, but if Walter can play that four-seamer role, that's going to make a big difference. 3 slips and a gully, as this is left alone outside the off stump. Bailey there, just getting the ball to jag back a little bit, but left alone comfortably by Lawrence. 20 for 2, Lawrence 5, Cook 8. Contrast in the figures, Bailey just because he drifted onto the pads too much, 4 overs 1 for 19, but Will Williams 3 overs 2 maidens 1 for 1. A little bit about him, Scott. Very, very impressive figures for Lancashire this season, which has helped obviously in the absence of Saj Mahmood in particular.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic signing for Lancashire. It's a slightly quirky story really, because he originally signed, and you mentioned it correctly, Nick, he played all prior to moving to Lancashire, all his first-class career in New Zealand. He's from Christchurch on the South Island, and was playing some club cricket in the UK. As he starts afresh over and bowls to Cook through to the keeper, and there's no run. And Lancashire signed him for 2 games, for 2 championship matches, a match at Warwickshire and at Gloucestershire, just a short-term 2-game deal. And then such was the way he impressed in that first couple of games, and then it became apparent that actually he has a British passport because his mum's from the UK. That they went from a 2-match deal to a 3.5-year contract. They were mighty impressed with the way he'd started. He's back in, bowls again to Cook, who plays forward. He comes off the inside edge, deflects away to square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, certainly good pace and causing problems here. And could be a key. Obviously we'll wait to see Parkinson and how he gets on with Hartley a little bit later on, but I think the seamers have got to drag Lancashire back in first. They've got 2 wickets and they're striving for this to break this critical partnership, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Kushi to come, who's been in great form recently. He's still a young player, of course. He could play another dazzling innings, but Lancashire will feel an awful lot better once they break this partnership.
Yeah, 2 high-class international quality batters there, aren't they? So that if they can prize one more out, and with this front-line seam attack, Williams and Bailey, and then see the likes of Parkinson and Hartley. They've got other options too as well. Balderson will offer them some right-arm medium pace, but Williams and Bailey, the strike bowlers for Lancashire. Spinners, Hartley, left-arm spinner, and of course the leg spinner, Matt Parkinson as well. Cook's on strike. There's now a short leg in place. So 3 slips gully and short leg around the wicket. And a fullish ball and off stump. It's handsomely driven by Cook through the covers. Bonson to chase after it down towards the boundary as well to catch up with the ball actually. Just flicks it back. And Cook has come back for 2. Nice shot, nice bit of fielding. And an easy second takes Essex onto 22 for 2, and Cook up to 10. This is Alistair Cook with Nick already gone.
Yeah, after having a bit of an injury problem during the 50-over competition, which he probably otherwise would have played. Alistair Cook has come back and again looked impressive.
Williams bowls and is left by Cook, taken by Bell, Lancashire's wicket keeper on debut. And there's no run.
Turned out a bit of a blessing in disguise because it allowed other younger batsmen to have a bit of a go, and I suppose that's one of the purposes of this 50-over competition, with the way it's set up as the undercard for the 100 to try and develop players. But Cook back in the side with the return of a championship, and I say looking very much his old self at the moment.
Little tap of the bat, settles into the crease. Williams bowls, he plays forward, just smothering the ball away into the offside. Slowly bounces up towards Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run.
Joey Everson out for 34 at the Aegeus Bowl. Ben Compton has 49 from 139 balls, and Kenter 112 for 6, having been sent in by Hampshire. So 2 bonus points for bowling for Hampshire. And to say, Surrey, Yorkshire is proving an interesting tussle at the moment. Surrey are 159 for 5, and it's Ollie Pope's return to Surrey, which is really keeping them afloat there. 71 not out.
Williams to Cook, has turned through mid-on. Velasquez scampering after it. Cook has already come back for 2. Velasquez loses his cap in pursuit of the ball. Just catch up with it. And Cook settles for 2 more, so he moves on to 12, 24 for 2, and that's the end of the over. Williams 4 overs, 1 for 7. And Essex 24 for 2 after 8 overs in reply to Lancashire's 131 all out.
And Nick has been in on the emails. We're just talking about Essex next season, finding a 4-seamer away from home, which certainly I think is important. Paul Walker, the obvious solution if he can bowl more overs in the Championship. But even then, you've got to get another space available for Feroz Kushi potentially. They don't want Feroz Kushi going to another county as Bailey comes in to bowl, and this is steered up into the offside by Lawrence, and there's no run. Nick thinks that Nick Brown is going to be under pressure. Too many low scores. Nick does have a habit, though, of making a decent score just when people are starting to say that, and I'm sure he might carry on with that. Nick suggests Kushi opening with Cook, which could leave a space at 6 for Walter. Also, Nick, how about Walter opening with Cook, which of course happened in the Bob Willis Trophy year, so Walter can potentially open. Bailey comes up to bowl, and that's driven away between mid-wicket and mid-on, possibly for 2. Yep, they're going to be able to come back for the second run, and it's gathered in just about 15 yards short of the long-on boundary, and score 26 for 2. Lawrence 7 and Cook has 12 with a wicket apiece to Bailey and Williams. But yes, the Essex batting still a bit flaky, Scott. Cook is sort of, let's see, you look at the Essex batting stats compared to the Lancashire ones, and they don't really hold up. And it's one of the things that Essex do need to improve collectively next season. They've actually been a bit reliant on runs down the order from Harmer and Snater, to be honest. As Bailey bowls, and that's a good delivery. A pill for everybody, gone. He was basically half forward, Lawrence, just looking to push the ball away through the, basically back where it had come. And he looked pretty adjacent on the replay. He was just looking, I think, just to play the ball back down the pitch. He got a stride in, but it actually put him even more in line with the stumps. That's a big wicket for Lancashire to take at this stage. 26 for 3, Essex in reply to Lancashire's 131. Lawrence, who was the centurion at Old Trafford, has gone for 7. Cook is 12, and it's all wide open here.
It is, yeah, that's the wicket Lancashire was searching for with Bailey and Williams in combination, 2 high-class batters together, try and break this partnership, because they're both a decent run with this new ball, and Dave Velas will be contemplating a change not too far away, so important breakthrough for Lancashire to get Lawrence pretty early. 3 down now, and you say, Nick, it is it's wide open, the match, isn't it? 26 for 3 reply to 130 all out.
And this is interesting because Critchley's got runs recently, but he's had I think the season he'd probably find slightly disappointing with the bat. He was the hero of the blast for Essex. He was absolutely brilliant, but his return in the 4-day game has probably been a little bit below what he would have hoped for. And we just mentioned that he and Rossington to come would probably like at least a few runs better on their averages for the season, but certainly capable. Had a great season with Derbyshire last year, and so overall his return for Essex has been pretty good. You consider his role as the second spinner and standing in for Harmer, and also what he did in the blast. But he would probably, the one thing he'd like is a few more runs in the first-class game. And well, he's got an important platform here. Has made some important contributions in difficult situations, but Cook needs someone to stay with him here.
He does, yeah. He's a good player, isn't he, Critchley? I've been a big fan of him, like when he was at Derbyshire.
Very good signing.
Yeah.
The sort of irony is that Derbyshire exchanged, lost Critchley, but got Shah Masood, wasn't it, who had that phenomenal run of form. As this is Critchley playing up into the offside, so phenomenal that Yorkshire decided they wanted to sign him.
As well,
which I'm sure upset our colleague Dave Fletcher at Derby, because I was very disappointed when I read that, because for me that's almost the story of the season. Masood at Derby, absolutely incredible run of form, but the smaller counties, in inverted commas, they just need players like that who can come in from nowhere and make a big impact, because it's good for the game, making the sides competitive. Well, interesting situation. as Bailey comes in to bowl to Critchley, who plays out of a slightly thickish inside edge. There's a bit of a thought of a run from Critchley, and Cook's not interested. They were trying to play that, I think, through mid-on. It came off the sort of inside half of the bat, but Lancashire causing problems here. Bailey just seems to have got his line a bit better now after straying onto the pads a little bit too much. 2 for 21, and the excellent Williams 1 for 5. So I guess obviously looking to see who basically obviously they've got some other seam bowling options there, haven't they? But
yeah, Balderson.
Yeah, Balderson, third seamer, and then we might see Parkinson after that. So here's good delivery. There's an appeal for a caught behind. He was just had the bat hang out at that. Did Critchley? He was very indeterminate. Lucky also the ball didn't jag back, because I think he would have been LBW not playing a shot. But that's much better from Bailey. He's got his line right now, and just posing a more consistent threat. 2 for 21 in 5 for him. Essex at 26 for 3. Lancashire made 131. I'm going to look up that Essex-Hampshire game earlier in the season, which really, this game reminds me of that one. When again it was nip and tuck between the two sides. Essex finally won by 12 runs.
That was Bailey's best over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Such high standards. His consistency levels over the last 4 or 5 seasons now have been brilliant. Bailey leads the attack superbly. That was his best over of the day. Williams will start his 5th as well. 1 for 5 from his 4. 3 slips and a gully. 4 short leg. Williams coming around the wicket to Cook, who goes back and cuts the ball away. Just behind square on the offside. Should be 4, I think. Balderson is quick. Oh, he's done ever so well to catch up with that. And they've actually run 3. It's a really good effort from Balderson to catch up with the ball. Back foot cut from Alistair Cook towards the backward point boundary is worth 3 for him. So it takes Cook on to 15, 29 for 3 now.
It was a slightly higher scoring game. Essex 238, Hampshire 163, Essex 223, and then Hampshire set 299, 286 all out. So a little bit more of a high scoring game than this one is threatening to be. But the pitch very much reminds me of that game. And just the way, the pace at which the game is moving. That was what I would call you had to take the wickets with a new ball, because it got more difficult again with a softer ball.
Williams bowls to Critchley, just leans into it. Punches away into the offside, out to point, Parkinson fields, and there's no run.
It'll be interesting if Essex can get to the older ball, whether it's a similar sort of pitch, because obviously Lancashire didn't get that far, and so that will be very interesting. Now in the Hampshire second innings they did get to the older ball, and there was all sorts of controversy when they had to change the balls, and I know James Vince kept thinking the ball that should have been picked out of the bag should have been a lot newer than the one that was being picked out, but such is the cut and thrust of the game.
Indeed. Over the wicket comes Williams, balls again to Critchley. It's dropped away into extra cover. And he thinks about coming back for 2, but Alistair Cook's got 0 interest in that, so just a single to Critchley. He's off the mark with that, and it's now 30 for 3.
But I must admit that was a great game. This is shaping up as a similar game for the fans here, who've basically been watching 500 play 500, and it gets a bit dull after a while. Although those draw points, I guess, are useful. Well, what do you stand on the draw? What do you reckon? 5, 6 points? 8 feels too many.
Agree entirely. Yeah, I think I listened to what you and Paul were saying, and it does seem too much, doesn't it? And Williams around the wicket to Cook, just dabs the ball away into the offside. There is no run. I thought it was worth going to 8 at first. I thought it was worth trying that because of the reasons I thought were pretty sound behind it. They removed the toss, didn't they, in that same time? Yes. And then they had the points went up to 8 for a draw. I think now we've had it's quite a decent number of years at 8, haven't we now? I just feel too many. Yeah,
it was 8 for the Bob Willis Trophy, I think. Is that? I think it might have gone into when it was the Bob Willis Trophy. That's when it might have gone to 8.
There's Williams again. Cook defends, and there's no run. It's the end of the. Oh, but no, it's not. There's one more left. One more to go. 30 for 3.
But I think if Surrey win the championship, they could win the championship having won 2 fewer games than Hampshire, I think, possibly. And I think that will be the proverbial straw on the camel's back, because I think there will be a general thinking that's probably not quite right. It'll be very interesting to see actually if they do win the championship having won fewer games, when that last happened, and I might be tempted to have a little look at that at some point.
It was a season Warwickshire won it.
Yeah, we're winning about 4 games.
Yeah, she turned away to mid-on. Warwickshire always get churned out, don't they, as an example of this. Cook defends up towards mid-on, there's no run. That does completely over, 30 for 3.
Tell you what, Essex, looking back at their season, you look at Warwickshire in the table, and obviously it's not been a very good season for Warwickshire, and I think they've still got the 1 win, and that was against Essex at Edgbaston. At that point, I thought, champions playing like champions, and they've not won since. And it doesn't look a very good result from the Essex point of view, that one, looking back in time.
No.
They've had a lot of problems with their bowling attack, Warwickshire. The one big injury, Norwell, I think it was, who was out for a long time.
Been out for a while, hasn't
it? Really hurt them. Liam Norwell.
Bowling change, the first one. George Balderson replacing Tom Bailey.
Essex replying to Lancashire's 131, 5 wickets for Simon Harmer, are 30 for 3, 101 behind. Balderson up to the wicket with his brisk medium pace. That gets a bit of lift, and that's played in the end pretty well by Critchley. It's back to square on the offside. So one thing Essex really could do with next year is Critchley just to have a season more like the one he had with Derbyshire, where he was very, very good. It's a slightly disappointing return with the bat in the championship, but I say lots of roles for Critchley at Essex, obviously with the ball, and also particularly in the blast. This is played defensively up into the offside, up towards mid-off, and he actually did pretty well in the blast. I think he was promoted actually in the blast team up to about number 4, and they were all saying, "Oh, why is Critchley coming ahead of all these other superstars?" Well, probably the reason was he was probably more reliable. All credit to him. 3 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point. As Balderson up to the wicket. Sun trying to break through, bowls. That's played with an angle bat to point, and there's no run. How did you get on with that thing we were talking about off air, of course? We never made it onto the air at Sedbergh, with your itinerary to get from Manchester to Southampton on a rail strike weekend. Did you manage to get down there for that? Must have been quite tight going.
I took it for the car in the end.
Yes.
It was proving too challenging.
Yes, it's quite a long way from Lancashire to Southampton, isn't it? As Balderson bowls, and that's driven nicely. That's a good shot from Critchley, just slightly over pitching, and plays a wave to the square cover boundary. Nice stroke. Let's give him some confidence, and very nice square drive. So Essex 34 for 3. Will be interesting to see if batting gets easier against the older ball, which was one of the key things of the Hampshire game. Can Essex get that far to take advantage of that? But certainly the crowd here have got their money's worth.
Yeah. You've read it for the first day. You've seen plenty of action.
There's Balderson up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's edged and caught at 3rd slip, little bit of bounce, and straight to 3rd slip. That's Hartley, who's taken a pretty comfortable catch, ran about chest high, had to react quickly and did, and Critchley, who just played that boundary, got a really good delivery there from Balderson, which bounced more than he expected, and he could really only just fend it to 3rd slip. Critchley goes for 5, 34 for 4. What a game this is. As they often say, we've got tickets for day 4. Try and sell them now. But Critchley has gone, and well, let's just say that Alistair Cook's presence at the other end is reassuring for Essex. But Cook is now probably starting to think, I'm going to have to try and take control of this. Wow, 34 for 4.
It's a good catch. I went quickly to Hartley, and that did fly off the edge of the bat, and he's taken it at 3rd slip to his right hand side, about shoulder height. But really, really good slip catch for me. That it made it look quite kind of routine, I think, in the end. But that went quickly. He could easily kind of fumble that at that slightly awkward height, just around shoulder height. Really nicely balanced. Hartley took a very, very good catch. He's not played much first-class cricket, and has barely featured in red ball cricket. But in there in the slips, safe pair of hands and a very, very good catch.
Adam Rossington, who's had his moments with the bat, is still to come. But Feroz Kushi is very much the sort of man of the moment for Essex in terms of emerging talent. We saw him play very well in the 50-over competition. Some think he might have played more games this season than he had. And I say that's probably down to the competition for places in the Essex side. But had a dazzling outing at Canterbury, not too far back, and here he's got a difficult situation. Probably a little bit more tricky for batting than it was at Canterbury on that occasion, against not the strongest attack in the country. He faces up to Balderson and plays that one away square into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, he was somebody that I think has been on the radar for Essex as going to be a challenger for a sort of a regular place for some time, and taken his opportunities in the 50-over competition. 164 at Canterbury with 2 sixes and 18 fours, and that's what you call an innings to really establish your credentials. Interestingly, that's where Critchley found some batting form with 90 himself. Cook made 78. But as I say, the Essex rather taking advantage of a Kent attack, which is probably, you might sort of compare with Gloucestershire as well. But I do remember when these two sides met at Old Trafford, saying to your colleague on the Saturday that when Lancashire made, I think it was 506, this is, remember, we're in mid-May, that was the lowest first innings score against Kent at that point of the season. It's got a bit better for them since, but Essex duly cashed in, and particularly Kushi. But this is a different kettle of fish.
Will Williams to continue his 6th over. He's got Alistair Cook on strike. He brings Cook forward. The ball just nibbles away past the edge of the bat, and Williams peels off towards the offside in anguish that he couldn't quite find the edge of the bat. Nestled into the gloves of George Bell, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it's obviously important in the development of a younger player when you're seeing them with men around the bat. Obviously that wasn't so much the case in the 50-over competition, and probably wasn't for too long at Canterbury, the way Essex were going, some defensive feels, but this is really going to be an examination of him.
Williams to Cook. Goes back and flicks the ball off his pads. It bounces rather awkwardly for Josh Bohannon at square leg, but he stops it and there's no run.
Now at Headingley he got 1 and 0. Paul would have I'm sure seen at least one of those innings, and that would have been more testing clearly, and so he wants to try and respond to that, and what a mentor to have at the other end in Alistair Cook. He's actually 164, virtually accounts for half of his first class runs.
Williams to Cook. That's a defender just reaching for it, safely pushing the ball out into the offside, no run.
But yeah, certainly one of a few Essex players who really progressed in the 50-over competition. Lancashire were able to field a relatively strong side, weren't they, for that competition?
Yeah, they had 1 or 2 kind of younger lads involved in it, but it was, I mean, certainly the top 5 was like a championship team. It's the same team as this, really. Cook defending away to Croft at point, and there's no run.
Yes, Somerset certainly would have been envious. I'm not sure it was a good idea to sort of say we're getting demoralised. It's not the best message to send to your opponents, is it? But I do understand the frustration of having so little, cricket at the headquarters grounds for such a long period of time, and they were particularly. I think what they didn't like was the fact that a lot of their players were sitting on the sidelines in the 100, not getting too much involvement.
Williams around the wicket, Cook in behind and defends. And again, there's no run.
Andy Stone Street on the emails agrees with the suggestion I made of going back to that policy we had a few years ago of Walter opening with Cook if Nick Brown were to be unable to keep his place at any point. He has, as you say, played in that position before. You think that Brown might have reached a peak, but every time we think that, Nick Brown has a habit of reading out a big score. Doubtless he'll do it again. Maybe next week, maybe even later in this game.
Williams to Cook. Oh, it's a good ball that beats Cook. Through to Bell, and there is no run. End of the over. We've had 12 now of the Essex first innings, 34 for 4.
And obviously, you know, Lancashire will feel that they haven't been that far away this season, and Essex likewise. But as I say, the two batting sets of stats don't set up very favourably from an Essex point of view, and that's something I want to improve on next year. And so they played three frontline seamers. You know, it's been a general policy for Essex when Harmer's been playing. They've played four seamers in the last couple of games. It's Balderson bowls, and that's played nicely way off the back foot. That's a good looking stroke there from Critchley. The second he's played through the offside. It will be cut off, but they'll come back for the third run. Cushy rather than Critchley. Yeah, it's a nice looking stroke, and they'll settle for 2. So the sun is coming out quite brightly now, and yeah, Cushy underway. Critchley played a nice stroke in that direction as well, but he's since gone. Caught a third slip. Cushy's replaced him. Sun shining brightly. Cook and Cushy at the crease, 36 for 4. They're 95 behind. Here's Balderson again. 3 slips and 3 on the offside and 2 on the leg side, saving 1. That one just cutting back into the right-hander, and he doesn't offer a shot for his Cushy, but under a lot of pressure. Somerset, by the way, of course, trying to stay in the division, are having a good day, 140 for 2 against Northants, and the batting card looking pretty solid with contributions down the list. Tom Abel is on 40 and George Bartlett 34 there, so Somerset looking as though they're building a fairly decent score in that one, as this is played off the back foot up into the offside, up to mid-off as Dane Villas. Surrey recovering again, 180 for 5, and Ollie Pope 78 not out at the Oval against Yorkshire. I mentioned the Somerset game against Northants, affecting the bottom of the table. Somerset chose to bat in that one at Taunton. It's one outside the off stump and is left alone. Gloucestershire, pretty hopeless situation. They have to get sort of 2 maximum point wins and hope that virtually nobody else gets any points at all. They're sadly going to be on their way down. But they're having a reasonable day today at Bristol with Warwickshire 157 for 6. Warwickshire still needing the points themselves. Dom Sibley is 65 not out there, keeping Warwickshire afloat in that one. And that's almost edged onto the stumps. Bit of movement from Balderson and a bit of a fortunate escape there for Cushy. He's got it down for a single to fine leg, but he wasn't in control of that. Almost edged it onto the stumps. So how many overs have we got till tea? We've got about 9 to go till tea. It's another sort of half an hour or so, and Paul will be coming back in and he'll be joined for that half hour by Scott when he's come back from his current report. While we're waiting for that, I'll just have a look at the other scores. Kent 145 for 6, and Ben Compton 62 not out. Harry Podmore 12. That's after they were sent in by Hampshire at the Aegeus Bowl. So 2 bonus points for Hampshire. That's outside the off stump and is left alone by Cook. So there's very few sort of meaningless games around. That's the good thing about this round of matches. And Nottinghamshire basically need a 10-point draw to secure promotion, even if everything else goes against them. They are going to be promoted, but they're playing Worcestershire at Worcester. Worcestershire are 180 for 5 in that one in Division 2. Brett D'Oliveira and Gareth Roderick sharing a stand so far worth 81 for the 6th wicket. Nottinghamshire well clear in that division, but quite a good battle for the other promotion place going on. Middlesex involved in that. They're 176 for 5 against Leicestershire at Leicester. Leicestershire rather cut adrift at the bottom of the table. Here's Williams continuing his fine spell, and Cushy reaches for this one and plays it out towards Critchley. Plays it out towards backward point rather, where there's Josh Bohannon, and there is no run. I've got Critchley on the mind because he was the last man out, and well, we're just waiting for someone from the Essex point of view to stay in with Alistair Cook at this stage. It's a very tense match situation. 37 for 4. There's 3 slips waiting. Oh, that's nearly useful delivery, but Cushy settling in quite well, just playing that one defensively. So Nick Brown out to Bailey for 4, Wesley to Williams for 3, and then Dan Lawrence LBW to Bailey for 7, and Critchley was well caught at third slip by Hartley off Balderson for 5. So Cook is there on 15, and there's 3 at the moment to Feroz Cushy. Tom Bailey with 2 for 21. He's got a bit of a break. Williams and Balderson bowling at the moment, and the deficit is 94. Bright sunshine as Cushy gets a short one and plays it away for 4. Good stroke off the back foot. It's a lovely shot, and crowd giving Cushy some encouragement. That was a very good stroke, just a little bit short. So a couple of failures at Headingley after that big score at Canterbury. Can he bounce back? He's made a pretty good start in a really tough match situation. Tell you what, 60 or 70 here would be worth its weight in gold. Chris Ashley says, question, poor batting, good bowling, or the pitch? Chris in Chelmsford. Well, it's what I call a Hampshire type pitch. It's a result pitch. It's got a lot going on as Cushy plays it up towards mid wicket. What I'm interested in here is, will it get easier for Essex against the older ball as happened in the Hampshire match? That I think is a fascinating little point that we should wait and see. Poor batting, 1 or 2 shot misjudgments, I think. Balderson obviously padding up. Croft got into a little bit of a tangle. I think Lancashire bowled pretty well at Essex in terms of the wickets that they've taken. Yeah, so we shall see as things develop, Chris. As here's Williams again. That's played by Cushy for 2 more. Nice stroke going out towards mid wicket. I'm not going to get up to second because I thought that would be 2, but it's just slowed up a little bit. Mid on moving round will prevent the second there. They don't go for it, but Cushy's made a pretty good start, which will be encouraging from an Essex point of view.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Alistair Cook looking for someone to bat with him, and Cushy's made a very nice start here. It's been quite positive, which I think is probably the sensible way about it.
Peter, Paul will deal with your email about when to play the 100, and everyone could come in with lots of sensible suggestions. The favourite one I've heard is April, because there's 2 weeks of school holidays, and so you're still bringing the families in. 42 for 4 as Cook plays that one defensively back down the pitch. Your suggestion is different, but the mischief. I read a column a couple of weeks ago. Someone, I think it was obviously a bit of a joke column, but it was well constructed, making a very good case for playing the 100 in April on the basis that the universities can play the counties, and then you can start the season in May. You can have your thoughts on that, Scott, and I'll bring back Paul Newton. It's 42 for 4.
Yeah, good luck getting that idea through. 14 overs into the Essex reply. And kind of bright, breezy partnership developing between Cook and Cushy. It's Cushy on strike. 3 slips in position, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg. Balderson comes over the wicket, balls off the back foot, hammered away firmly through the offside. Good stop by Croft, just backward of point. Cushy trying to force the ball away off the back foot, up onto his toes. Nice stop by Croft in his short sleeves, just backward of point, and there is no run. Kind of a short sleeve type of day for me, eh? Lovely. The sun's come out in particular, but it's quite pleasant even when we had quite a bit of cloud cover. Its temperatures were quite nice, but sun's shining now. Oh, a slash of the bat from Cushy. Bit of a first real false shot we've seen him play. Maybe just a little bit of extra bounce from Balderson, taken by Bell, and there's no run. Paul Newton's back alongside me.
Yeah, Alistair Cook digging in, but he has been stuck on 15 for
true.
a better part of half an hour. Cushy, on the other hand, when he sees a ball he can hit, he does tend to do so.
Balderson comes in to Cushy. It's turned out towards the mid-wicket region. There's no run. Well, that was on display just a few moments ago, wasn't it? But swing of the bat, it was bounced in by Balderson. Certainly hits the ball hard, doesn't he? A couple of occasions I've seen him off the back foot, those drives up to mid-off.
Yes, no, he's certainly in the 50 over competition. Of course, it's a bit easier in that, but he did bat very, very well.
Balderson to Cushy again looking to work it to the leg side. Ball wraps him on the pad and deflects back down the pitch. Picked up by Balderson, and there is no run. 42 for 2. Halfway through the, just over now, halfway through the 15th over. 4 balls into it. Cook on 15, Cushy on 8.
Yeah, it should be another 7 overs up to tea after this one. And Lancashire hitting back very, very strongly indeed. I think they felt in the gap between innings that they were still very much in the game.
Balderson to Cushy leans forward and drives on the bounce up towards mid-off where Vela stops it and there's no run. Will we see a bit of spin before tea, or will it just be all seam? I've seen Williams bowl 7 on the spin, so I suspect that, I mean, he has already this season for Lancashire bowled quite lengthy spells, 12, 13 over spells, I think, in a game a few weeks back. So he can bowl for a decent period, but I wonder whether there's a bowling change. Maybe Bailey might come back. We'll see. Balderson to Cushy. It's left. Fullish ball. Doesn't really get up. Taken by the keeper, Bell. And that is the end of the over. And Essex are 4. It's a maiden, that 2 from Balderson. These ball 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. And it's 42 for 4. And it is the end of Williams, but it's not the first bit of spin for Lancashire. It's going to be a return for Tom Bailey.
Yes, I think a matter of time before we do see some spin. Obviously, if another couple of wickets go down quickly, might be a different matter, because then you wouldn't want to disturb the status quo, who've done so much to get Lancashire back into the game. But there was enough there for Simon Harmer to suggest that Lancashire, with several spin options, will probably explore one of them. Matt Parkinson maybe, but Bailey's in. Bowls to Cook, keeps a bit low. Cook a little bit late, plays it down to mid-on as we suddenly go from very autumnal conditions into the height of summer again, as a hot sun suddenly appears. And it is 42 for 4, so Essex still with a lot of work to do. First of all, not to end up with a first innings deficit before they start thinking about a lead. 89 behind still as Bailey bowls to Cook, who turns it into the onside. Nicely fielded on the tumble at mid-on, but still Cook is firmly attached to that score of 15.
Yes, slower ball I think from Bailey, first up to Cook. Maybe just taking that bit of pace off it. Did play a little bit late, did Alistair Cook.
We have a nicety here in that there's 3 slips, not quite in numerical order, but they've got 1, 2 and 3 on their back, and I don't remember in this modern era 3 slips, 1, 2 and 3 on their backs. As here is Bailey in a bowls to Cook, who ignores a ball outside off stump, and the score remains at 42 for 4.
Yeah, I noticed that the other week, and they were not in numerical order, which was quite frustrating.
Yes, I mean, you do want to go out there and say, would you two mind just switching over?
Just swap a couple round and you'll have 1, 2 and 3 quite nicely positioned there. But Wells at number 3, first slip. Jennings, squad number 1, second slip. And Tom Hartley, squad number 2, is at third slip.
And next delivery. Plays the ball into covers. There's no run there. Yes, Keaton Jennings is my man of the day for his article advocating keeping to the 14 games. And I also, all joking apart, like the way he said that he felt that was pretty much an opinion shared by the majority of players that he'd discussed it with. I do hope the ECB will give due recognition, instead of just worrying about test players, to all the county players who know they're not going to be playing test cricket. This here is the next delivery, and that goes through outside off stump. And indeed to spectators. You know, if you're a county member and you know you're paying X number of pounds for watching 7 home games, you are going to be banging on your club's door and saying, well, now there's only 5 because of the revision. I expect a serious reduction in what I have to pay, which will then lead to the county chairman or whoever saying to their players, we can't afford to pay you the same money. So all in all, I think it's far more complex than merely worrying about the affairs of the test team. Of course, the need for a revision was as a result of England getting slaughtered in Australia. Here's the next delivery. And the ball's played to point and there's no run. Cook the batsman, Bailey the bowler, 42 for 4 on the board. And of course, in the blink of an eye, a hell of a lot of other things have changed in the meantime to render this seeming kind of paranoia. Oh, we've got to change everything. You say, but wait a minute, you've just won 6 of your last 7 games, and you've just reorganised county cricket recently to be dour and to have lots of points for draws and so on. And now you've got your the captain, your guy appointed, saying we want to take the draw out of the equation in test matches. You know, we'd rather lose trying to win than settle for a draw, which I think is actually a good, healthy attitude. But why can't they just leave things alone for a bit?
Ben Stokes, of course, himself, a fan of 14 matches.
Absolutely, and support the man all day long.
Here's Balderson over the wicket. Forward was Cushy in defence to mid-on, and there is no run. I wasn't actually aware of the... I'd missed the article that was referenced with regards to Keaton's comments, so I wasn't aware of it until you two were talking about it earlier on, so I had a little look at it and read it. It was quite interesting to read.
Well, that's right. No, it's thoroughly good, and you know, I think if you're a player, I don't think you go along with all this, you know, play less and less cricket.
Balderson in, forward was Cushy, pushed away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I think the point about the balance of the schedule is the key one. It's always been about the schedule, isn't it? That's always been the issue.
Yeah.
And I think having a slightly better balance where you're not stacking up 6 or 7 matches on the spin to start a season, and then you've got times where you've got weeks without a game. I mean, it just needs to be a better flow to the season. Oh, that comes back in towards Cushy and actually takes Bell tumbling the keeper away to his left-hand side to stop the ball. Good start this by Balderson. First change replacing Bailey from this end. He started very nicely.
He certainly has. They've all bowled well, Lancashire, but he not the least among them. A nice take there from George Bell. He looks a jolly good man to have on your staff to me.
3 slips next to him. Balderson comes in and left by Cushy, taken by Bell, and there's no run. He looks the classic wicket keeper type, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Short and bouncy.
Well, they breed them young nowadays. I mean, as you'll, I know you follow your football, Scott, Arsenal fielded a 15-year-old in the Premier League the other day. And by all accounts, at the age of 10, he was, when I say beating people up, I don't mean with his fists or anything, but nobody could stop him.
Balderson, Cushy leans into it, plays with the bat in front of his pad, works it with an angled bat up towards Bailey in mid-on, and there's no run. I think he turns 20 soon, George Bell. He's been part of England's under-19s during the course of the winter. He's played a couple of games for Lancashire already this year in white ball cricket. Got his chance in this match with the gloves. Look good with the bat earlier on too. Again, that's turned across the pads by Cushy out towards the leg side, and there's no run. Testing, probing stuff from Balderson. Nice spell from the Lancashire all-rounders. We edge up towards tea. It's another maiden for him. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Essex are 42 for 4.
We hear from Peter Duffy. Thank you for your email, Peter, to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. It's a fairly lengthy one. I'll crack on with it. You say, "Hola, I'm watching today's match from my home in southeast Spain, as I have for this and last season. Having been an Essex supporter for most of my 73 years, it has been a real pleasure to be able to follow the team so closely, and leaving Stanford La Hope 8 years ago. In the days when I first passed my driving test, I was able to leave work and drive to Chelmsford to watch the final session, free entry as well. It often seemed that the matches I saw most often were against Lancashire. It was when we had the likes of Tonka Taylor, Brian Edmeades, Stuart Turner, Robin Hobbs, Gordon Barker, J.K. Lever, as the first ball of a new over goes by outside off stump, no need for a shot. Ken McEwen, etc. Many good players and a very competitive side. But even if we got on Lancashire out cheaply, we often found a way to lose the match when it appeared easier to win it. Recently, that situation has reversed today, accepted. That would also have been when county matches were 3 days. Remember that it was changed to 4 days because it was closer to the test matches that were and still are 5 days. Next delivery, Bailey's in, Bolster, Cook. Cook at last is off 15, and he's going to get 2 runs rather than just the 1 here as he flicks it off the pads through mid-wicket and moves to 17, 44 for 4. All the 4s in there. Essex are still 87 behind Lancashire, and Peter continues. You say, ironically, though test matches don't seem to last 3 days. Yes, that's such a good point. I am no fan of the 100 and think that it would be better for cricket if that competition took place after the end of proper cricket. Well, you're probably right, but unfortunately it's all written in stone for the next 5 or 6 years, and this ball goes off the pad into the offside. We were saying earlier that the man whose idea it was, Colin Graves, said we'd all be watching all the best players in the world, and actually the competition was largely redeemed this year by ordinary county cricketers stepping up and showing what good players they were. Anyway, you carry on and say if it needs to be played over 5 weeks, then let them have the last week of August and all of September. Here comes the next delivery, and Cook. Oh, he's beaten by this. It's a good delivery from Tom Bailey. There should be no problem with the weather, as September regularly enjoys an Indian summer, and in any case the 100 can more easily be played in rain. Thank you for your commentary, and may I wish you a healthy winter. Well, I certainly need one, Peter, so thank you very much for your good wishes there, which I reciprocate to you. And yeah, good points that you make. Unfortunately, as good as they may be, unfortunately it's just not going to happen, because one of the insistences surrounding the 100 is that it's played during school holidays. The next ball is played by Cook to mid-wicket. Of course, you could argue, well, let's move the school holidays then to September.
Yeah, county cricket now having an impact on the educational system across the country.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Bailey to continue with this over from the Hayes close end. Sun just for the moment still there, but it's not directly shining as this ball goes through outside off stump. End of a good challenging over from Bailey. There was one delivery that did allow Cook to get his first runs for half an hour with a clip off the pads through mid-wicket, but apart from that he played and missed at least twice and didn't look very comfortable for the rest of it. And Essex struggling in reply to Lancashire's 131 are 44 for 4 with 6 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, bringing Bailey back just before tea for a little burst. Smart move from Dane Velasquez. Ball 6 on the spin from River End, but there's a return from the Hayes close end. Love to get Cook out, wouldn't they, just before tea?
Or at any other time, yes. I take your point. You know, getting it then would be a fine psychological moment.
Cushy on strike. Here is Balderson over the wicket to him. He gets in behind it and defends it, snapping the ball with purpose back down the pitch. Gathered by Balderson off his own bowling, and there's no run. And he remains on 8 with Cook on 17.
Got an email from Mike Garton Springer that we'll come to in a moment.
Balderson receives the ball from his captain, shuffling his way back in over the wicket because she waits and drives to mid-on. No run.
And Mike says, my apologies if you have discussed this issue extensively earlier this season, but have any lessons been learnt about pitch preparation at the ground given the widely differing behaviour of the pitches this season? Now, just dealing with that point, it's difficult because the nature of the pitches at Chelmsford, proven over many years, if you don't have some spite in them on day one, there never is any, and you end up with one of those dreadful 4-day bores.
That's hammered away through the offside. That's a terrific shot. Forced away with great power and timing along the ground through extra cover. Handsome looking cover drive by Cushy. Takes him into double figures. He moves on to 12. And the score moves on to 48 for 4.
And if you do have a day that's got some pitch rather that's got some spite in it on the first day, well, you're probably going to end up with a sort of 3-day game or even 2-day game in certain instances. So it is very difficult, you know. Those are the characteristics of Chelmsford pitches. I much prefer the ones that do favour the bowlers, because there's nothing worse than watching a 4-day ball.
Nothing boring about that shot from Kushi. Goes off the back foot as Bolson just drops back of a length this time, and that's hit down the ground, stopped by the bowler with his right hand.
And let me just clarify that. I'm not saying a 4-day game is a bore for a moment. They can be very, very exciting, and it's ideal if you go the 4 days and get a result at the end of it all. But when there are only 2 completed innings in a 4-day match, and the third innings is completely pointless, and someone has to bat for 2.5 hours to make 130 for 1. That's not good for cricket.
Kushi works the ball up to mid-on where Bailey fields, and there's no run.
What was, you know, slightly both poignant and a bit ridiculous, Alistair Cook finally, for the only time in his career earlier this season, got 100 in each innings. First time he'd done it in a first-class match against Yorkshire. But his second 100, as he'd be the first to acknowledge, was against all the people who don't normally bowl.
Bothersson in, Kushi forward. There's an appeal for an LBW there as he gets, I think, a little bit of bat on that as well.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Ball deflects away past the bowler. He's up in appeal. Not out, says the umpire. End of the over. Got 35 left in the day's allocation, so 3 until we get to the tea interval. 48 for 4. Essex, Cook and Kushi batting here.
And as a final point from Mike, he says, also, is the Lancashire seamer T.E. Bailey so named just a coincidence? Now, of course, I used to have the pleasure of commentating with Treasure, as did John Gwynn, the late John Gwynn, sadly, who we were mentioning earlier. What do you think? Did his parents have Trevor Bailey in mind?
I don't know is the answer to the question.
Probably not. Yeah, because you know, they'd probably called him Trevor rather than Tom. But fair point you raise, Mike. Thank you very much. And we're just about to see Tom Bailey continue this fine spell from the Hayes Close end. Essex clinging on with his fifth wicket partnership, but with frequent moments of alarm, as Cook has 17. Kushi has played the shots of the innings so far, has 12, but he's also had his moments where he's very nearly been out. And the first ball of this over beautifully clipped away, 4 runs all the way on this occasion. Just a nice leg stump half volley and eased away to the boundary off Bailey, and that takes the score to 52 for 4 in 19.1 overs, and 82 minutes have been spent in this innings so far.
Nice shot from Cook. He was tied down on 15 for 19 balls. He was on 15 before just getting a couple previous to that, and that's a beautiful shot flicked away through mid-wicket.
Bailey to Cook again, 21 now to him. Played back to the bowler, not quite where he was aiming. He was looking to play it to mid-off, and it ends up with the bowler. We have a brief email, just as valid for being brief, from John Trainer, who says, hello, is Lancs slip cordon the tallest you've seen? Well, they've got a fair bit of height between them. We've lost one of the 3 now. There's only 2 slips, which rather takes away some of the point of the question, but they're big men.
They're all 6 foot plus. Hartley, Jennings and Wells.
Yeah.
Now Hartley and Wells are 2 slip fielders.
Bailey around the wicket. Ooh, Cook is comprehensively beaten there. Superb delivery from round the wicket. Pitched on off stump, just fractionally left him, and Cook could do nothing with that. And the score remaining at 52 for 4, 79 runs behind.
He's a lovely ball. Just moved away enough, didn't it? But ball around the wicket to Cook. Pitching about off stump, a fraction of movement away. It's a lovely delivery.
Bailey will try again. Bowls to Cook. And Cook this time will be relieved to see the ball come out of the middle of his bat and go into the covers. There's no run. Email from Colin Seegers to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. And Colin, you say, hi Paul, I have asked during a previous match who it is that decides which counties the 14 matches are played against. Could Essex decide they only wish to play the 7 lowest placed other counties from the previous season, perhaps? Colin in Great Wakering. Yes, I think there might be a few objections to that idea, but I take your point. It is arbitrary who you end up playing twice and who only the once, as Cook plays the ball to square leg, which is why, and judging from your email you probably agree with me here, which is why I didn't see a lot wrong with 2 divisions of 9. Those years ago I'll quite happily have 16 matches a season, and I can absolutely guarantee that most followers of county cricket, both from a distance and those in the grounds, would be quite delighted as well.
Yes, I think it's almost absurd, isn't it, that you don't play each other home and away.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really give any kind of credibility to it.
No, I mean, the original way was much the simplest and most logical. Here's the next delivery. Cook plays it to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. And in fact, it's a no ball. Thank you very much. So the 2 onto the board there, 54 for 4. Yes, it's very much the way that the ECB form all their calculations based on the test side, and I think it's the wrong way to go about it from the top downwards. I think, the base of the pyramid is far broader than the apex, so you need to make sure your foundations are in there first before you worry about who's at the very top, because you're allowing some of them to disappear to the IPL anyway. As here's the next delivery, and Cook plays the ball to short extra, and there's no run there as Scott disappears to do the latest of his many exploits, and in terms of updating the Lancashire stations, 54 for 4 on the board means that Essex still are 77 runs behind Lancashire's 131. Little bit of a stand, perhaps registered more in the time that they've spent. It's easily the longest partnership of this innings, which isn't saying a great deal, rather than the number of runs they've actually put on. Last wicket fell at 34, so partnership's only 20, but it has been out there now for about 40 minutes, and in answer to Scott's question a little while ago, yes, we are going to see some spin before tea, and it is indeed Matt Parkinson who is going, initially at any rate, to provide it. And here he comes, bowling to Kushi, who plays the first ball up into the covers as no run. So purveying his leg breaks from the river end. Parkinson with a slip, a back pad, a shortish mid-wicket. Bowls with a little bit of turn here. Kushi studies it carefully and presents a dead bat into the covers. Score remaining at 54 for 4, approaching tea. Parkinson bowls, tosses this one up, and that is driven for 4. A lovely shot from Kushi. And in his relatively short first-class career, he clearly needs to tighten up in certain aspects of his defence, but there can be no doubting his best shots are well worth going to watch. He has a almost Caribbean flavour to his drives, as Parkinson bowls to him 58 for 4. He has 16. He turns the next ball past back pad, but mid-wicket is on hand to prevent a run. 73 the deficit as Essex try and inch their way towards what they hope will be at least a modest first innings lead. At the start of the innings they'll have hoped for something a bit more than modesty, as Parkinson is in, bowls and lovely on drive this time, just be a single, because Tom Hartley is there to cut the ball off, and they get the single, 59 for 4. And as I look at the Lancashire innings, well, if we take it back one delivery and therefore one run, Lancashire were 58 when their 4th wicket fell. Essex were only 34 when their 4th wicket fell, but they have now arrived at the princely sum of 58 runs to their name. And Parkinson from the river end will pass umpire Richard Kettleborough, Bowls to Alistair Cook, and Cook has flicked this one away for a single to deep backward square leg. He moves along to 22. The score to 60 for 4. I think I was told that Cook, the start of this innings, needed 130 to register 1,000 for the season. Okay. Still a game to go after this, but still Cook, in terms of output, is Essex's best batsman after all this time.
And I take it still keen to keep going?
Well, it would certainly seem so, because there were those who thought that when he signed a 3-year contract, he'd soon pack up after 1 year. Well, he saw off the 3. I think this is the first of a new 2-year contract. And Cook isn't a man normally to walk away from anything that he said he'd do, so I expect him to be here at least for next season. He hasn't quite looked at his best this season. I don't think many players have, to be honest. It's been tough going. But he's still the man who can, at Headingley the other day, I think he was 6 man out, certainly 5th at the earliest that he was out.
Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, into the attack, replacing Tom Bailey. So an over of Hartley just before we get to tea. First ball which he loops down is defended by Cook. And there's no run, has a slip and a forward short leg. He's over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, Hartley. It's a no ball, it was short and it's whipped away through mid-wicket as well. He might get 4 for it. Bobbleson has a lot of ground to make up. Oh, and again he does well to get across the turf. Just flicks the ball back before it reaches the boundary at mid-wicket. So Cook comes back for 2, no ball signalled by the umpire.
So you are right, effectively, they do get 4 for it, but not in the way you perhaps meant. So there's a good bit of fielding on the boundary.
Hartley into Cook, who goes back and pushes the ball up to mid-on. Stephen Croft fields, no run.
Normally Cook's great strength is against spin, because he did so well out in India, and if you can play spin out there, you can certainly play it over here. Watch him get out next ball, having said that.
Hartley to Cook, not on this occasion. Guides the ball away to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But Cook is always such an asset to Essex in matches at Taunton, because we all know it's difficult facing spin at Taunton, but he can manage it.
Hartley balls, and Cook just pads this one away, and it balloons away into the offside, and there's no run. Jennings under the helmet at forward short leg. Lee Wells with his collar up behind his neck is at first slip. Keeper Bell is crouching now down behind the stumps as again just offers the pad as this one's fizzed in from left arm over by Hartley, and the ball is picked up by the keeper. And there's no run. 64 for 4 with tea just a moment or 2 away on an eventful opening day. Hartley to Cook, and that's guided to mid-on, and that's the end of the over, and that indeed is tea. And Alistair Cook gets to tea, 24 not out from 65 balls faced. Cook on 24, Kushi on 17, Essex 64 for 4.
And synchronised watches, we will be back with you at 3:55 precisely.
So we are now having a draw, if Graham can keep the tumbler on the table, to win a cricket-themed cruise for two to the popular German Christmas markets in December. I understand Mr. Gatting may be involved, and Mr. Gooch. Mr. Gatting's involved, you might want to take your own sandwiches, but that's by the by. On behalf of our platinum sponsor, Ambassador Cruise Line, big thanks to everybody who contributed. Graham, go on then, do the honours. There's nothing in there, we'll make one up. And the winner is
Kevin Warby.
Kevin, step forward. I won't photobomb it. Go on, hold that. Make it all official. Kevin? Kevin? Speechless? Well, that's not much good to me then, is it? How do you feel?
Shocked. Didn't expect it at all.
Have you got any ideas on who you might take?
No ideas at all.
Open to offers?
My mum died last month, so it could be my dad possibly, or sister, and there's a couple of others. Unfortunately my guest couldn't make it today, so it might be him. There's a couple of options.
So a great way to start your Christmas this year.
We're batting rather more than the other 4 games that we've seen here this season, but yes, there'll be question marks about the assistance that the pitch is offering to the bowlers, but one thing is for sure, it's creating a very good contest, and certainly the spectators here today and those who are going to be here tomorrow and hopefully on day 3, I wouldn't hold out much hope for day 4, going to see some thoroughly absorbing cricket. So I've described it as a result wicket on my piece on the BBC website. I don't think that's too controversial. I tried to choose my words carefully.
You were ever
I've gone over the top.
You were ever a man to stick your neck out. Don't blame me if it all goes pear-shaped.
No, I'll be getting... funny enough, we had, as Parkinson's got a bowl with a slip and a short leg. And he bowls and... Oh, that keeps low and he's bowled him. Well. Now that just sums up the pitch, I guess, in one fell swoop. And the batsman there, he's just, completely dumbstruck is Kushi. He's sort of thinking, how on earth am I supposed to face that first ball after tee? I just think it's kept much lower than he was expecting. Maybe a little bit of drift, but Parkinson looks like he's going to enjoy his pitch in the same way that Harmer did. And it's 64 for 5, and Lancashire could get a first innings lead here.
Yeah, great breakthrough because Kushi had been playing well. Whether he was well advised to do as he did to the first ball after tee, I think if he tried to defend it, because I think it was a ball that deserved to be defended. It wasn't one to go after, in my opinion. And he's making his way off, as batsmen do when they feel peeved. They walk off grabbing the bat by the blade instead of the handle. Gets a bit corny after a while.
Well, I was wondering if Essex could get through to the older ball, but they struggle. I think we're in the 23rd over, 64 for 5, and Lancashire here, it'll be quite a big momentum shift if they can get any sort of first innings lead and then make a decent start.
Yeah,
that could be the key. That could be the key to them in this game. It's a great breakthrough for Parkinson. A little bit of a partnership had built between those two, Cook 24 and Kushi, who's just gone for 17, attractive 17.
Yes, I mean that's, I think, the highest partnership of the day actually, 30. And yeah, it's a shame for Kushi because he was playing well, but I felt he somewhat contributed to his downfall. For me, he rather took his eye off it, thinking it would do. It wouldn't, as you say, keep low.
As Parkinson bowls, and here Rossington just plays up into the covers and there's no run. Yes, there were about 30 or 40 people from a particular group all looking at the pitch during the interval. I thought it was like a mass pitch inspection. They were going to take a vote on it.
Tell me what's irritating, Nick, is they've just shown a replay of the ball we've just seen. They didn't show a replay of the wicket taking ball.
A nuisance. That's played defensively by Rossington up towards mid-on. Rossington in recent times has often made useful contributions just when required, and that could be, someone has to stay with Cook. That's the key thing. Maybe it's going to be the usual suspects of Harmer and Snater. That's a beauty of a delivery which just sort of holds its basically it is a leg break, and it's actually beaten the bat and gone past the keeper and gone for 4 byes.
Yeah, keeper was left absolutely groping at thin air, and so you can't be all that surprised if the batsman, who's got even less time to see what the ball's doing, finds difficulty as well. But anyway,
that low as well.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's tricky.
And it turned. Yeah, it was a sharp turn there for
Parkinson's probably thinking, well, this looks quite a nice surface to bowl on.
Yeah, I think he can enjoy himself.
Now, 64 for 5, 131 Lancashire made. As Parkinson bowls, and it's just pushed up into the onside, and there is no run.
68 for 5. It's the usual thing, that board you're looking at.
68,
yeah, they've corrected it now.
It's one of those things, though, from the spectator's point of view, there's so much more going on in this game, and, for example, the Hampshire game in June, than those dreary games we saw elsewhere. As Parkinson bowls, and that's actually played watchfully by Rossington, just watching the ball, making sure to negate any turn. It was a little bit short, so he had time and just played it out towards backward point. But certainly it's a riveting watch, and you do feel Alistair Cook is absolutely key here. He might end up on something like 55 not out, but can he just marshal the middle order and tail here to get Essex ahead in the game? 68 for 5. Cook has 24 of those. That was a wicket maiden to Parkinson, which saw the end of Cushy, first ball after tea, for 17.
Well, Cook, of course, is particularly renowned at facing spin bowling after his great triumph in India back in the day. We hear email from Jeff Marcus. Thanks, Jeff. Great to hear from you. You say, I am a lifelong Lancashire fan watching from sunny Israel. I just don't understand why they continue to reduce the importance of county cricket. Jeff, yep, very good point. And, well, I think we all feel that way, Jeff. Certainly those of us who watch county cricket. Unfortunately, a lot of the decisions are being taken by people who don't watch county cricket. It's a pity they don't come and bother to turn up and enjoy it.
Here's the impressive Williams, the New Zealander, back into the attack from the Hayes close end. That's played defensively up into the onside, but there is going to be a single there for Cook because he's played it into a gap just wide of mid-on, and he gets off strike. So Williams impressive, 7 overs and 1 ball, 1 for 15. Rossington now on strike, 69 for 5. Pakistan are batting in England's first game in Pakistan for, I think it's 17 years. T20, the first of 7 T20 games. Pakistan are 49 for no wicket in the 6th over in that one. Very, very tight security there. A bit suffocating. England players more or less stuck in the hotel as Williams bowls, and Rossington plays defensively, head over the ball, up, back down the pitch, and there is no run. So it has all been happening.
Well, it certainly has, and what looks a near certainty is it will continue happening. Email from Michael Alexander says a little behind on account of freezing the feed. We'll come to the rest of your email because we're just about to go into a news bulletin in a moment, Michael.
So here's Williams again, bowls, and Rossington just leading into an on drive. Just plays it up towards mid-on. There's no run. It's 69 for 5.
So Essex 62 behind as we speak.
So the game itself is pretty level pegging.
Certainly is.
You might say there's the heart of the Essex batting to come, or as guys who are as likely to get runs as anybody else, it seems, in terms of Snater and Harmer. Here's Williams again, bowls, and Rossington gets a ball that keeps low, but he plays it well up towards mid-off. I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of variable bounce we're seeing. Don't mind the turn and the sort of bounce for the spinners, but you don't want to see the ball keeping low too often, particularly on day one. 69 for 5.
Yeah, there was good bounce in the morning session. I'm going to leave Nick to update the 4 o'clock news now.
Yeah, we're just after tea here. We've already got 15 wickets down in the day. Lancashire 131, having won the toss and chosen to bat. And that's looking quite a useful score now. Harmer 5 for 41 in that innings, and that's because Essex are 69 for 5. And since tea, so the first ball after the resumption, they've lost for Rose Cushy, who played a rather ambitious attacking shot at Matt Parkinson and was bowled by a ball that kept low for 17. Brown out for 4, Wesley 3, Lawrence 7, Critchley 5, and Cushy out for 17, as I mentioned. So a lot depending on Alistair Cook, who's still there on 25. Adam Rossington has just come in 62 behind, but there's variable bounce. It's very difficult for the batsman. 69 for 5. And another one that just keeps a little bit low, and Rossington, who's the previous delivery, one that bounced at him, and that was a very difficult one. And what I would say, and choose my words carefully, but that over on the first day of a championship match is the sort of over that would probably get sort of people being sent off to have a look at pitches, Paul. I'll be absolutely honest with you, because you saw one that bounced sharply, and we've seen some low bounce, and we don't know what will happen here, but at least it's not going to affect any prospect of Essex winning a championship or anything like that. So that's one thing, but that was not a great advert for the pitch in that over.
No, you put that very well. Variable bounce as Parkinson's in, bowls to Cook, and Cook hammers it off the back foot, but without his usual timing. That was rather true at Headingley, actually. He never really got his timing until just before he was out. and he lasted, as he's doing here, for well over an hour, and then he did get one of those lovely forces off the back foot through the covers that he did time and got 4, but unfortunately was out to the next ball, as here Cook plays this particular delivery from the leg spinner Parkinson up to back pad, and there is no run. Essex 69 for 5, still 62 behind, and Cook facing Parkinson from the river end with a slip, a back pad, short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, backward point. Parkinson bowls, left by Cook, and score remaining at 69 for 5. Pity for Cushy to be out first ball after tea, because he played some of the best shots that we've seen all day. Here is Parkinson again, bowling to Cook. Cook watches this very closely indeed and stabs it out into the offside. But Parkinson very much enjoying this stint of bowling on a pitch that clearly is going to help him, and enthusiastically it comes up for his next delivery. Cook has pulled it into the onside with no real intent, and it goes straight to Bohannon at mid-wicket.
So the nature of the pitch reminds me of a game that I saw little bits of on television in the 50-over competition. It was at Chesterfield. Come back to that. Cook this time has clipped it very nicely, and it's going to go through for 4. Vain attempt to stop it at mid-on the dive fails. That's a good shot from Cook. 29 to him, 73 for 5, 58 behind. Just wanted to, because I'd flagged up Michael's email, he says, I think there's definitely a case for splitting the 100 into 2 blocks of 2 weeks. April is a great suggestion, and then they could have their cherry slot in August, maybe the first 2 weeks. Yeah, it'll cost them a bit more to set it all up, and there may be logistical issues with players and all, but they would be keeping those who grew up inculcated with proper cricket less at arm's length, and some of us then might compel ourselves to watch a bit of it. Thank you for that, Mike, an original suggestion. Yes, the April one was a joke, but I'm glad people are going with it. It's 73 for 5. Another slightly more serious suggestion. We talked about the fact that we should be playing Championship cricket once it goes down to a 3-franchise competition. We mentioned that earlier on. Then you can resume the Championship a bit earlier. As Williams bowls and Rossington plays off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run. The format of the recent Asia Cup was what prompted me to think about this. You could have a situation where you've got 8 franchises. You'd have Welsh Fire, the Southern Brave, and the 2 London franchises in one group, and everybody else in the other. You play your nearest local rival twice, so you'd have the Invincibles and London Spirit playing each other twice, and the other 2 sides once. That's 4 games, and then the top 2 would go through, which will release four lots of franchise players back to the counties. As this is played defensively by Rossington, back down the pitch, and there's no run. So you then get into like a Super 4, if you like. But the 4 franchises that are out, their players can go back to the counties.
Yep, the problem with that is, I rather doubt whether anyone at the ECB could organise.
You wouldn't have dead games.
I'm not criticising your idea. I'm criticising the intellect of the people who currently make the decisions of being able to come up with a proper timetable.
That's basically the format of the Asia Cup. It's just finished.
No, that's right.
73 for 5, 131 Lancashire made. Rossington glides that down. That's a nice looking stroke from Rossington for 4. You know, Rossington, who's got off the mark there, when you see him batting, you tend to think he should be probably making more runs than he is. I think he had a couple of failures in the Headingley. What have you seen of his batting recently? Because obviously he did play some good contributions in the 20 over particularly. He was away obviously in the 50.
Yeah, I mean in the 100 of course he scored a very rapid 50 in one game.
Yes.
He can fair hit a cricket ball. I agree. I think in Championship cricket he has played a couple of very valuable innings, not least down at Taunton.
Yeah. Here's Williams again. Bowls and plays that one nicely, does Rossington, and that was a really important innings on a difficult pitch. No run there as it goes up towards mid-on, as Essex got to their, I think it was 83 of their target with 9 wickets down.
Yes, certainly. I feel one player who does need to be brought back as soon as, assuming he's still suffering from the shoulder injury, but failing that needs to be back in it right now, is Paul Walter.
Yeah.
I can take the point that, okay, so he misses a game with injury and it would have been difficult to drop someone else, but I certainly think he deserves an automatic place if you add his bowling as well.
Yeah, 77 for 5. Oh, that's edged and caught. Just a little bit of movement there from Williams, and Rossington just flicked his bat at it, and it's gone through to the debutant behind the wicket. It's actually taken a nice catch there, Bell. It was away to his right, and that's actually a pretty good catch. It was actually quite low in front of first slip in the end, and I think he'd be very pleased with that. So 77 for 6, advantage Lancashire as Rossington starts to make his way off. He's gone for 4. Cook 29. There will almost be a spread bet now on how many Cook is going to have when he carries his bat. Somewhere between 50 and 60 is my current guess, but you might want to contribute your own. Cook 29. With Rossington out for 4, 77 for 6. Lancashire made 131, and it's looking quite a useful 131 at this point.
Deficit 54 still. I've been saying, and I was only half joking to people, that Essex could even be doing well enough to keep the deficit down to 50 here, and at the moment, if these last 4 wickets fail to function, then that's about going to be the way of it. Actually, I think that Essex may yet get a first innings lead, because their tail has been wagging in a way it never used to. Actually, if we go back a decade, they would frequently be 240 for 5 and 260 all out. But Shane Snater has played quite magnificently this season, and what does the guy get for his magnificent 65 not out at Headingley the other day? They've dropped him in the order. He's gone down to number 9.
Well, that's because, of course, they're not playing the 4-seamers they did in the last 2 away games.
Yeah. Simon Harmer's come in, and as Nick was saying, he tends either to be out straight away or to do something very useful, Simon Harmer. It's an odd characteristic he has. He's a very poor starter, but if he gets over that, then he can be in business and could be just the man to stick around with Cook. But he is a poor starter, and we shall see how he gets on here.
Yeah, generally, I feel he's ever improving as a batsman, and we look at his stats for this season. That's a deserved wicket for Williams, who's really bowled well. He's averaging just a shade under 33, Harmer, from 15 innings, top score of 75 not out. And this is just comes forward and plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So compare that to Rossington's 26. I'm not sure if that includes Rossington's wicket. I think it does, yeah. So Rossington averaging 26 and Critchley just a shade under 25. As I say, I've no problem with, it's Harmer at 7 and Snater at 8 doesn't faze me at all. It's just can Essex get the runs from the 6 guys above them if they ever wanted to go down that route. 77 for 6, 29 to Cook, and no score to Harmer.
Yeah, I mean, Rossington unfortunately has rather added weight to your question. Should he be getting a few more runs than he is doing? And he'd probably agree with that. But it has to be said, there are plenty of Essex's top order who are not exactly knocking your eye out with the way they're playing. And Parkinson begins a new over to Cook, who plays the first ball back to the bowler.
Did you see a lot of Essex's big first innings at Canterbury?
No,
because I mean, obviously Kent had been one of the weakest bowling attacks on the circuit this year, so
no,
they cashed in there.
I saw not one ball of it, to be honest with you. Kent were 4 down overnight on the second evening.
Oh, right, you did the last couple of days.
Yeah. As the next ball is played to mid-wicket, Bohannon, and there's no run. Cook the batsman, Parkinson the bowler. The score is 77 for 6, and not a million miles from where Lancashire were when their 6 wicket went down. That was at 83. And next delivery, played back to the bowler. And there could be very little in it in these first innings, because Lancashire were able to make at least a little bit of a good, not exactly a recovery, but a riposte with their tail. Tom Bailey in particular made a very good 24 not out and was top scorer. As Cook is going to pick up 1 round, probably 2 here. And they dart back for a second, but there was no real need to dart. 79 for 6, and Cook moves to 31, and I believe is the first player all day to reach the dizzy heights of 30.
One pitch that's flatter than this one is the one in Karachi, where Pakistan are 85 for no wicket in the 10th over in the T20 against England. Mohammad Rizwan is 53 not out. Expect quite a lot of runs in that series. And it's one of the features of that surface. There's not a lot in it for the bowlers. England can keep them down below 200, which is probably asking a lot. They'll be pleased.
Yes, indeed, as Cook prepares to face the next Parkinson delivery with a slip and a bat pad. And that's a little bit short, and Cook's able to fend it off to square leg. Single 80 for 6. And one man who has been in pretty good form for club and country recently is Ollie Pope, 128 not out at just slightly better than a runner ball. Surrey 265 for 5, taking control now against Yorkshire. This is a big 6th wicket partnership. Jordan Clark is on 45 not out. And they've so far added 129, those two. 265 for 5 leaders Surrey against Yorkshire. And they're only in the 67th over, so they could be on for possibly maximum batting points. Yep, Clark was played very well in a partnership with Hashim Amla the previous game. Parkinson's in and bowls to Harmer. Harmer stretches forward, defends into the offside.
And at the Aegeus Bowl, Kent were 32 for 5, recovered, and then 165 all out. So Hampshire have seen the back of them primarily. Well, it's the 3-man seam attack again. Barker 3 wickets, Mohammad Abbas 3, Kyle Abbott 4. Hampshire have just gone in at 1 for no wicket, so they'll be looking for a decent lead. But at the moment, certainly the odds favouring the two leading sides yet again in their respective games.
We've heard from Colin Stringer, up to the point Paul made about the seemingly endless restructures of county cricket, focusing on the needs of the Test team, and we'll continue after this delivery.
It's Williams bowling. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery, and Cook plays at it but doesn't get an edge. Maybe that's a testament to the quality of Cook. He managed not to get an edge to that. He was beaten by it, but he didn't edge it, although Bell went up for the appeal.
And Colin continues, these bouts of navel gazing are always initiated by England's quadrennial failure to win or even compete in Australia, yet there were many factors in our latest defeat. In hindsight, the wrong coach, selection mistakes such as not picking Broad for the first Test, the unavailability through injury of Jofra Archer, the impact of COVID-19 and the ludicrous schedule that allows no time for acclimatisation.
Yeah, I agree with those points. Oh, Williams just has to pull out of his run-up there. I hope he's okay.
Hamstring might be a problem here. Hope not.
Just very late in the day, pulling out his delivery stride.
Yeah, I think he's all right, actually. Continuing with the email, but at the end of the day, winning in Australia is very difficult and a once-in-a-generation event that usually requires an exceptional English side to face an Australian team in transition. I am fairly certain that whatever the format that evolves from the latest review, England will lose the next series down under. Then what will Strauss and company do?
Yeah, 80 for 6. We'll see if Bazball works in Australia, or indeed next summer, as that's played defensively by Cook back down the pitch, and there's no run. Of course, Ben Stokes, of course, when he gets to the Brisbane Test, will say, well, it doesn't matter what NASA did, we'll feel, because we're having to chase 650.
Yeah, that's right, and England may well get them. Colin just finishes off. Have another review, is that what they'll do? Or having achieved their desired evisceration of the county game, will they be telling us how hard it is to win in Australia? Yeah, I think it's a brilliant email, actually. Thank you very much. Beautifully put, Colin.
Williams just 2 slips with Cook, and Cook just comes forward and plays head over the ball up into the offside. Quality innings from Alistair Cook. I mean, goes without saying. It's only 32 not out, but these are tough batting conditions, and as I say, he's not making it look comfortable, but he's working very hard for his runs. Occasionally he gets becalmed for a while on the score, but it's a bit of a batting masterclass in difficult conditions, this.
Yeah, one point I would make, Nick, is that the people who make these changes for the ECB are never around when they've failed. They've all disappeared. Strauss isn't going to be around in 5 years.
Yes. Cook steers this one up towards mid-off, and there is no run. That one kept a little bit low as well. Yes, it's been a saga of the season, hasn't it? The Chelmsford pitches, too flat, too docile, and possibly too much going on. You know, the The Hampshire game I saw a lot of. The scores were bigger in the Hampshire game. Hampshire were about 60, 70 behind on the first innings when they were bowled out for 163, but most of the scores were in the 200s, so the batsmen had a little bit more perhaps involvement or chance to prosper, and in fact there were value for strokes in that game. It turned out to be, I thought, a cracking cricket wicket. 80 for 6, as this is played nicely by Cook off the pads for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 81 for 6 there, currently 50 behind, and it's going to be pretty close on first innings the way things are going.
Yep, and we hear from Nick Hines saying Lancashire winning the toss and only scoring 131 made it look like a bad decision. Doesn't look so bad now. Fascinating game. Yes, we did make the point that you never sensibly judge one innings until you've seen the other innings or the next innings, because it was very evident when Essex bowled Lancashire out that they'd had plenty of help from the pitch.
Yeah, and that pitch still offering help, there's no doubt about that. But turning into a fascinating contest, as this is one that gets a bit of carry, and Harmer's happy to leave it alone as it sees it pitch right about off stump and just go further away. But Williams continues to impress. He gives away very little, 2 for 20 in 10 overs. What a good acquisition for Lancashire. Harmer no score. Cook 33 from 82 balls, 81 for 6. The deficit is 50.
So tight game on here to be sure, with Essex still with the very good Shane Snater to come, who would have to be a leading contender for player of the season. So would Sam Cook. And although I don't think he'd win it, I think Paul Walter has had a really good developing season. Here is Matt Parkinson in and bowls, and Cook has flicked the ball away off the pads for a single, which takes the score to 82 for 6 and 34 to the former England captain.
Well, I suppose the answer to the question for me, who do they miss most in the 50 over competition, was Sam Cook. But yeah, I mean, you can make a case for all of those, and I say I would just sort of have Snater as a sneaky left field option there for player of the season, because the times he's sort of come up trumps when they've needed someone to deliver, and the Hampshire match here was a good example, because they probably would have lost that Hampshire game but for him.
Come back to that point after this ball from Parkinson. The bowls, and the ball is just stroked out for no run into the offside by Harmer. Yeah, I mean, when you analyse, he's got 3 70s and 2 60s, and those aren't the only runs he's got, but all of them have been made with Essex in big trouble. And as you say, the way he gets them out of trouble at times, I mean, asking a bit much for him to come straight back in after his match-winning innings at Headingley and do the same again here, but we shall see. Harmer tries to drive, but without any timing. The ball doesn't make a very nice sound off his blade, but it's safe enough. Along the ground, the bowler himself scoots into the cover region to field. Parkinson already on his way again, slip and a bat pad, river end. Light holding up well so far, bowls, the ball played to mid-wicket, there's no run as that ball is fielded by Tom Hartley, and the score remaining at 82 for 6.
One from the Division 2 promotion race, third place Glamorgan against fourth place Derbyshire, 7 points separating them. The winner basically will stay in contention, and Glamorgan are doing well, 258 for 3 at Cardiff.
Next ball is defended by Harmer, using the full extent of his reach to come forward and play it into Bohannon's hands along the ground, let me hasten to add, fielding at short extra.
David Lloyd, 137 not out, opening the batting there.
Yeah, he had a very good innings recently as well. He's in good form, and so this next ball is turned but straight to mid-wicket. Tom Hartley again, the end of the Parkinson over. He's now bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. I'm not sure they've updated his latest over there, but that's what we've got on the board. And Essex are 82 for 6, 49 runs behind with Cook, 34, and Harmer yet to get off the mark.
Middlesex are favourites to go up with Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire's promotion not yet confirmed, but it's just a matter of time. And Middlesex are playing Leicestershire. They're 220 for 5, Middlesex, and 74th at Grace Road. John Simpson, 61 not out. You feel probably of the contenders for promotion, Middlesex maybe the ones who might be able to acquit themselves best in the top division. From what I saw of Glamorgan at the end of last year in that game at Cardiff, I wouldn't be that convinced about them staying, lasting the pace in Division 1. Of course, Derbyshire won't have Shah Massoud.
No, there is a point to be made there, which I'll come to after this ball.
Williams comes in to bowl with 2 slips waiting and gets one on the pads for Cook, which he just flicks away down to fine leg for a single. 83 for 6 in reply to Lancashire's 131. More cloud cover now.
Last game of last season here at Chelmsford, Essex battered Northamptonshire, who were absolutely pathetic.
Yeah.
And the game was over in under 4 sessions, and was the shortest 4-day game played in the history of 4-day cricket. Now, this season, Northants are having a very, very decent season. They're placed below Essex in the table, and they've turned it round to great effect.
They've been excellent as Williams bowls and Harmer on the move plays it to mid-on and there's no run. Yes, I mean the way they stuck in there against Surrey. Surrey's attack was a little bit unbalanced for Northampton. They went in without a specialist spinner, which is a bit unwise at Northampton in September. They didn't have certainly at least one option that they would normally have. 83 for 6 is the score here. Just a bit of extra bounce, and Harmer deals with it very adeptly, just playing it cautiously but riding the bounce and just playing it defensively.
Yeah, and I was just going to say the same thing. He played that really well. John Trainer, thanks for your email. Afternoon, you say Luke Wood is making his debut for England today against Pakistan. Lancs 9 England players: Salt, Jennings, Livingston, Butler, Wood, Mahmood, Parkinson, Anderson and Gleeson.
Absolutely, they've certainly contributed a lot in recent times, and that's outside the off stump. I suppose some of them are acquisitions from other counties like Salt, but I think the point remains that Lancashire continue to be very much a key source of international talent for England. 83 for 6 as that one's left alone outside the off stump.
And John just finishes off, add 2 overseas players, Villas and Sundar, and that's an entire well-balanced team. Thank you, John.
Yes, and like Essex, they're a team that obviously it's been a bit of a nearly season for Lancashire, two losing finalists, but of course very close last year as well. That's edge. Oh, I thought that was edge, but it's just managed to avoid it. Thought there was some deviation there as Harmer was pushing rather tentatively at that one from Williams, who's bowling a really testing line here and length, which when he bowls a ball like that is very difficult to play, and Harmer managed to avoid edging it. Look for all the world as he's edged that through the slip.
Been a lot of occasions recently where it's looked to the naked eye as if someone's got an edge, but it turns out he hasn't, and like you, I thought there might well have been an edge there. Great ball.
Indeed. Yeah, Williams really looks a good find here. That's a nice stroke though from Harmer, just getting across the crease. That's the sort of shot that Harmer can play when he gets in. A lovely shot, one of the most authoritative shots we've seen in this session, as he went across the crease, almost turned it into a half volley and just played it away along the ground through a gap wide of mid-on. Really, really nice stroke by Harmer, and then typical of what he can do as a batsman. I say there's no issue really with the length of the Essex batting for me. If Harmer batted at 7, although the more likely option, as I say, to get 4 seamers into the side for away games next season. You don't really need them for here, of course, but for either the pitch is too flat or you get a pitch like this. Either way, you don't need them. Away from home, I think it's useful.
It's a very intelligent piece of play from Harmer, because he'd been comprehensively beaten to the previous ball, and to that one he moved, as you say, across the crease and came forward. Alright, it was a bit of a risk, but he was in a great position to clip it through mid-wicket for 4. Cook now belts this one through mid-wicket. That might be a second consecutive boundary for Essex. It is much needed, just a bit short from Parkinson, and Cook, ever quick to seize onto anything he can hit into the leg side, did so, and Essex move into the 90s. 91 for 6. Cook goes up to 39. Harmer just off the mark with 4 from the previous ball at the end of the previous over, and the deficit now down to 40. Parkinson, and again to Cook. Cook all defence, an impassioned plea for LBW. I just said there was a bit of bat there, but anyway, Richard Kettlewell is unmoved.
I was thinking of who Surrey were missing in the spin bowling department. It's Will Jacks, who's with England. That's a big miss for them.
Yeah, Kettleborough, I should have said, not Kettlewell. My apologies. Parkinson's in and bowls, and Cook, he didn't know where it had gone, but actually it had almost stayed at the end of his bat, and there's no run.
Again, little bit of resistance starting to take shape here. Deficit down to 40. Any sort of first innings lead of 40 or 50 would be very useful for Essex if they can get it.
Parkinson bowls to Cook, and this ball nicely fielded by Bohannon at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 91 for 6, following Essex's 64 for 6 as they were in the previous innings up at Headingley last week. And Parkinson bowls again, and this ball is just a suspicion of being uppish, and wasn't that far away from the back pad fieldsman there. There's no run.
Our video connection has been lost, so I was looking to see the replay on that one. Hopefully it'll come back very shortly.
Luke Wells, the man under the helmet there, couldn't quite get his hands under that, as Cook now has clipped the next ball beautifully off the pads, but straight to Josh Bohannon at mid-wicket. Another good stop from him. Floodlights coming on. The sun is visible, though it's not actually shining, between a crack in the cloud. Obviously, we're now moving into that period as we enter what should be the last hour's play of the day, where the light can become a factor. At any event, Essex trail by 40, 39 to Cook and 4 to Harmer, and should it be necessary to come off for bad light, well, certainly there's already seen a distinct advancement in the state of the game in this first day.
Yep, it's been quite an intriguing day, not least for the batsmen, trying to work out what sort of bounce they might be confronting. And, well, an interesting pitch actually for young Bell to keep wicket on, standing up to Williams now. Oh, and he takes that very well indeed. Standing up, the youngster, taking that one that Harmer didn't play at. But this is a real challenge for him.
Yeah, something that's puzzling me, Nick. Why is the number 47 above Simon Harmer's there? He's number 11, and we can see it. It's very odd. Essex don't have anyone with the number 47.
No, it might just be that he wants to be number 47. He likes to be known as that.
Yes, it's actually the number of Robin Dass.
Oh, yes, well, I'm fairly confident it's not Dass, particularly he's not in the side, as this is Harmer wearing his normal number 11, looking to flick it away into the onside. He's fairly fairly recognisable, Simon Harmer, isn't he? And so we're fairly confident it is him.
If it is Robin Dass,
Dass got 5 for 41 earlier.
Exactly, I was just going to say Essex have unearthed a new potential star.
Pakistan 106 for 1 in the 13th over. Rizwan is 65 not out. The wicket for Adil Rashid, who bowled Baba Azam. 91 for 6. A slip and a gully. As that one's left alone by Harmer, but real challenge, as I say, for young Belt.
Yeah, it's dangerous to make any comment on a game you can't even see, but I would have said Pakistan, who've only lost the 1 wicket, might have been expected to get a few more than they've actually got on the board. They need a strong finish there.
Absolutely. So England doing okay. We should wait and see if they can keep things down to a reasonable score. We've got Scott coming back on in just a second. Sun trying to force its way through. We've got floodlights coming on. As they're more likely to take effect, I think, as Harmer here plays a lovely drive between cover and mid-off. It's being chased back to the boundary. It will just be cut off. But they've got 3 runs, and you see Harmer, yes, he has these difficult starts, but he can look as comfortable as anyone when he gets going. And I say, if Essex who did want the option of Harmer 7, Snater 8, those two are good enough in those positions. It's just you want to have a really strong top 6 that you could rely on, and that's probably the issue at the moment, and that they might be concerned they wouldn't get enough runs in support of Alistair Cook, because he's still there. That's been rather borne out on this difficult pitch today. 39 to Cook and 7 to Harmer. 94 for 6. Williams bowls outside the off stump. Williams 2 for 28, coming towards the end of his 12th over and giving very little away. So he has a very good economy rate, and once again impressing in for Lancashire here. And thing for Lancashire now, I think, is to try and finish Essex off. Well, a nice, very small first innings lead would be handy. What they don't want to do is now be 40 or 50 behind from this position, Scott.
No, they've got themselves back in the match, haven't they?
2 slips. Williams bowls again, and Cook looking as resolute as ever. Just plays that defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. So Cook on 39, 7 to Harmer. See, we're into the serious part of the Essex batting now with Harmer and Snater, because the stats suggest they're as likely to get runs as several players in the top 6. That's just the stats from this season. They don't lie. So there is still batting there, and therefore Essex, if they can sort of get through to the older ball, just trying to work out how many overs Lancashire actually faced earlier, it might just become a little bit easier, as in the case of the game earlier in the season against Hampshire. We'll see. 94 for 6, 7 Harmer and 39 to Cook.
Yeah, well, as they say, even a small lead could be quite useful, couldn't it? If it's turning into a bit of a low-scoring game, get yourself ahead on first innings, even by a relatively small margin. As Parkinson's in, forward goes Harmer, and defends to extra cover, and there's no run. Parkinson now starting his 7th over, 1 for 18. Picked up the wicket with the first ball of the evening session. He's got Harmer on strike, and that's a fullish ball which is driven beyond the reach of Parkinson, low down to his left. And Stephen Croft coming round from mid-off to complete the fielding, no run.
Yes, Parkinson has got 1 or 2 things to happen. There was a leg break that beat both batsman and keeper a little while ago that went for 4 byes.
He's left by Harmer. It's a ball pushed outside the off stump by Parkinson. Turns away into the gloves of Bell. No run.
But conditions that will very much favour him.
A slip and a short leg in position. Wells and Jennings under the helmet, crouching down. Flatter ball this time. Harmer goes back and clips the ball away off his pads. Out towards deep square leg. Just takes a single. He's on to 8, 95 for 6.
It's a decent sized crowd, particularly in the members area. There were no members in the area immediately in front of us, which you often get here at Chelmsford, but I think it's because of where the pitch is. So the chatter that you could often hear at Chelmsford from the members right in front of us is one notable absentee of the day.
Parkinson over the wicket to Cook. Whipped away into the onside, bouncing just in front of Bohannon at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yes, Cook making it look not easy, but relatively comfortable out there, which is takes a lot of doing in this situation.
39 from 93 balls faced. It's flashed away along the ground through mid-wicket, rocking onto that front foot, easing the ball along the turf for 1 run, takes him to 40, comfortably the top score of the match so far. That's the end of the 33rd over. Essex 96 for 6.
Ollie Pope batting at 4 for Surrey today, was bowled by Steve Patterson for 136 of 131 balls. Surrey 283 for 6, and I guess one of the things that I thought was a little bit of a desperate move by England, saying to Pope, you've never batted at 3, but you bat at 3 for England. To be fair to him, he's shown the quality to sort of come off in that position, hasn't he? And all credit to him. He's had a pretty good campaign, high quality player, and played a very important innings for Surrey today, because they were struggling a little bit earlier on against Yorkshire.
They find ways, don't they? Hampshire and Surrey this season have found ways to win matches or get out of trouble.
Yeah, well, here comes the start of the new over, and it is the return of Bailey outside the off stump and left alone by Cook. So Bailey, we're hoping for some of that variable bounce to come into play and see what Cook can deal with. But yes, there was 1 over that I was on commentary for where I thought that's not a great effort for the pitch, but it seems to settle down a little bit. Maybe with the older ball it will. We'll see. We're in the 34th over at the moment. 96 for 6, 131 was a Lancashire score, and Cook off the back foot plays a forcing shot without timing, but had he actually set off with the run, in the end he probably would have got it, because there's a slightly awkward bounce out there in the covers, but in the end no run was attempted as Josh Bohannon completed the work out there. 96 for 6. An intriguing opening day. 16 wickets have fallen. And so the match is very nicely poised. Deficit of 35 at the moment. And Cook leaves alone outside the off stump, as that one's just moving away from him. So it looked as though it's going to be pretty close on first innings, but Shane Snater's recent form, he's the sort of guy who could come in and sort of, particularly if the ball does, gets older, could belt a few and make a bit of a difference.
Well, they could be absolutely viable runs, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Deficit 35 at the minute, 4 wickets in hand, and a couple of guys who can come and give it a bit of a belt.
Essex will still be relatively confident of getting a first innings lead, as Cook always could be more difficult now. Uphill for MW, he's gone. Nice delivery. Cook was trying to work it away into the onside. A pretty confident shout. And the man who's been there since the start, it's been a really hard-working knock for Alistair Cook, has gone. It's sort of going to be leg stumpish, but the umpire had a good look and decided that was going to hit. And he's gone for 40 from 98 balls, and it's 96 for 7. And maybe cancel that about the first innings lead, because Lancashire have got that breakthrough of Cook at a very important time.
Yeah, third wicket for Tom Bailey today. Cook getting 40.
What do you reckon on the replay there? It's certainly heading towards the leg stump, certainly.
It is, yeah.
One of those, if you get the decision your way, Bailey, you take it, because there are others that go against you, aren't there? Cook might be a touch unlucky there. But it's a great breakthrough for Lancashire, just at that time where a little bit of a partnership between No Harmer's ability with the bat.
Well, he's obviously an exceptional player, but he is. And at times he looked a little uncomfortable, but he has, in contrast what we've seen so far today, he's been playing a different game, hasn't he, Cook?
Yeah, Cook, that was a terrific hand from Alistair. It was only 40, but it could be very important in the context of this game.
Well, you look at what Lancashire have got. Their top scorer, was it Tom Bailey, making 24 or something like that?
Lancashire could face an awkward. Well, actually, the light might help, because it's cloudy, and therefore you wonder that with 20 overs still to go, I can't see us getting them. The floodlights will probably take too much effect. So Lancashire got to judge this really carefully. They want to ideally bowl Essex out this evening without them getting too many more runs, because the damage that a few overs, 6 or 7 overs of Porter and Cook could potentially do, could undo all the good work they're doing now. So it's a balanced call for Lancashire here.
It is. Yeah,
don't bowl a side out too quickly.
No, to 20 over, you lose 2, don't you, for the change of innings. Yeah. But there's still a decent amount of cricket to go tonight, as you say, if the light holds. The floodlights are on now.
Well, it's been pretty murky in this part of the world at 5:30 in the afternoon, and in recent days, as Bailey bowls to straight. Oh goodness me, that's very close to bowling him first ball. He's left it alone, but it can't have been too far away from the off stump. Now that was a fine judgment call from the informed Shane Snater. It wasn't. Yeah, it was. Credit to him for having the confidence for that leave, because it wasn't far and it did cut back in.
Good leave.
It's always a good leave when it doesn't hit the stumps, I suppose. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire, Nicola Hill, Scott Reed, Paul Newton, with 3 slips waiting at Chelmsford, as that one pitches and is well gathered in by Bell. Just talking about Bell, what a sort of baptism of fire was when you're standing up to Williams on a pitch doing what it is, and I think he's done a pretty good job so far behind the stumps. 96 for 7.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I actually thought he batted nicely. We've just seen one of the greatest of all time struggled to get to 40, or at least had to work really hard to get to 40, and the lad on debut played a couple of nice shots and looked good, and he's kept very well. Yeah, good start for him in his first class career. George Bell, cap number 702 for Lancashire in first class cricket for the young man. Yeah, he's had a very tidy game with the gloves, so batted nicely enough as well a little bit earlier on. You can see a double change actually. We've seen Bailey's first change producing a wicket maiden, that 2 for Bailey, 3 for 29, and now it's going to be Tom Hartley, the tall left arm spinner, replacing the leg spinner from the river end of the ground. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. There's a deep backward square leg, deep extra cover, mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover and backward point. Just dabbed away back along the ground and picked up by Hartley off his own bowling, and there's no run to start the 35th over.
Cook can hang around, getting better as a batsman, and Porter still to come.
This is off the back foot and driven away into the offside for no run.
That was a big breakthrough though for Lancashire just at that point.
Yes, it was, yeah. Eyeing up, and they could still get a lead here, Essex. This is eased into the offside for no run. But that task made immeasurably harder with the dismissal of Sir Alistair Cook. Again, that's driven firmly by Harmer. And picked up by Hartley off his own bowling. Again, there's no run. Harmer 8 from 25 balls faced. Snater at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat. Hartley left arm round the wicket balls. Cut away by Harmer through the offside. Oh, cut nicely out towards the boundary. Good stop, actually. Liam Hurts on there as a 12th man for Lancashire. Put a terrific dive in. A ferocious cut shot. And an outstanding piece of fielding by Liam Hurt to save a couple of runs for his team. Harmer's come back for 2. But for all the money, back foot cut shot, hit firmly. Like he had 4 written all over it. This is driven out into the offside. Stopped at extra cover by Bohannon. There's no run. It's the end of the over. A couple off it. 98 for 7. Harmer 10. Snater on 0.
And Nick, your email a little while ago just reminding us that challenging pitches can make for good games. Lancashire winning with Charleston 131. Many people thought that might have been a bad decision to bat, but now it could be that it's probably but neither one thing or the other really, and it's almost a good toss to lose, because the key thing is if you do get in to try and get, I would have thought, try and get through to the older ball and hope that it gets a little bit easier. But I think it's hard to make a judgment one way or the other at the moment about Lancashire's decision to bat, but certainly certainly they're not behind at the moment, that's for sure. Is Bailey coming in from the Hayes close end with a ball that Snater has nothing to do with. It's pitching round about off stump, but has got a considerable bounce on it, and it's going and it's also going wide of the off stump. But very interesting first day. Now technically 18 overs and 5 balls to go. The floodlights are, I think, really going to start to take effect in about half an hour's time. You're sort of looking outside from home, sort of yesterday, about 5:35, 5:40. I thought it's getting quite dark actually. This is slightly uppish from Snater, and hit away into the covers, and there's no run. 98 for 7. And I was going to ask you, because you would have come down yesterday, Scott, were the roads quieter than usual?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. There's a
obviously
little bit of traffic around, but no, not a great deal.
Not to your sort of journey you'd normally have on a Monday in September.
Absolutely not. No.
Here's Bailey again with 3 for 29 in his 10th over. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Snater hits this uppishly but safe. That's a typical aggressive bit of batting from Shane Snater. Sort of just a twirl of the bat really, which sent the ball away through mid-wicket. And that really was very confidently played. And the 100 comes up, and Snater and Harmer could yet do some damage. Say, for me, Harmer can bat at 7 and Snater can bat at 8. They've both got the credentials to do that. Should Essex want to ever go down that route, as Snater here gets one on his pad and whips it away just round the corner. He was batting at 8. Of course, when they had 4 seamers, Snater. But at Chelmsford, he'd normally be batting at 9. That one more to the total. It's 103 for 7. And strike back with Harmer on 10.
That's got a bit gloomier, hasn't it? You can actually see some shadows being cast, can't you, from the players? From the floodlights.
Yes, and there's no real sign of blue sky breaking. Yeah. But the cloud is heavier now than at any point, as that's quite wide of the off stump and left alone by Harmer. So England are doing pretty well now actually out in Karachi. They've got rid of Mohammad Rizwan, and 2 wickets for Adil Rashid and 1 from Moeen Ali, and it's 125 for 4. That's 3 pretty quick wickets actually, and yeah, so I'll be pretty pleased with that. There's only 4 overs and 1 ball to go, so they've really slowed down Pakistan after a fast start for the openers as Harmer just gets into line and plays that defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So certainly England, I think, we're pretty pleased with the way that one is going. Rizwan was out for 68, and yeah, notable looking at the figures that it's been the spinners that have been the more dominant force there, as you might expect in Karachi. And Luke Wood 2 overs for 12, Richard Gleeson 2 overs for 13, Curran 1 for 21 off 3, and Willie number 29 off 3, and but Adil Rashid 2 for 27 in 4, and Moeen Ali 1 for 23 in 2. Current bowling figures for England in the first of 7 T20 matches, and I think they're going to be stuck in a hotel for a little while there.
It's Hartley in bowls. It's the pad of Snaters. He tries to whip it to the leg side, no run.
Very heavy security. First England cricket in Pakistan in, I think it's 17 years. But nice to see it, even though the security is rather suffocating by all accounts.
Snater taps the bat. Hartley comes in and bowls. It's defended into the offside, no run. Yeah, 2 Lancashire players in that bowling there for England, and a debut for Luke Wood. So congratulations to Luke Wood making his England debut today. It's driven to mid-on where Vilas fields, and there's no run.
Yes, sort of production line of Lancashire seamers. Sort of still got plenty in reserve here.
The ball swatted out through the leg side, and Vilas chasing after it down towards the boundary below us. Kind of wide, long on. Oh, he's got to it. Lancashire captain Dane Vilas, he's saved a couple of runs for his team. It's an excellent piece of fielding. Running alongside the ball, puts the dive in, tumbles over the rope, but flicks the ball back in time to help save a run. In fact, saved 2. They ran 2 in the end. 105 for 7. Hartley bowls again. Big appeal for LBW. This time he's gone. Snater going back to this delivery from Hartley, and the umpire raises his finger. Another LBW decision. Snater gone for 7. 8 down now, Essex. 105 for 8. Still 26 behind.
Yeah, Hartley getting in on the act. That's a big wicket, because there are just signs that partnership was threatening to be dangerous for Lancashire. Both, once they get in, can be quick scoring batsmen, particularly Snater. And now Lancashire's chances of at least having parity and maybe even a little bit of a lead are increased, but so are the chances that they might have to face a few overs this evening. And goodness me, that could be an important part of the day's proceedings, because I think Lancashire would settle now for just having all 10 second innings wickets in hand tomorrow. That's the key thing they want, isn't it? I mean, almost whether Essex make 130 or 140 is making sure they don't lose wickets tonight.
Yeah, they'd probably sacrifice all the runs, wouldn't they, just to keep the wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's such an important thing, because they've got a very, the key thing for me in Lancashire in this game is that top 5, just having getting a chance to get in. It can be done, particularly even on these Chelmsford pitches. There's enough quality there, and Essex got the better of them this morning. But you can still see a Keaton Jennings or a Josh Bohannon getting in, and that could be important if he's got a position of parity to work on.
Sam Cook, the new batter, coming out to join Simon Harmer. Hartley with his first wicket. 1 ball remaining of his 3rd over of the day. Again, a bowling change has worked here, hasn't it? As it did, bringing Bailey back in, bringing Hartley back in. This is a little back and across from Cook. Worked out into the offside for no run. Hartley collects his cap. End of the over. 105 for 8. 37 overs gone. 17 remaining in the day's allocation, and 26 runs the difference currently between the two teams.
The other T20, which is India against Australia, started an hour earlier than the Pakistan-England game. India 208 for 6 and Australia 63 for 1 in the 7th over. Need 146 in 82 balls. So all these T20 series being played in advance of the T20 World Cup that's coming up fairly soon, which should be interesting in Australian conditions. And it'll be interesting to see whether England can improve a slightly patchy white ball form during the summer. It was not quite as consistent as they were in the Test match format, of course. 105 for 8, and Bailey with 3 for 34 in 10 overs. Will continue from the Hayes close end and bowled to Harmer, and that one takes the pad. Now, Cook wants a run that certainly isn't there, and Harmer had no interest in it, but he'd come quite a long way down the pitch, and eventually was able to scamper back. 105 for 8. Cook has just faced the 1 ball. Harmer has 10 from 30, but he's just lost Snater, and that's another big blow for Essex in terms of their hopes of getting some sort of a first innings lead. Wow, if the championship was still at stake for either of these two sides, this really would be a knife-edge situation. 105 for 8, that one just cutting back into the right-handed Harmer, and he leaves it alone. But yeah, let's say I was mentioning earlier that Old Trafford, Essex have done well there. It suits their attack, it suits Harmer, but obviously there's more in it for the batsmen than on these Chelmsford surfaces. But in an ideal world, for me, the sort of pitch they want here at Chelmsford is like an Old Trafford pitch, because it would suit their attack, but you'd still be able to make 350, 400. That's the balance they need to try and get. This all takes the pad of Harmer. He's on LBW. Yeah, he just got across his crease there, looking to work it away into the onside, and basically the front leg got rather stuck. Yeah, and he's right. Don't think there's any doubt about that one. He's right in front of middle and leg. 105 for 9. Lancashire are going to get a first innings lead, and it's been a great job here by the Lancashire bowlers, and in particular Tom Bailey, 4 for 34 in his 11th.
Yeah, it's a great effort from Bailey and from Lancashire. They've fought themselves back into the game. We said at the close, didn't we? I think the sign-off when Lancashire were 130 all out. We was on with Paul at the time. Wait to see just how good the score 130 is. It seemed a bit of a daft thing to say, because how can 130 be a decent score? Well, the evidence of what we saw in the first 2 sessions of the day, 130. Perhaps there's a chance that Lancashire might well still be in the match, and that's very much proven to be the case. Bailey's bowled nicely, picked up 4, and 26 the difference with the final wicket heading out.
Bad light is a stop play at the Oval, which is a sign maybe of what's going to happen here. 292 for 6, sorry. Still playing at the Aegeus Bowl, but Hampshire have made a difficult start to their reply to Kent's 165. They're 27 for 2 there, so they might be quite interesting going off for bad light, if the light's becoming a bit marginal there as well. But you do feel that 1 or 2, if it's cloudy all around the country, we are going to see some games suspended through bad light, one would have thought, including potentially this one.
Well, Lancashire probably wouldn't mind taking a wicket now and then.
Yeah, and bad light. Yeah, that would be the ideal game plan. Not come back on. We'll have one of those situations where they go out to the middle and the umpires have a look and they'll go off again. That would actually make it almost the perfect session for Lancashire if that were to happen. As Bailey bowls to Porter. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's right up in the block column. Porter does very well to keep it out. That was a perfect delivery as your number 11 first up. And he did very well, just to dig it out almost and stop it crashing into his stumps.
Slower ball too from Bailey.
Yeah, very well executed.
He's got that slower ball. He's worked. I need to speak to him about this, because this season more often than not, I've seen Bailey send down that slower ball. Whether it's something he's worked on through the winter, but he's used it to great success this year.
Here's Porter getting maybe a couple of runs here as that's played wide of mid-on. They are going to go back for the second. They're going to have to get through pretty quickly. Cook had to sort of accelerate there going to the bowler's end. It looked to from the moment Porter played the shot, but Cook just momentarily hesitating and had to make his ground pretty quickly in the end. Porter gesticulating, and they've got to get back into his stance. 107 for 9, 24 is the deficit. And Bailey at the end of his 11th over with 4 wickets to his name. Bowls to Porter, and Porter plays that one pretty well out towards backward point, and there's George Balderson. So the end of the over, 131 plays 107 for 9. And I say one of the critical features here now, we've got 16 overs left in the day. How many of those are we going to see? And Lancashire, if these two batsmen sort of potter about and score 5 runs in the next 4 overs, Lancashire will probably have no objections. 107 for 9.
So the partnerships there, Cook involved in basically most of them, if not all of them. Biggest run of the match, Cook and Kushik putting on 30.
Yeah,
that Cook and Armour one was just developing up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That big moment just after tea, because Kushi got himself in. He's got a recent big 100 at Canterbury. Played a rather over-ambitious shot, first ball after tea against Parkinson.
Yeah, that's cloudy skies above the floodlights. Will be a concern. It could well come into the equation. A slip and a short leg. Hartley left arm around. Onto the front foot goes Sam Cook. Nice defended away into the offside, and there is no run. And the bounce out towards extra cover, picked up by Josh Bohannon. Hartley again to Cook. It's eased away into the offside. And again, there's no run. 107 for 9 Essex, Lancashire 131 all out. Tries a catch, it's driven on the up to mid-off, but bouncing in front of Stephen Croft by Sam Cook. Again, there's no run. Hartley brushing in past the umpire, drops a little bit shorter on this occasion. Cook goes back and just steers it away to Williams at backward point. And again, there's no run. 2 balls remain for Hartley in his 4th over. It's worked to the leg side, this time by Cook. Straight to Tom Bailey at mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Let's bring back Paul in just a moment. Looking around from at the back. I don't think he's just about to come back into the box.
The in balls again. Forward goes Cook, and that's worked out to point where Williams fields, and there's no run. End of the over. So we've got a minimum of 15. Oh, we have 15 overs left today, potentially. But the way the light is decreasing, I'm sure we'll get them in.
Just one update on the score before I make way for Paul. Could be quite big moments this in the championship race, because Hampshire 28 for 3. And Kent made 165. I wonder if they've just prepared a pitch that's a little bit too bowler friendly at the GS Bowl. One thing is looking very likely, even if Hampshire go on to win this game, if Surrey and Hampshire both win, Surrey are going to get more bonus points out of the game. There's no doubt about that. Oh, there's an awkward delivery which sees the end of the innings. It was a very difficult one for Porter to deal with from Bailey, who's finished with 5 wickets. Basically, it bounced at him, it sort of turned him round, and it's just taken, I think, a leading edge and sort of bounced up into the slip cord, and that was a very, very tough ball for him to have to deal with. And 107 all out. Not that much, I think, that Jamie Porter could have done about that. That did look very difficult to deal with. I think we might get a chance to see the replay of it. Bailey finishing with 5 wickets. And it's just taken a sort of shoulder of the bat and bounced a 3rd slip. That was a pretty tricky one to say the least, from the point of view of Jamie Porter. And what it means is that Lancashire are going to have to bat, and it might not be the worst thing from the Essex perspective, really, in terms of the overall situation. Again, I think it's Hartley who's taken the catch there, because they're going to have at least a chance to have a bowl at Lancashire this evening and try and take some critical wickets. So well done to Tom Bailey, who's the second 5-wicket haul of the day, and 5 for 36, 11 overs and 1 ball for Tom Bailey, and that is a fine effort from him. Initially just struggled with his line a little bit, but he got things together, and so he's basically been contributing with the wickets throughout the innings, and done a very fine job indeed, as have Lancashire collectively. 107 all out for Essex. Earlier Lancashire made 131 with 24 not out for Tom Bailey. So you can very much say those runs he got at the run of ball at the end of a Lancashire innings, 24 not out, the deficit is 24. It's very much been his day. There were 23 for Stephen Croft earlier on, and Simon Harmer 5 for 41, 2 wickets for Snater and 3 for Sam Cook, 3 for 38 in 14 overs. The Essex card, a disappointing one on this difficult pitch. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook came in. Brown, well, he played one nice straight drive, but continuing a recent run of low scores at Headingley and into this game, he was LBW to Bailey for 4. That was off the third ball. Then in the second over, we had Tom Wesley, a misjudgment against Williams, losing his off stump, bowled for 3, and that was 7 for 2 after 10 balls. Well, Dan Lawrence joined Alistair Cook, and that looked to be a pretty important part of proceedings, but the question was, could they build a partnership? They couldn't. Lawrence was out for 7, LBW to Bailey, that was a big wicket. Critchley got one that really bounced on him from Balderson, was taken by Hartley in the slips for 5. And then Feroz Kushi joined Alistair Cook. These two put on 30, got to a tea interval, and then Kushi was out straight afterwards. An ambitious shot, trying to force Parkinson away. The ball kept low, and he was bowled for 17. Rossington was caught behind by, that was a good catch actually, by Bell in front of first slip off Williams for 4. Williams very impressive. And Alistair Cook, who'd been there from the start, finally out with a score at 96. He was the 7th man to go for 40 from 98 balls with 3 fours. LBW to Tom Bailey. So that was 96 for 7. Snater and Harmer was still there, so there was still chance of more runs for Essex, but it didn't really prove to be the case. Harmer eventually LBW Bailey 10 and Snater LBW Hartley 7, with Porter at the end getting a ball he could do very little with that bounced on him, and he could only fend it to Hartley at second slip for 2, leaving Cook not out. 107 all out. Essex trailed by 24. There were 14 overs left. It's 7 minutes past 5. We're certainly not going to see all 14 as under this sort of cloud cover. The question now really is there going to be a chance for Essex to end the day well by getting 2 or 3 wickets? What Lancashire will be very keen on, doesn't really matter how many runs they score now, it's getting into the close with all 10 wickets in hand, and they will be pretty confident of their match situation if they were able to do that. So that's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. So yeah, very much at the moment the pitch is the winner in terms of dictating proceedings. We've had 20 wickets fall in the day, and potentially Essex will be hoping power to add in these last few overs of the day, which but at the moment we've got Snater doing some bowling practice, and yes, Porter and Cook out there as well, and they'll be looking to see if they can inflict some damaging blows right at the end of the day, light permitting. Lancashire will be hoping that the problems that the light has been causing at the Oval will arrive here in the not too distant future, where the match has been suspended. Probably it for the day. Ollie Pope made 136, and sorry, 292 for 6, and they were put into bat. They were struggling a little bit early on, but they were 136 for 5. But a very good recovery by Surrey, led by Pope, and Jordan Clark 55 not out in that one. Just having a little look at 1 or 2 others. That Hampshire match, Hampshire 38 for 3. So they've lost 3 quick wickets, but Kent only made 165. But I say the point there is that even if Hampshire go on to win this game, it doesn't look like they're going to get a lot of batting points, and that could be quite important if Surrey also win and therefore can stretch their lead at the top of the table, which was 8 points going into today. But Hampshire got their work cut out just to make sure that they can stay in contention and get up to that Kent score. And then down towards the bottom of Division 1, we've got a good day for Somerset, and bit overdue. Tom Abel, 104 not out, 13 fours, and Somerset a 252 for 3 against Northants. Paul, when he's ready, he's just about to come in and join us as the umpires are coming out. 252 for 3, Somerset against Northants, and Tom Abel 104 not out. That's it for me for today. Pretty confident I won't be back in half an hour's time. What there is left of a day to be described by Paul, and yeah, we're going to see basically, I think, whether Lancashire can battle their way through to the end, Scott.
Yeah, well, they'll take no wicket. I mean, I think almost regardless of runs scored, 0 for 0's a good outcome for Lancashire at the close of play tonight. Yeah, keeping wickets in hand. I don't know how many of these overs we're going to get. We've got 12, as Nick mentioned, left in the day. You need 1 or 2 patches of blue sky. The Essex players in a little team huddle. It has unravelled pretty quickly through the course of this opening match. But the guy on screen there, he's taken Alistair Cook to get, and all his extraordinary skill with the bat to try and get some runs. He's been the only player so far who has. Tom Bailey coming out and chipping in with actually the point that Nick made before, coming out and making quick fire 20 odd. And then he's picked up 5 wickets. He's had a great day with bat and with ball. And those runs for Lancashire could be really important. But he came out with a sense of freedom and gave it a bit of a swing, and he paid off for him. He's a good player and he can hit the ball and scored some good boundaries and hit some good shots. But it has been a day that has been dominated by the ball. It's not been easy at all. It's needed one of England's greatest players to display all his skill and ability to get 40. So it's been tricky. To put it mildly. We'll see how Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells go about things second time round. A very potentially awkward 12 overs remaining, Paul, and a lot could happen if we get 12 overs of playing.
Well, that's right. And indeed, even if there's only 5, there's a lot that might happen going on out there. I noticed that Sam Cook now jumps the queue ahead of Jamie Porter for having the Hayes close end to bowl from, where you feel that the quicker bowlers are very much at home. Very important opening partnership for Lancashire as Cook comes in around the wicket to bowl to Luke Wells, and he's out first ball, and it's a superb delivery from Cook which just clips the off bail, and goodness me, 0 for 1. Well, you said it, Scott. I don't think it would have taken either of us terribly long to work out that probably the least likely outcome of this little interlude at the end of the day is that Lancashire would somehow get away with being none down, and Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings have had such a good partnership this season and have such good averages, but they haven't improved them in this game, that's for sure.
No, well, not many.
Nobody has, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't at all be massively critical of any of the batters on either side.
Because when you get as much happening as has happened, your confidence in, so for instance, you can be facing a ball where normally you keep it out with confidence because you just say, right, this is a ball I come forward and do such and such to. But on this pitch, you think, I don't know if I dare go forward to this, and you're sort of caught amidships. So it's an absolute field day for bowlers.
It is, yeah.
Sam Cook, of course, rarely wastes a delivery, and certainly didn't need any warm-up to get that one on target. And already the decision to open with him rather than Jamie Porter from the Hayes close end has paid dividends, because it's not that Jamie Porter bowled at all badly today, but there were some loose deliveries earlier on. He bowled a better second spell, actually, but he's not been in anything like the form that Sam Cook has been in, and now he's shot well past the 50 mark for the season. I think that's something like 53 that he's got with power to add.
Do you think they'll start with Snater at this end?
I would personally, yeah. And I mean, you can make an argument. How about slipping Armour in straight away?
Yeah, fair point. Yeah.
But I think perhaps an over to a Snater and toss him the ball and say, see if you can get another wicket with your first ball of an innings. Here comes Cook. In bowls to Bohannon. Oh, and that one's gone straight through his defences.
And that your point proven in the way that Bohannon plays that very first delivery.
Yeah.
You know, he's coming down the pitch. This is not critical. It's an observation of what's happening.
Yep.
He's coming down the pitch to cut, but it's all because of the uncertainty created as to whether to play back or stay or get forward or.
Yes, that game against Northamptonshire, the last game here last season, that was over in just over 3 sessions, just went into a 4th session. That could be under threat time-wise from this one as the fastest ever game of 4-day cricket, or the shortest. Now, there Cook does waste the delivery, actually. That's well outside off stump. No need for Bohannon to play a shot, but you can almost bet your life on the next ball being a far more of a test for Bohannon, who's a good young player. And anyway, it all means that Lancashire are effectively 24 for 1 because they've got a first innings lead of 24. Tom Bailey's had a terrific day with Lancashire's highest score of 24 not out, which happens to be the extent of the team's lead, and a 5-wicket haul. Cook's in. Bowls to Bohannon. Well, it was a much more testing delivery. It was very well played by Bohannon, who just put his left foot down the track and played it back past the bowler to mid-off. And Essex's official ball polisher supreme, Tom Wesley, continues to work on the ball with Lancashire 0 for 1, leading by 24 on first innings, where 131 all out played 114, played 107 all out. Cook's in. Bowls to Bohannon, and it was quite a decent delivery, but there was just enough width to leave that one through to go to Adam Rossington.
Is it me, Paul? Does it feel like it might be just getting a little bit lighter? I mean, there's some slightly gloomy clouds out there in the distance, but it feels a little bit brighter around.
Yeah, there is a little bit of higher cloud coming immediately above the ground. So at the moment, if they could play 5 minutes ago, well, they certainly ought to be able to play now. I don't think it'll last, though. Okay. As Cook is in to bowl to Bohannon, 3 slips. Bowls and balls pushed into the offside. Nick Brown will field in the covers. The end of a successful over for Sam Cook, getting a wicket with the very first ball of the innings. So in the first innings, we'd wickets that fell to the first ball of bowling changes, and this time it's the first ball of the innings overall. So jolly hard work for batsmen today, and Lancashire are 0 for 1 in 1 over.
Well, I mean, Cook has just responded beautifully to what his captain's asked there. He opened the bowling, sent down a wicket maiden. First over of the match, of the innings, and start with a wicket maiden. So it's a brilliant effort from Cook. He has been superb with the ball. And,
of course, there's that expression, top of off stump, and that's exactly where his first ball hit, the top of off stump. He is a terrific bowler.
It is going to be Snater from the River End. And why not? He bowled equally as superbly earlier on today. Going to start bowling around the wicket to the tall left-hander Keaton Jennings. A little flick away off the hip down towards Cook. Deep backward square leg, and jogs back for 2, and Jennings gets his first runs, as indeed the Lancashire in their second innings. They're 2-4.
Yes, if I had a criticism of Snater's bowling, it's when he's bowling round the wicket to left-handers. Okay. He tends to pitch it on the stumps, but it's going to go on past leg stump, and that has conceded 2 runs. I think we can take it, every run is vital here. Personally, I'd rather see him slant the ball across the left-hander from over the wicket.
Keeper standing up, 3 slips in place as well. That's just jabbed away back down the pitch by Keaton Jennings, gathered by Snater off his own bowling, and there's no run.
No back pad in here, which there was in the first innings, and it might have been a tactic to dig it one in short, but maybe that's for a little bit later. But it's not a game where you fancy later is going to be very late at all.
No. It's probably a sound call. Snater to Jennings, just tucks his bat inside the line. Ball taken by Rossington, the keeper, standing up right behind the stumps, and he hops up onto his toes as he takes the catch.
But now decides to go back after. Oh no! In fact, he's undecided. That is now coming back up to the stumps. It was a good take by him because the bounce is variable, so it's not easy for a wicketkeeper standing up to a man of the pace and unpredictability of Snater.
He's in again. Jennings just leans onto the front foot, but just tucks the bat inside the line. You've heard the ball thud once more into those wicket-keeping gloves, and again there is no run. 2 for 1 Lancashire in their second innings, the third innings of the match, being played in the final hour on the first day. Lead of 26 for Lancashire. With the addition of the 2 scored in their second innings, 24 the difference on first innings between the two teams. Snater to Jennings, trying to cut the ball, just bottom edges it away into the offside, and there's no run. Still got the 3 slips in place. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Floodlights are beaming down, and there's occasional kind of patches of quite heavy cloud drifting across. It goes a little bit gloomy, then a little bit brighter. It's a slightly gloomy patch again as the shadows can be seen from the players. Forward again goes Jennings. Defends out towards the offside, and there is no run, where it's fielded by Nick Brown at extra cover. End of the over. So Snater begins his opening spell conceding 2 runs. We've had 2 overs of the Lancashire second innings, and they're 2 for 1.
So leading by 26, Lancashire, and incredibly, the 2 umpires who began at the opposite ends to their current ones have had to change ends on day 1, which means more than 20 wickets, or well, it means 20 at least have fallen. As it happens, it's 21 and counting, as this ball is outside off stump, and Bohannon can leave this to Rossington, who's standing back to Cook from the Hayes Close end, with top scorer on the day, Alistair Cook, whose 40 must be considered to be worth at least 80, I would think. On such a low-scoring day, Essex, I think, do have a bit of a problem in that Cook is one of the very few of the top-order batting lineup on current form that you would fancy to last very long at all, albeit they did recently make over 500 at Canterbury. Cook is in bowls, and the ball is played into the covers, and no run there, and score remaining at 2 for 1. And in fairness to Essex, they whipped out Kent for under 150 in each of their 2 innings, so it was, I mean, they won by an innings and 260 runs. You couldn't just say, well, obviously it was a much better pitch there, because Kent struggled mightily. I have to say, unfortunately, Kent didn't look a particularly good side, and the way they batted there twice, as Cook is in and bowls. Oh, and there's a play and miss here, and Bohannon was all at sea there as Cook found that perfect length where you don't really know whether to go back, come forward, or simply stay where you were, and Bohannon was caught a little bit of midships, and the ball goes through to Rossington, narrowly failing to take the edge and not missing the stump by all that much either.
Just a few stats on kind of wickets fallen on the opening day of matches here at Chelmsford, and thankful to Gary for sending me the details, but it's the 19th time, I'll come back to this.
Cook's in and bowls to Bohannon. Again, Bohannon plays all round this and goes through to Rossington, 2 for 1.
The 19th time that 20 or more wickets have fallen in a day's play at Chelmsford in a first-class match, and the 7th time it's happened on the first day of a match. And just in terms of average number of wickets falling here in games in September, this is going back since 2016, on average here at Chelmsford, games in September, an average of 11 wickets fall on the opening day.
Cook's in again, bowls to Bohannon. Bohannon plays it to Feroz Kushi at mid-wicket, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but relatively speaking, he'll be relieved to have located that delivery with the bat, having played and missed at the previous 2. Lancashire leading by 24 on first innings, and losing Luke Wells the first ball of their second innings, bowled by Sam Cook, and Lancashire now 26 in front on 2 for 1. Cook first, Harmer second, and Critchley third of the 3 slips, and here's a third play and a miss in the last 4 deliveries. Bohannon the batsman, Sam Cook the bowler, 2 for 1.
Another stat that could be in danger of going in this match. There have been 9 LBWs in the match so far. The most at Chelmsford in a first-class match is 15 on 2 occasions. In 2019 and 1936. Very good chance that might well be broken.
No, all the evidence suggests it's quite easy to be struck on the pads out there, you know, with the ball doing enough to beat the attempted shot.
Not seen either umpire have a little conversation yet between each other, so they're happy at the minute with the way the light is. Snater, that's another one that wraps the pad of Jennings. There's another one to add to the collection of LBWs. 10 for the match now. Jennings departs. Snater bowling right home around the wicket to the tall left-handed batter, and it wraps him on the pad. Jennings has to go. Lancashire lose their second wicket, the 22nd wicket to fall on the opening day of this game. 2 for 2. Lancashire lead by 26 runs.
Yeah, well, there goes another one. And we were just talking about LBWs, and the very next ball, that's exactly what happened. So, really is proving a difficult end to the day for Lancashire, as much as they will be very delighted at the way they, in spite of such a seemingly low first innings score, clawed their way to a first innings lead, and they will very much expect to make life extremely difficult for whatever total Essex need in the fourth innings. Goodness knows when it'll start. It could be before lunch tomorrow, the way things are going.
Well, Lancashire will be absolutely desperate for these clouds that you and Nick keep promising me to come tumbling over. Chelmsford. They're not here at the minute.
Well, to cheer up, I mean, I don't say Lancashire supporters need cheering up, because Lancashire led by 24 on first innings, but I do remember not so long ago, and I know we've mentioned it earlier in the day, Lancashire bowling Essex out for just 20 shortly after lunch one day about a decade ago.
I remember it well.
Yeah. Jake Mickleborough opened the innings and was the 9th man out.
I think me and you were on commentary for most of
it.
that.
We were. And BBC Look East sent a reporter down. Oh, in fact, they didn't send a reporter down. They asked me to go up to the studio and do a piece for them.
It's Snater over the wicket. Oh, another big LBW shot. Oh, he's got it! 2 in 2. Croft has gone. He's on a hat-trick. Lancashire 3 down. Snater strikes. Croft departs. Another LBW decision. And Lancashire lose their third wicket. Just 2 runs scored in their second innings. Lead by 26, so effectively 26 for 3.
Well, yes, it looked a good shout. I don't say we're in the ideal position to see. I think we're going to get another look at it. For me, it looks as if he played round it a bit and it kept a bit low. He looked horrified at the decision, but so would I. Wouldn't matter how out I was, I'd still look horrified just at the awful thought of being out first ball. And knowing that I couldn't do very much about it. It's David Milnes with the decision, who's standing at the river end. Now we're into the third innings of the match, and the best thing that could happen now for Lancashire, and indeed it always has been, and that is for bad light to be
just a bit
declared. You know, they couldn't get off fast enough.
Absolutely not.
I think the umpires at the moment, although the floodlights are doing their job, it probably hasn't quite reached the stage yet where it's taking over from natural daylight, but probably will do before very much longer, as we see Dane Villas come out in a bit of a crisis here for Lancashire.
Yeah, the Lancashire captain. Effectively 26 for 3. 23 wickets have fallen on the opening day of this game. He's on a hat-trick, Paul.
Right, thank you. As we've got still potentially, if the light were to hold up, another 8 overs after this one. And I think I'd much rather bat in the morning, to be honest with you, than to have to be out there now. Snater on the hat-trick, comes in, bowls to Villas, and there's an appeal for a stumping. Not out, says the infallible umpire Richard Kettleborough, who's hardly given the wrong decision all season. Certainly he was magnificent in the test matches. Credit Adam Rossington there. Villas hadn't left his ground, but you're on a hat-trick. He did everything he could to help his bowler there and whip the bails off in a flash. But as I say, he hadn't left his ground, and there were a couple of occasions in the morning's play where there was a loud appeal for stumping, but Villas had stayed in his ground. But at the moment, you do feel a wicket might go down any ball. Still just a 3 slips, so there's now a bat pad in place as Snater. Sorry, it's over to you. Appeal for LBW, and he's gone. It's 3 wickets in 4 balls. I'm sorry, I should have handed it back to you. But, well, this is incredible now. Lancashire are 2 for 4, but they do have what I wouldn't normally say this, but could prove to be an enormous first innings lead of 24, meaning they actually lead by 26.
Yeah, well, it's breathless, isn't it? I've got to go and do an update at 5:30. Sorry to abandon you mid.
Yeah, well, you better tell them to give you an extra half hour to get the report in. Snater has taken 3 wickets in 4 balls in this over, and well, the Lancashire skipper makes a disconsolate way back to the pavilion. He'll have plenty of people to commiserate with him. You'd have to feel that the third umpire here is going to have to make a rather unflattering report on the pitch. He is Wayne Noon, former, if I remember right, he used to wicket keep for Northamptonshire. Wayne Noon. And well, Lancashire's number 6 in only the 4th over of the innings. The number 6 batsman is coming to the crease, and it's not that the order's been tampered with. Snater, an extraordinary burst of 3 wickets in 4 balls in his 2nd over from the River End. He didn't come off with the bat today, not that anybody much has. But my word, he's having a good time with the ball. He took 2 wickets in the first innings and only was given 5 overs. But already he's gone well past that here with 3 wickets, and he still hasn't finished his 2nd over. So it's George Bell in, and that's well left. If you can possibly leave anything safely, do so. Would have to be the mantra here for Lancashire, who did so well to set up a lead of 24 after being skittled for 131. They turned the tables on Essex, dismissing them for 110, and even that was down to a typical piece of obduracy from the top scorer on the day, Alistair Cook, who made 40. Snater in again to bowl to Bell in his first championship game. Good Yorker, but it's nicely clipped off the pads. It might just have ricocheted off Nick Brown there fielding at bat pad. They get 2, and the score goes up to 4 for 4, and quite a score going on at the Aegeus with Kent 165 all out. Hampshire are 54 for 8. You hear me correctly, 54 for 8. It's catching is this wicket taking, if you'll pardon the potential pun. And Matt Quinn, once of this parish, has taken 4 of those 8 wickets, and I devoutly hope he's such a nice man, he really is, that I hope he gets his 5-fer. Obviously I got to know him quite well. He'd come up and join us quite often on air here during our commentaries, Matt Quinn, and very sociable sort of guy, New Zealander, really nice man. So well done to him. Meanwhile, it's going to be Sam Cook from the Hayes Close End with Lancashire 4 for 4. Bowls to Bohannon. Turns this to mid-wicket for Rose Cushy. No run. And the card at the moment reads Luke Wells bowled by Sam Cook to the very first ball of Lancashire's 2nd innings, and then from the 1st, 2nd and 4th balls of the 4th over of the 2nd innings, Keaton Jennings was LBW Snater 2, Stephen Croft LBW Snater 0, and Dame Villas LBW Snater 0. Cook in and bowls to Bohannon, and he plays and misses at this. Nicely taken by Rossington. Nobody can blame, well, any batsman really, for whatever shot they might play, because even if they do something absolutely daft, you'd have to say, well, doing sensible things has been of no avail whatsoever. I thought I'd just see what doing daft things produced. Good night and cheerio. As Cook is on his way again to bowl to Josh Bohannon. And this one is caught behind, and that is a 2nd wicket for Cook, and Lancashire are 4 for 5. And this is astonishing. He flicked the ball down leg side, and it's taken by Rossington with a good carry through to him. He has wicket kept extremely well today, Adam Rossington. And this is just extraordinary. Because if there's no bad light and the umpires are just having a look at their meters, I mean, Lancashire, the way things are going, 4 for 5 in just the early part of the 5th over, could be all over for Lancashire a second time. And now I don't think it would be. The tail showed good resilience first innings, but I'm just saying what could possibly happen as Bohannon makes his way off the arena, and there's almost a queue to get back into the pavilion, the way that things are going. And Sam Cooke is a very fine bowler on good wickets, where it favours the batsman, but this one is proving an absolute nightmare. And Bohannon caught behind, flicking at a ball down leg side. He'd be disappointed to have got out to a ball that wouldn't actually have taken his wicket if he missed it. But, well, as I say, you really can't be too critical of batsmen on a pitch that is proving a minefield, and just to turn the phrase slightly, a gold mine if you're a bowler. Because if you can't pick up a couple of wickets sharpish on this, you're probably not up to your job, and perhaps explore other career possibilities. Coming round the wicket now, Cooke will bowl to Balderson. Gets turned round but plays it well. Down to mid-off, Dan Lawrence playing with the bat held out in front of him. He was out without offering a stroke to Harmer in the first innings, and that was for 4. So Lancashire, unbelievably, in just the 5th over of their second innings, are 4 for 5, leading by just 28. 5 wickets left. Cooke's in, bowls, and a little bit of a leading edge goes down to be parried in the gully and tidied up by Matt Critchley. Ben Allison is on at the moment, not quite sure who he's on for. He had a key role to play in Essex's 1-wicket win up at Headingley. Bowled well and batted so crucially with the match hero, Shane Snater. And Scott Reed making his way gingerly back into his seat as well he might. Cooke's in and bowls. And Balderson has hit this ball slightly uppishly, but they can scamper through for a single. Throw, the shy hits the stumps from mid-on, but Balderson safely home at the the bowler's end, which was the danger end. And so 5 for 5 runs nervously join level with wickets, and we have had 5 overs. So in 5 overs, Lancashire are 5 for 5.
Yeah, and the umpires, one's on the little walkie-talkie, the other one's having I don't know, we've had a little brief look at the light, I'm not sure there. Or whether, no, looks like we're all right to carry on. Dear.
Yeah, it still doesn't look as if, you know, the pitch is absolutely, you know, reflecting the light and that. It doesn't look as if it's taken over yet from daylight. I don't think it'll go very much further before it does, unless we get a little bit of help from overhead. We are now past the official 5:30 finish, but actually this is, according to the schedule, one of 7 overs left to be bowled today. Snater, with wickets from the first, second and fourth deliveries of his previous over, is on his way.
Yeah, in and bowls, a good looking ball, beats Balderson's forward press, taken by the keeper Rossington. There is no run.
This reminds me slightly, Scott, of watching cricket where one of the rules is that batsman is blindfolded. Because, you know, they couldn't do a lot worse if they were, and this isn't to be critical of them at all.
Absolutely not,
but
no.
you just don't know what the next ball's going to do. No. Nor the previous one, nor the current one, nor the one after next.
Snater into Balderson. Bounces through to Rossington. There's no run. Absolutely no criticism really awarded to any of the batters today. 25 wickets fall on the opening day, and
power to add.
But yes, potentially more to come. Yeah, 6 overs left after this one.
I must commend the wicket keeping of Adam Rossington today, because he stood up to the quicker bowlers, and you don't know where, if the batsman doesn't know where the next ball's going, nor does he, and he's done really well.
Snater to Balderson. Oh, sneaks through, and it's taken by Rossington again, and there's no run. George Balderson's stood there with Bell at the other end. George Bell's on debut, making his first-class debut. And he sees Lancashire at 5 for 5. He sees 25 wickets fall in the day. He kept beautifully as well.
He did, I quite agree. I mean, it seems strange to say when he's got 16 and kept wicket well that he's looked outstanding in these incredible circumstances, but all credit to him.
3 slips waiting. Snater balls again. That's eased away down through the third man region. Balderson will come back and run 2. So he moves on to 3, and Lancashire are 7 for 5.
Yeah, great bit of fielding actually by the sub-fielder Ben Allison there, because he absolutely haired after it, caught up with the ball about 2 yards short of the third man boundary, and immediately got a decent throw in, because potentially there could have been a third run there.
So 31 in front. 5 wickets down in their second innings. Snater was bowled him. Balderson goes for 3. Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. They are 6 down in their second innings with 7 on the board, but you can't really apply any degree of criticism to the batters in this match today. 31 in front, 26 wickets have fallen on the opening day of this match, and I mean, the light isn't great, just to add to the difficulties of the batters out there. Snater's bowled a beautiful spell here, and he's got the ball to work a treat for him, but this is incredibly difficult, as it has been through the course of the day. And only Sir Alistair Cook, one of England's greatest batters of all time, has been able to get any kind of score on this pitch today.
Reminds me of a game I once had with one of my great friends on the staff I used to teach on, and we used to play How's That if we both had a free lesson. And on a particular day there was a bit of moisture on the desktop that we were rolling the dice on, and I think I dismissed his team for 11, and here at Lancashire at an unbelievable 7 for 6, and that latest wicket has broken the highest partnership of the innings to date, which is 3.
Lancashire's lowest total in first class matches is 25 against Derbyshire back in 1871, and Lancashire's lowest total against Essex is 70, which came at Southport in 1978.
It's almost impossible to compare this with the ground on which Essex and Somerset played out a foregone conclusion of a draw over a full 4 days, where the game barely went into a third innings. We have seen the extremes at Chelmsford without a doubt this year. I feel a penalty coming on for this pitch as Snater's in and bowls, and this ball is edged to backward point along the ground. Ben Allison does the fielding. Applause for another successful over by Snater, although a very modestly successful over compared to his previous one. Just the 1 wicket in that one, 3 in the previous one. But this guy can do very little wrong just at the moment. He's either with bat or ball, or sometimes both, beginning to emerge as Essex's leading candidate at the very least for it to be Essex's player of the season. Lancashire then, you hear me correctly if you've just logged on, leading by 24 on first innings, so we're already in the third innings of the day, 7 for 6 in just 6 overs.
Yeah. Just looking at the Hampshire score as well, Hampshire all out for 57 in their match.
Now that's their first innings, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think so.
I think that's 100. I seem to remember Kent got 165, so 108 lead for the men of Kent.
So Bell's on strike. That's pushed up towards mid-off for a little cheeky single as Cook comes in, picked up cleanly actually by Wesley, so Bell can come back and add 2. And well, Lancashire are in danger of reaching double figures.
Well, they are, helped by the Essex skipper there. He made that mistake that players sometimes do of looking up to see if there was any chance of preventing them taking a second run, which, if he fielded it cleanly, he would have done. But while he looked up, the ball is shot through his hand.
Cook in balls to Bell. That's chipped beautifully away through mid-wicket. Lovely looking shot. Out through the leg side by Bell. He comes back for 2 more, so he moves on to 6. Lancashire move to 11 for 6.
And George Bell has an aura about him. While others have looked as if they were condemned men as they came out, and that's being a bit unkind. We're not blaming anybody in the way wickets have come down, but he just looks more confident than most other people who've batted today on either side.
Yeah, it's certainly will be a memorable first-class debut for George Bell. He waits for Cook. There's a little waft at this and it's through to the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, the Hampshire-Kent match. Hampshire 57 all out in their first innings. Kent 165 all out. So a first innings lead of 108 for Kent against Hampshire, who of course are second in Division 1 behind the leaders Surrey, who got to the close of play on 292 for 6 against Yorkshire.
Yes, Bell there let himself down just a little bit because he didn't move the feet at all and just flashed at it.
35 in front, Lancashire, so effectively 35 for 6. There's Cook balls again. Once more through to Rossington. And there is no run.
And such has been the performance of the pitch today that if you could end the Lancashire innings here and now and left Essex needing 36 to win, you would think they ought to just about fluke their way to victory, but if someone said fancy a bet, you'd say not unless the odds are pretty good.
Keeper standing up. Cook comes over the wicket, balls, and Bell gets in behind and defends up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And Lancashire did do well from the point at which they were 83 for 6 in their first innings. So there were, particularly good effort from Tom Bailey, 24. Now that Tom Hartley didn't do badly with 13. So they must still hope, Lancashire, that they can at least get the lead up over 100.
Bell waits. Cook is in and balls, eased off the hip. Down to Snater at fine leg. Jogs through for 1 run. Bell moves on to 7 and he keeps the strike as well. Tom Hartley at the non-striker's end. I think the umpires are going to have a conversation about. I think this is the first time they've got together.
Yeah.
To I assume discuss the light, which from Lancashire's point of view probably came about 6 overs too late. But whether they stay on or we go off, we'll find out in a second. It doesn't look like it's changed massively from where we are. We're not commentating behind glass. We're peering out through the commentary box window. Has it changed that much? Are we staying? Yeah, we're going to continue by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying it too much to come off the umpires.
There might be a case of we'll continue, but only if you bowl spin, perhaps, because straight away Harmer's come into the attack to replace Snater, who's bowled 3 overs. 4 for 6 with Cook 4 overs 2 for 6. So yeah, Harmer replaces Snater.
12 for 6 on the board, and this now is the new highest partnership of the innings because Bell took good runs in that over, has moved up to 7. He will be facing Simon Harmer, and obviously the deal was, well, we can only continue because Snater was all ready to bowl. You can only continue with slow bowlers. Essex have Matt Critchley, who bowls leg spin, and also Dan Lawrence and Tom Wesley, who both purvey very different sorts of off spin. Tom Wesley pretty conventional, and Lawrence outlandish in terms of his incredible action, often referred to as frog in a blender, with arms and legs going all over the place. But it's a lovely sight watching him bowl. But anyway, Essex probably, if this was the last over of the day, they probably wouldn't be that disappointed. As Harmer's in now, bowls, and sweep here takes the batsman, young George Bell, on the pad, and there's no run. So Harmer in again. Slip in the back pad. Bowls. Bell defends very solidly. Back down the pitch. Cushy rushes into field. That last over of Sam Cook, unusually for him, very expensive, 5 runs from it, and actually it wasn't his usual quality of over. There were 3 down leg side, as here is Harmer in. Bowles given some air, and that one's got through the diving infield, but there's Tom Wesley emerging in front of us from under the Tom Pearce stand away to our right, and they get a single which takes the score to 13 for 6, and Bell, by a long way the top scorer, has moved up to 8. And Alistair Cook is now changing a couple of fielding positions. Wesley, of course, has placed himself at long off, and I think Cook is doing, while the skipper's in the distance, is doing a little bit of captaincy of his own. Heaven knows he's had plenty of experience. We have a second slip in and a back pad as Harmer's in. River End bowls, and safely negotiated by Tom Hartley, who was very inclined to try and hit Harmer out of the ground in the first innings. As Harmer bowls to him. No, he's all defence here, crab-like, as his back leg is in line with the stumps and the front leg is pointing towards mid-wicket. As Harmer, 5 for 41 in Lancashire's 131 all out. Bowls again, and, defended back to the bowler. This is the 8th of 12 overs that could be bowled tonight if the light were to hold up. I think we're going to see the umpires exchange frequent glances here now. In fact, David Milnes is now just checking with his light meter to see if things have got a little bit worse. And I think they'll come off fairly soon, because I would say now the floodlights are beginning to take over from daylight.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm surprised we are playing. I mean, the pitch in itself obviously isn't great. So then you then put into the equation that you've got the team coming out with a new ball on a poor pitch in poor light. So I think there's a very, very reasonable justification that you know. Yeah, they should have come off a light a long time ago. Now, with those factors combined.
I would have come off anyway, because you know, the quicker bowlers were doing the damage here, and why bowl a few overs of spin?
This is driven by Bell through the offside, driven beautifully for 4. What a lovely looking shot. As Critchley sends down the first delivery of this, in fact, of the match for him, hasn't he? He's not bowled up until this point, I don't think. Critchley.
No, he didn't bowl in the first innings. But as I say, I feel that Essex would have been better served by coming back tomorrow. There's all the time in the world left, and saying to Sam Cook, Shane Snater, you've had a good sleep, now go and do it again.
Critchley to Bell, that's cut away through the offside, picked up at backward point, and Bell gets a single.
Certainly from an Essex point of view, they should bear in mind they trailed by 24 on first innings. Batting's going to be no easier for them tomorrow unless the conditions are very different, and I just feel that, yeah, if they could have continued with Cook and Snater, then by all means, but I think switching to spin now, well, Lancashire might just say, well, let's see if we can hit a few boundaries while the going's relatively good. Of course, they may get a wicket.
13 for 6, Lancashire. Correction,
yep.
make that 18 for 6 now.
42 in front.
Critchley comes around the wicket to Hartley, who sweeps out towards that leg side. Caught it nicely. There's a man in the deep, Snater. Deep mid wicket he fields, and Hartley gets a single. The score moves on to 19 for 6. First run that for Tom Hartley on the sweep. Brings Bell back on strike. 13 not out. Critchley comes over the wicket to Bell, and that's chopped away into the offside.
Snater again. He's a good
busy, isn't
fieldsman.
he?
Yeah, no, he's a good fielder.
The ball following him around.
Because that was a good shot. I mean, the ball was travelling.
Critchley over the wicket, balls. Defended by George Bell, just dabbing the ball away into the offside.
You'd certainly never guess this was a man on debut with George Bell. He's done really well. Plays with such an air of confidence about him.
Critchley in, that's chipped away into the offside. It's to the right of Snater, extra cover. Plenty on that from Bell. Gets another boundary. And his extraordinary debut continues. Not just his personal debut, but the debut in the match in which it's taken place. You'll remember this for a while. 17 he moves to, 23 for 6 at the end of the over. We've got 3 left today. We've got this far, might as well continue. A lead of 47.
Yep, I think Essex might just end up regretting not saying, no, we're not going to bowl our spinners, you know, and we want to bowl the quicker bowlers, and leaving the umpire to say, in that case, thank you, gentlemen, that's it for the day, because I think they were about 12 for 6 at that point. Now, that over went for 10 that we've just seen, and in the circumstances of this low-scoring match, I would suggest that the fielding side would not want to concede that sort of tariff in an over, as Harmer begins a new one, and the ball is played out into the offside. Sam Cook fields at point, there's no run. The man on strike is Tom Hartley, and he's made 1. Lead of 47. Harmer bowls to Hartley, who comes down, hits it firmly back to the bowler, who not only fields it but shapes to throw back at Hartley, but he'd never left his ground, and Harmer keeps a hold of the ball. 10th of 12 possible overs being bowled here. Harmer is in and a single to Hartley, drives it without timing down to Wesley, in off the boundary at long off. 24 for 6, and Hartley now has 2.
We're still doing pretty well to still be playing at 5 to 6, aren't we?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Harmer's in. Bowls quicker, flatter delivery, single. Bell down to Wesley, who to the right-hander is at long on, to the left-hander is long off. 25 for 6 with 18 now to Bell. So he's got 34 runs for once out in a terribly low-scoring day, and wicket kept thoroughly well. Not a bad effort on your debut when so many are falling around you, as Harmer's in. Bowls to Hartley. Oh, he's lucky here. He looked to push the ball into the offside, and it takes a thick inside edge, just misses leg stump and goes down to Cushy at short fine. 25 for 6. Add 24 all the time to get the actual lead of 49. Harmer to Hartley, back to the bowler. So far Harmer not getting as much turn as he did in the first innings, but that's only his second over, and he's been tight as usual. Just conceded 3 runs. Now the umpires are beginning to regather here.
Well, I mean, if they went off now, it would be an absolute farce, wouldn't it?
It would really, yeah.
If they've allowed play to get to this stage, they're like, you know,
off they go.
Remarkable, really, from two top umpires.
Yeah,
bizarre.
I think the light probably has got a little bit more to the stage where it's replacing daylight, or the floodlights are. But even so, I think Essex made a mistake in not saying, no, we're only prepared to bowl the quicker bowlers, because quite a few runs have gone on the board. You know, about 13 have been added with the advent of the slow bowlers. 3 off 2 overs of Harmer and 10 off 1 over of Critchley. 25 for 6, 49 the lead, and well, it's been quite some day.
We've had a few, haven't we, between these two sides?
Yes.
Over the years. Yeah, that's been an extraordinary day. 26 wickets falling on the day. Lancashire 130 all out. Essex 110 all out. And now Lancashire 25 for 6 and leading by 49.
And when you think of it, there's only been 90 overs bowled because there were 2 lots of 2 overs between innings, and we didn't get the last 2 overs of the day, so that makes six overs light of a full day, but there's still 26 wickets have fallen, which means that a wicket has fallen roughly every 3.5 overs, every sort of 21 balls, and yep, quite some day. At least it hasn't been dull.
It definitely hasn't, Paul. No, it definitely hasn't.
Well, I advise everybody who has any interest in the outcome of this game not to join us much later than 10:30 in the morning. It's been great fun. Always nice to see Scott Reed, and he and I, because of COVID and 1 or 2 other factors, it's the first time we've had the chance to work together for 3 years. Scott, a great pleasure to renew acquaintances behind the microphone. Thanks very much as well to Nick Gledhill. Good crowd in today, as there always is at Chelmsford. Last home game of the season for Essex, and penny for the umpires' thoughts as they walk off here with Lancashire. 25 for 6 in their second innings, and they were 7 for 6. So this is quite some recovery, with thanks almost entirely to George Bell, 18 not out. As I say, he's made 34 runs on a very, very ultra low scoring day, and wicket kept thoroughly well on his debut. And he has just looked so much more assured and confident out there than almost anybody else on either side. Alistair Cook, easily the top scorer on the day with 40 in Essex's 114 all out. 10:30 in the morning, everyone.